words, I'm levitating. Crack the void, no hesitating. One chance, no replicated. Whole world on detonation. Break. No gods, no fate. Just rage that won't abate. Enter the hollow, meet your fate. Zenless rise, obliterate. Still I walk like I own it. Sirens screaming, shadows lurking, but I'm calm and zoning. Zero out with no regrets. I'm the storm they ain't controlling. Still no silver tongue. I spit truth like it's loaded. Crack the sky, bring the thunder. Hack the world, tear it asunder. Blackout mode, they go under. Can't run when I pull from the hunger. They want more, then let it burn. Every corner, every turn, we the last line standing firm. Pushing back the end, no time to go.
I got lost in the hollows, mind twisted by the code. But I rose out the ashes, left
Find your weakness.
cyberscope, adrenaline, and overload. I'm the coaching program, I'm the rap.
I got this, Alice! Got your back. Sorry. Now, you're the prey. I offer you the dazzling star of a summer night. Creep the wind and hit him where it hurts. You'll regret choosing me as your opponent. Who's the hunter and who's the prey? Now find out! Plenty strikes to score. Who dares hurt Alice?
with the hollow. This is my song.
Found your weakness. Here's a taste of the abyss. At the beach, Alice Timefield is unstoppable. Surf's up! Let's make this quick. A sword technique for summer nights. Got a summer surprise! Hit him where it hurts. Feel the rhythm of the waves. We ruined the waves! Summer memories will give me strength. Surf's up! Find your weakness. I'll make it painless. It won't hurt. I'll make it quick. It won't hurt for long, I promise. Now fight down! The final act begins now. I offer you the dazzling star of a summer night. Sorry, I'll help blast your trouble. Sky high! Hit him where it hurts. Cut! You're gonna pay!
Need a fortune.
Now it's my turn. You have
I'm here, so we're good.
Need a fortune.
Don't just
I'm up.
you want Officer, what do I to what do I owe the price?
Every time I fall, I last way longer. Dreams of gold, yeah, I ride through pain. Hear the crowd chant loud. Remember the name. I'm the spark that starts the flame. I'm the one who lights the flame. Yeah.
We're just getting started. Next round.
I'm unstoppable!
Nice one.
One shot, one kill. Let me see what's real. Hesitate for a sec, I'm taking that deal. Big leagues now, no more
This one's a real crowd pleaser.
I lose no ending, I'ma go through the ring with the devil's grin. Every round I win, I shed no skin, no pain, no gimmicks, just blood and grit. Blink and lose the middle. To the edge.
There it is.
Triumph ain't given. I'm my own starter. The challenge roars, it screams my name. Undisputed king, I ignite that flame. I'm the one.
I pledge my honor.
Don't blink, don't second guess. But I'm broken, breathing less and less.
Racing blade.
Dig deep, you were made for this. I'm
Hollows calling. One day, then another day. Flow shakes, we still digging down. Get deeper, push further. No inches, another round. Time stack, sweat, drip, hands bleed, but the heart stay lit. Ain't no book telling me what's right. Sometimes you fight just to make it fit. Days roll by, you fade fast. Still ground for the faith we hold low. Need more than talk, two patches. Crack on the words, and we need that soul. Million times we repeat that motion. Drill it, smash it, rebuild the block. Rain pour down, put on my shirt. Still stand tall when the lightning strikes. Dig it down, feel the ground shake. Time after time, push on till the hands break. Sweat, dirt, glory in the night. Even when it ain't a war, you fight for life. Dig it down, feel the ground shake. Time after time, push on till the hands break.
Stage is mine. Cycle of yin and yang. Allow me. Evil shall turn to dust. Resist still. Clarity and impurity cycle. An opening. Cycle of yin and yang. The rhythm of life. Strength is next. Allow me. Keep your guard up. The weak is here. Obliterate form and spirit.
Oh, that's the end of the stream. Have a good day. Good night.
Count the time after time. So sweaty in the worry, but the heart is glorious.
Ay, ay, ay.
Nobody ever told you that it could be alright. Sometimes it's not a war, but you have to fight.
All right, so that's my daily's done.
The floor shakes, get deeper and get further. The work for the future.
The daily.
is
Oh, actually, no.
really over.
That's the daily practice done.
Count the time after time.
Gotta do this. Dum ba dum dum ba da dum ba da ba da 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 dum.
Woke up one day, story dropped online. Genocide said, yeah, it's good, but it ain't divine. 7 out of 10, no malice, no hate. But the cool dogs foamed up like he spit on
Play some Alice in this.
the pitchforks. Jumped on the mics. How dare you disrespect our perfect time? This was burning nexus in flames all over one guy not playing their game.
Stay on offense. At the beach, Alice time here is unstoppable.
Corrosion's crashing out again. Woof, 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 woof. 7 out of 10. Woof, woof, woof. Barking online 'cause they can't comprehend. Paragraph threads like a Bible verse, explaining why that score's a curse. Bro, did you even play the game? The lore's so deep, your taste just lame. Copium clouds fill the midnight air, while Jenna's just chilling.
Why is this song so fucking good?
Memes get made, the drama spreads, and WUWA Twitter's losing their heads. Dear viewer, your opinion has caused me emotional damage. I will now write 16 paragraphs explaining why you're wrong, or completely proving you were right the whole time. 7 out of 10! It's not
Yeah, get it through the hollow.
the world, my friend. But kudos don't hear the call. They'd rather see the fandom fall.
Fall. 7 out of 10.
Corrosion's crashing out again.
You tracing out? In the name of summer, I don't lose. How about some music? Guess what my umbrella can turn into? Music is the rhythm of life. Rest. Summer memories will keep me strong. How about this? In the name of summer, I don't lose. Got a summer surprise! Time for it. In the name of hope, you're exposed now. Summer memories keep me strong. At the beach, Alice Time here is unstoppable.
Sorry, Jane. You need to die.
Don't freak out now!
Let's ball city streams. Lights come through.
Shattered dreams, the alleyways twist and shadowed haze. Chasing ghosts in the glow of this toxic maze. A scream in the night, can you feel it too? Lost in the circuits, but I'm hunting you. The city's heartbeat, a broken song.
God damn, this thing's fucking killing this shit right now.
Flicker, flash, darkness breaks the sky. I'm driven by the gears that grind and fly. Metal meets blood in this war-torn town. I won't stop, I won't back down. We're the chaos. We're going our way. Neon lights won't guide us home. In this city we're never alone. Feel the force ignite. In this game we fight for tonight. Hunt underneath the stairs. Real, it's all that we break the lies. Use your face behind those eyes. A cold machine with a twisted mind.
Summer memories will give me strength. Don't freak out now! I'll outlast your troubles sky high!
Alrighty, pop this in. Put this in.
Seashells on the shores.
Alright, cool.
Show yourself. Where are you?
Watch for attacks from your blind spots. Your weakness has been exposed. In the name of hope, trust, and peace, I offer you the dazzling star of a summer night.
I'm driven by the gears that grind and fly. Metal meets blood in this war-torn town. I won't stop, I won't back down. We're the
Fusion.
we're the prey through the chaos. We find our way. Neon lights won't guide us home. In this
My umbrella can turn into.
in this game we fight
We'll compose a miracle.
underneath the steel.
At the beach, Alice Timefield is unstoppable.
Guitars roar. We clash, we burn, then we soar. Through the static, we still fight. In the neon glow, in the endless night.
Got a summer surprise. Pick a sign for it. Chance to score. Summer match in the name of summer. I won't lose. Here it comes. You can't run.
Alright. I didn't even look at which one this one was. Oh, it's these guys.
Feel so high.
Go to combat, fuck it.
At the beach, Alice Timefield is unstoppable. Is the rhythm of life. You're exposed now. Don't freak out now. Got a summer surprise. Pick a sign for it. I offer you the dazzling star of a summer night. In the name of summer, I won't lose.
I had 3 to print that shit, motherfucker.
it ain't no thing. Go out moms, leave the block in ruin. Can't do advantage when they see us moving. Hang around Canada, you might get jacked for your kicks in your chain. Boy, you can't get a miracle.
You're exposed now.
With smoke, sit and breathe in heat. Hair trigger good tempers, don't tempt that fate. Tear in the rib, Billy, bring that fire. Get lit, then we dash and the G gets higher. Mana in the shadows, claws on the wall. Sharp water under you, watch Ellen Joe.
Alright, that's done.
It's hard to keep it under control. All being fast, no intelligence, no. That feeling when you enter this.
This is only the second boss, right? Yeah.
Name in the wrong place.
Just keep looping this. Okay, good. Moving on. That felt longer than a minute, to be honest, but okay.
Midnight drift through the hollow streets. Step too close, you'll feel that heat. BRB moves like a ghost in chrome. Red blade hum, she will carve your home. Heartbeat sink to the bassline's rage. Dance of death on a neon stage. Crimson knocks when the moonlight cracks. No second chance when she swings that sword.
The rhythm of life in the music, motherfucker. So far, so good. So far, so good. I really like Yuzuha. I really like Alice. And I thought I was gonna hate these characters in the beginning.
CDM kick pattern, shredding electric guitar. Let ad-lib screaming, cut them down.
twisted angles calling out my name. No mercy for the tilted and the skewed
Alrighty.
design. I'm bringing perfect order to the battle.
It's the rhythm of life. Got it, summer surprise! In the name of summer, I don't lose.
Symmetry or dawn.
In the name of hope. Get sold now. The dazzling star of the summer night. Don't forget now. Guess what my umbrella can turn into? In the name of summer, I don't lose. The dazzling star of the summer night. Got a summer surprise! Sign for it! What my umbrella can turn into! Got a summer surprise! Sign for it! The dazzling star of the summer night. You're exposed now. In the name of hope. At the beach, Alice Timefield is unstoppable.
We're coming close here.
Got a summer surprise! Sign for it!
Your asymmetry was your sin.
Done. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 dum 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 bam dum dum bam rum bum bam rum bum bum.
String. I in my palm feel the weight of the curse. Every scar on my skin is a page of the verse. Lost in the fog, got 'em bathed in the dirt. Can't get a beat, so I make it hurt worse. Dark in the mind is the brand of my soul. Flips in the sky when I lose control. Demons all grim, but they pay that toll. I'ma swing from the slab and I split this.
Rulers rule, rulers rule.
Runs black, still on my side, ain't no looking back. Demons in my head, but I cut 'em where they stand. Berserk in my heart, blade in my head. Fight back the rage, till the blood runs black. Still on my side.
You motherfucker. It's one fucking bang boo fucking left. Can I not get the one last fucking bang boo? I got one bang boo left. Can I not get this fucking one goddamn bang boo? God damn it. You have to wait it out. Ay, shit. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, so all that's done. We got to finish this. Put it over there. That's the motherfucker way. All right. All right, this way, this way, this way.
Senpai.
Oh, there it is.
Why'd you call me that? Mentally issued. Damn right I am. Now say it again, but meaner. Come on, daddy. I showed up in class with a leash and a plan. Crawled to senpai like spit on me, man. He said, Jordan, well, you freaky little fan. I said, that's right, daddy. Now say it again. Mood swings wilder than a gotcha. Craving change like my daily life. I had a brain and it went away. I'm begging like a dog saying, make me obey. Senpai called me mentally broke. Told me I'm weird, now I'm starting to choke your game.
All right, kill all you motherfuckers.
I'm not okay. I'm down on my knees saying call me a joke. Use your words like whips, don't give me hope. Homework done, my kings are tight. I'm barked in class, yeah, that's my right. Senpai stared like what the hell. I said shut up and gaslight me as well. Got rejected, I clap with glee. That humiliate's sweet to me. I'm a mess, a wreck, a walking hell. But daddy senpai makes it feel like hell. Chains on my heart, leash on my soul. Senpai's insults make me whole. Sane, I left that train. Now degrade me harder, say my pain's your game. Senpai call me mentally fried. I giggled like a gremlin dead inside. You're a menace, disgrace to men. Say it again, then say it again. Come on, daddy, crush my pride. Feed me shame with the side of snide. I'm your pet, your freak, your fan. Now degrade
All right, that's all done.
if you can.
Another fucking goddamn fucking 5 of these. Yay. Now go back to gambling. Give me my fucking construction booth. Give me the ass sniffer. Give me the goddamn ass sniffer. Why can't I not get the ass sniffer? I want the ass sniffer. Oh, you suck. You fucking suck so fucking hard. I wanted the ass sniffer so bad. I wanted the ass sniffer so bad, I didn't get it. Wah. Alright, might as well use fucking these. Like 2 of these right now. Sweet. Alright, 400 some energy. Do what we've been doing. Go do my fucking daily fucking bullshit. And then I can talk for a little while. And then debate whether I'm going to work tomorrow or not. I'm actually debating that right now. Okay. Let's use all 3 of these for now.
Cocktails, mixers, ice. The snacks are real nice. Soda sandwich dry. I'm lit, you can't deny. Wherever you want, wherever you need. So good you'll never, ever want to leave. Anything that you desire. Sing it.
Your fortune seems pretty
Alright.
good lately.
Live stream this Friday? Yeah. Today's Sunday. Well, actually, today's now Monday.
Get still.
But I do the live streams pretty much every day of the fucking week. Let's be honest here. It's just that Friday's live stream is going to be for the runs. Like we're going to do the react runs on that. We're gonna have a conversation here anyway about the people in the Discord.
Obliterate form and spirit.
I gotta talk to Vez actually. I got to talk to our Vez Tolnus. When I get a chance, I'm gonna talk to Vez. I'm gonna have to ask Vez to see if Vez can do recordings.
Cycle of yin and yang.
Get out of that. Wait for drip marketing on 2.3. Oh, god damn. Come on, oh man. Monotone is going to come in 2.3. Watch.
Cycle of yin and yang. Release.
Right, place this energy here. Alrighty, ba-boom. Possibility, I'll use that one. Because I want to get the anatomy proficiency up on Alice.
Cycle of yin and yang.
Goddamn, 3 of those discs. I don't need those discs. I need the fucking Phaefion disc. Come on.
Let's get still.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You should skip all of it, man. You should skip every single fucking thing in Z.Z.Z, man. You should skip 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. You gotta remember, Weather and Waves is a better game. Play WUWA, man. WUWA's good for you. True. That's very fucking true. So fucking close. 26. It's gotta be close, man. It's gotta be fucking close. There's no fucking way that shit is like not right fucking there. Alright, let me go to storage. Actually, let me go to fucking agent.
Wanna hear a summer
No, I don't.
Would you like to take a stroll on the beach with me?
Not right now. Shut up. I want to see these discs real quick. Did I put in the wrong disc? I put in the wrong disc. Oh, it is right here. Nothing in economic proficiency. Fuck off.
Would you like to take a stroll on
Oh,
the
well.
beach with me?
We do what we've been doing. Go to dismantle. Quick select. All the A ranks. Get rid of them. I am not looking to these just yet. We'll get rid of all this shit. I'll get the physical damage one. Kill these. Craft this. Oh shit, you scared the fuck out of me. Oh, I got everything done here. Most every WUWA CC said this is the best update yet. How? How are they saying that this is like the best update yet? Like how? I think I'll get a Coke. I'll be right back. Y'all explain me this one. Logan. Okay. I am back. Gotcha Smack gave it a 10 out of 10. Okay. I mean, it's not... Look. The update for fucking the new WUWA is not bad, but in terms of what they're adding and in terms of what they're doing with the new 2.6 update, it's not that fucking good. Like... The tower defense shit is just I guarantee you is going to be fun for a little while. But then what else you got? Stop. Yeah, he's streaming. You got sand in here. I don't want sand all over the place. Okay. Let Daddy do his stream for a little bit and then we'll watch the movie. You want to watch Superman again? Want to watch superheroes? Or we'll figure something out later. I promise. Hoyo in trouble. Oh my god. That you think my shit's rage bait and shit? Like, oh my god. Like some of the shit that I've seen is just fucking goddamn fucking hilarious. Right? In fact, look. I've talked to this guy a little bit afterwards, and I'm not gonna lie, this video I'm about to show y'all is actually kind of funny. And I think that they need to. Let me put it this way. I think it's funny enough that they actually need to go ahead and work a little bit more on the channel. They need to work a little bit more on the content wise to actually do what they're trying to do, which is make a gotcha enjoyer video. But against Z.Z.Z. Because here we'll do a react on this real quick, right? We'll do a react on this video in particular. Watch this.
2.1 sure was great. I wonder what other Z.Z.Z players thought about it. Huh, I guess everyone just likes to drama farm now. Well, you can't reason with stupid, so let's just make a montage and laugh at them. Recently, Z.Z.Z has been getting into some hot water due to big amounts of HP inflation. What was the reaction of the community? Deny it, hate mob anyone criticizing.
Hate mob anyone criticizing it. You are just a tourist, you have skill issues. Okay. I'll let us go and we'll explain afterwards.
Problem to other games instead. Truly the results of a community that is chill and only goons. But now the question is, why do so many of them farm drama now? I really couldn't find a reason for that. It just seems so perplexing. Why bother producing easy to make slop? And after all, Z.Z.Z players said they don't like drama. I guess the only reason we can go by is that Big Daddy Saint Tontas forced them into the dark path of drama slop, and they had no other choice. After all, if some random stranger kicks your dog, you are fully within the right to kick everyone else's dog. Or maybe a better parallel would be cats.
I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't cooking that much. I give it a like. I subscribe. I want to see more. I want to see it try more. I mean,
wow,
it's kind of funny to me. But let's go through this real quick, right?
It was great. I wonder what other Z.Z.Z players thought about it.
So we have Loki Gotcha with his 2 videos. Okay. Oh, wait. You missed me right there. I had mine right here. Gotcha community 2 weeks ago, a month ago. Okay. 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 3 weeks ago. Like, can we not see, like, actually, like, the date and time? 8 days ago.
Huh, I guess everyone just likes to drama farm now. Well, you can't.
Like I said, I mean, when it comes down to drama farming and stuff like that, like, I like talking about the drama topics that come up. I like talking about them. It's just what it is, man. It's not, there's no hard fucking feelings. It's just like when something comes up, I want to talk about it.
Can't reason with stupid, so let's just make a montage and laugh at them. Recently, Z.Z.Z has been getting into some hot water due to big amounts of HP inflation. What was the reaction of the community?
What was the reaction of the community? There is no HP inflation. That's actually completely wrong. Okay? That was never ever the entire fucking aspect of this. This is to gotcha journalists. That was never the aspect of anything regarding HP. We weren't talking about there is no such thing as HP inflation. We're talking that there is no problems with the HP inflation. There's a difference.
Deny it. Hate mob anyone criticize.
We weren't. I'm not sure about this Blue Panda one, the tourist problem one. But if, you know, a complaint from a tourist was the title of this. But the thing is that we went through this video and we were just talking about, if anyone watched this video for 21 minutes and 4 seconds of mine, we went through the next couple of Shiyu defenses after the miasma Jane Doe fucking shit to go ahead and be like, if anything, we're calling HP inflation. This complaint that's happening right now is more of it's a HP adjustment. And there's different mechanics around it. It's not that you have a skill issue or anything. It's that it's how the game is. It's like, okay.
The game, and of course, deflect the problem to other games instead.
I mean, if you're going to talk about, like, this is to be just say for Steam Buns and for DJ King. I mean, like, look, they might have a little bit of their own, you know, agenda against WUWA in their own regards. But I'm just going to say, if you're going to talk about the HP inflation that's in Z.Z.Z, why can't we talk about the HP inflation in Weathered Waves? With Whipper and Wastes. Just say it.
Truly the results of a community that is chill and only goons. But now the question is, why do so many of them farm drama now? I really couldn't.
See, normal views, 50, 100 such. They're trying to make this right here where the higher views for the drama, for DJ King.
It just
500%. Don't bet against the chat. Miyabi thing. Yeah, these were low. Yeah, these were high because you know what? When it came down to it, 110%, these videos would come drop. Now you see, like this video to Zodan, to Arikado, this was not a drama video. This was a video to where I utilized it to try to talk to Arikado. So if you actually would have watched this video here, it's like I say, look, dude, there's no offense here, me not trying to hate on you or anything, but it does sound like we have a similar situation, stuff like this. I mean, I try to objectively like look at all sides, but we already know what the other side is. So we try to look at the other side that counters the argument is coming in from the left. So if someone's bringing me an argument from the left, I want to look at the right side and try to go ahead and discuss it.
Seems so perplexing. Why bother producing easy to...
I mean, let's be honest, drama sells. I wonder why he started WUWA hate. He stopped slop videos instead. Law, what? I wonder why he started WUWA hate, slop videos instead. When he did the cinema video, best weather and waves patch we ever seen. Like, Loki Gotcha is typically a streamer who's getting into YouTube content creation.
After all, Z.Z.Z players said they'd...
Well, we were really comparing videos here.
I guess the only reason we can go by is that Big Daddy Saint Tontas forced them in.
Let's take a look at Blue Panda's one. I'll get to this here in a second. Please do not send hate to this guy. I do not wish to become a drama CC. I need to make a statement after seeing this video. Let me first take a look at his videos content on his channel, since he's being remarked into this. What the fuck are these thumbnails? What the hell am I seeing? Fucking half-naked pandas and bears. What the fuck? Okay. So, one video out of pretty much everything here. What was the idea here? So we pulled one video from Blue Panda. One. Just one.
Ringer. When inflicting out... Okay, I just use Miyabi here, right? And I win the game. It's probably Surge, right? Hey, I just got Bernice, the newest 5-star limited resonator, and I should be okay, right? Oh, shit. Whoopsies. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Oh, I gotta restart. Yeah, that's not looking very good. Okay, I mean, I guess... I mean, I'm gonna fucking die. I have no idea how to use this unit. You can always do the Bernice trial. I could, but that just wouldn't be as fun. Wait! Ah, wait. Yay, we got it! Easy, just pull the newest 5-star limited character, you're fine. I don't even know how to play her. That was my first time ever using her. What an easy game. I haven't even done the trial. This is the first time I've ever used her. We'll see if we can find out how to use this character. What do I double tap then hold? Okay. The real gamer team in this game is you play Miyabi, Astra, and Bernice, and then you basically are just playing Miyabi the whole time. Oh, okay, that's, sure. All right, that sounds good to me. That is Miyabi's best team. Wait, so Miyabi's best team is not with Yanagi? Yo, why am I actually, like, almost dead? Aren't these guys supposed to be, like, not resistant to this? Aren't these guys supposed to be weak to this element? Why are these guys so tanky? Wait, I'm not even joking, though. I don't know why like, it says weak to fire, but these guys don't feel weak to fire. Oh my gosh! Yo, these guys are kind of tough, brother man. Which floor even is this? Everyone in my comment section is saying this can be cleared with 4-star units, so there's no power creep that exists in Z.Z.Z. And as we all know, the YouTube comments are always right when it comes to stuff like this. They're always right. Surely it's not because they have Miyabi on side 2? Yeah, that'd be crazy if they did, didn't it? Maybe I'm just not playing it right. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm probably just not playing it right. This is definitely a skill issue here. Okay, what is going on? Oh, sometimes I hate pressing your shit. Finding out this thing was fire weak is a bit of a surprise. Gonna be real here. It doesn't seem like it's weak to anything. I thought he was dead. I thought the game was just lagging again, but yeah. Oh no! Oh no! I played Miyabi and I still couldn't get the full points! Oh, these guys are getting fucking shredded. I'm still doing absolutely no damage. I think it's fine.
My blade is already. I swear
Fuck it, he just dies here.
Yes.
That's a little bit tough. I think that 9,000,000%, if I don't have Miyabi, I'm completely fucked there. But yeah, it is what it is, right? Sometimes you just gotta pull better. And if you don't have Miyabi on your account, good game.
Oh shit, he's pulling out the $12,000 team. He's got Soldier 11 on here. He's got a fucking $12,000 team. Like, bro, you can't do this, Blue Panda. You can't do this, man.
Hurry up!
61st.
These flames never die! Prepare to burn!
The killer is unstoppable!
Heads up! Just go strike!
This is fucking clean ass gameplay.
Perfect shot! Make it fun for me! Counter! Counter! No more game! Let's go! Get out of my way!
You want this, buddy?
Stay focused! It's over! Hey!
I'll take it. Try this.
Sneak attack! Warning! Counter! Good. Let's hurry up!
I'll wrap things up here.
These flames never die! Flames, obey me! Huh.
Do it now. It's authorized personnel only. Ah!
Copy that.
Yep, you totally can clear this. Yep.
Alright, I'll take the mic. Found your weakness. Let's make this quick. Lightning. Surrender.
Oh, look, a $2 million team right here.
Hit him where it hurts. In pursuit.
We're on the ballot. It's a $2 million run.
Careful. I'll make it painless. Found your weakness. Resistance is futile. Such provocations don't go unanswered. Here's a taste of the abyss. Careful. Weak spot located. Hit him where it hurts. Waste of time. We provide. It won't hurt for long, I promise. Careful, the enemy's recovered. Mind and body. Found your weakness. The final act begins now.
Why does the music fucking feel like...
This is the path I follow. You have my complete support.
M0. With signature. M0 with signature. M0 with the Game Boy. Oh, look, see, told you, M6. Another M6 right there, seriously. That's a $3,000 fucking team right fucking there. That's a that's a $12 billion team.
Moral of the story, don't go into endgame content with a character that you don't know how to use, willingly refuse to learn to play that character, and then complain about HP inflation in a game that you barely even play to begin with. Videos like these are extremely disingenuous and are harmful to outside players looking to get into Z.Z.Z. It's one thing if you have an innate skill issue and admit that, but it's another to say that players' accounts are cooked if they don't have characters like Miyabi despite your skill level in the game. I've been doing Shiyu defenses and deadly assaults without Miyabi or Astra for a month, and I've still been able to full clear. And let the record be known, I'm not attacking this person, nor do I condone anyone here doing so as well, but I just cannot continue to sit here and watch people that don't even play this game badmouth it like they're credible to begin with. Learn the game before you make videos like this, please.
God damn, that ending was actually harsh. You know what? He deserves this. He deserves this. See, this is like, god damn, that's actually really a good fucking ending. I mean, don't go into someone else's house and take a shit. That's the best way to fucking describe it, man. Like, if you want to be part of someone's fucking house, man, be a part of someone's house. Like exactly that. Go fucking learn it. Go spend a couple of fucking days. Go understand it. Go fucking learn it. Don't fucking go ahead and get your knickers in a fucking knot and fucking be like trying to make up a fucking agenda and bullshit every goddamn fucking 5 minutes because you're losing. Because you don't understand what the fuck's going on. Maybe if you actually gave the game about an actual solid fucking week or so with actual people who actually play the game and listen to them and work with them, you know, you get better and then you might actually find enjoyment. What HP inflation? I don't see any. There is HP inflation. Okay? There is HP inflation. Don't get me wrong. That has never been the argument. This is like against, you know, gotcha journalist's video, okay? It's a parody video. I get it, what he's doing. I mean, I think it's fine. HP inflation is not the problem, okay? Because we already know it exists. Okay, you can go pull up the data mine data. You can go take a look at all the graphs. You can go fucking pull everything else. HP inflation works. Okay, I mean it works. It's there. It's not like it's hidden. The thing about it is that like in all conversation and all discussions, he hasn't known, but he tries to deny that HP inflation exists. Okay, I'll tell you what. He's got this video where he's denying that HP inflation but he tries to deny that HP inflation exists. Okay. Let's hear him out.
HP inflation has been the topic of discussion for the past month in the Z.Z.Z space, and I wanted to add my input onto the matter. First of all, let's address the obvious facts. HP inflation is a thing in Zenless Zone Zero. The enemy health bars have been getting bigger over the past couple of updates, and players are naturally worried. However, I'm not here to talk about the drama or semantics about HP inflation. Instead, I want to talk about how bad people are at building characters in gacha games first. Now, I know that this topic will definitely ruffle some feathers, but I personally am tired of pretending that it's not a fact.
You know what? You know what? I want to try something. I want to try something here. Hold on. Give me a second. I want to do something. Yoink. Yoink. Click on this. Control A. Control V. Press apply. Press OK. We do this. Okay. I'm going to use this as a test real quick. Yeah, get a shortcut on this. Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to spend the next 16 minutes here really quickly. Let's see, and we're going to go ahead and watch this video. So, alrighty, Proxy, my man, how is it going? We're going to go ahead and do ourselves a reaction video to a video that was 2 months ago about the HP inflation debate is annoying by Blue Panda right here. And yeah, my chat just went ahead. My Asthma Priest just went ahead and showcased this video to me. So let's go ahead. Let's take a look at it and let's give our opinion because we're just having a conversation here really quickly about HP inflation because we just saw from another video from Blue Panda pretty much that, you know, while HP inflation does exist in Z.Z.Z and there was another content creator out there, the Jester himself, saying that you need Miyabi, this man proved it wrong. Like countless other CCs, he has proved it wrong. So let's see what the wording from him about HP inflation debate and why it's so annoying. All right, let's get through with this.
HP inflation has been the topic of discussion for the past month in the Z.Z.Z space, and I wanted to add my input onto the matter. First of all, let's address the obvious facts. HP inflation is a thing in Zenless Zone Zero. The enemy health bars have been getting bigger over the past couple of updates, and players are naturally worried. However, I'm not here to talk about the drama or semantics about HP inflation. Instead, I want to talk about how bad people are at building characters in gacha games first. Now, I know that this topic will definitely ruffle some feathers, but I personally am tired of pretending that it's not a factor when it comes to discussions like these in gacha games. Before we get into things, be sure to leave a like and consider subscribing afterwards. Without further ado, let's get into it.
All right, well, first and foremost, he does acknowledge that HP inflation does exist. But he wants to counter-argue about this with people not learning how to do, you know, not knowing the builds. So let's go ahead. We're going to hear him out here. And I'm already subscribed to the channel because of that last video. So let's take a look.
I've seen my fair share of players in Z.Z.Z that specifically struggle to clear endgame content, and a lot of their struggles can be due to a lack of understanding or knowledge on how the game works. Most of the time, they're not even that bad at the game, they just need a small push in the right direction on how to build their characters. And I understand that I'm not exactly the right person to be saying this, but Z.Z.Z is by no means a difficult game at all. Most mobile games aren't. Yes, you have to be attentive and reacting to things in game, but a lot of the successes you will have in Z.Z.Z comes down to making sure your characters are well invested into, making sure that they're max level, core passive maxed out to F, and W engine maxed out as well. Z.Z.Z is a stats-based numbers game first before it is a hack and slash games. All Halo games and lookalikes are like this. You can be the most cracked out Miyabi player in all of NA, but perfect gameplay means nothing if you can't provide the numbers to back it up. 99% of the time, your runs will improve by making sure that you have the right builds and subsets on your characters first before getting good at the game. And considering that this is endgame content we're talking about here, you know, content that is supposed to be challenging, if your characters are not at least level 60 core E and have an idea as to what disc they're gonna use, then you're not ready to clear the content yet, regardless of your skill level. And that's okay. This isn't me gatekeeping at all. You can literally go out and farm all of the mats for your characters with no limitations besides stamina. You can get an extra 60 to 80 stamina for free every day, and farming mats in this game takes literally 2 minutes regardless of what content it is. You can also,
you know, he's actually correct on this side too. I'm going to put it like this: playing Weathering Waves and streaming Weathering Waves. I actually met a GN player. I don't know about maybe about like 8 months ago or so, to where he came into my stream saying that he could not complete anything in the Tower Adversity with his GN. That he was only getting, you know, two medals or whatever it was, and we looked at it. He sent screenshots and everything else. We looked at the account and everything, and you know what the problem was with him? He had put in the best echoes. He had gotten the character up to summon 3. You know, he actually pulled for GN, and he actually got Varant Summit and everything else, the weapon for the signature weapon for GN, up to a rank 2. And the reason why he wasn't completing it was because every single part of his actual skill tree was 1s. He never leveled up his skill tree. And when we saw it, I was like, dude, you just completely missed your biggest investment opportunities here. Like, you need to level up your skill tree. The moment he actually started leveling up his skill tree on his characters and GN and everything was the moment he started clearing it.
Also customize the farming so that you can get multiple mats to build your characters simultaneously. They give you so much freedom in this game, and it's unbelievable compared to all the other gachas I play. The game also gives you core mats every weekly reset and gives you 4 to choose from the association supply shop too. I built my Vivian with no pre-farmed mats in 4 days, due to how easy it is to build in Z.Z.Z compared to other gachas. So sitting here and complaining about HP inflation when you don't have 3 teams that you can use by this point is absolutely insane to me. Keep in mind, I am talking about the group of people that are complaining about HP inflation despite having the teams to beat the content, and not the people who are just starting out and getting more characters on their account. I love you guys.
I was about to say right there, well, we can't excuse the new players because they don't understand the fundamentals of the game and stuff like that. Just like when I started back a couple of months ago, it's like I didn't know anything about Z.Z.Z building and everything else. I had the chat that ended up helping me.
Guys so much, and I wish that you guys win all of your 50-50s and 75-25s. Mwah. Now, I'm not gonna throw graphs at your face and tell you that you suck at the game or whatever. I already did a while ago, but that's not the point. But I will say that the higher skilled players are expecting way too much for the casual player base. Like I said, Z.Z.Z is not a difficult game, and anyone can get good at it mechanically. But let's not act like people aren't terrible at building characters in gacha games now. I can understand that if it's a new player who's never played a gacha game before, but I don't think anyone coming from Genshin, Star Rail, WUWA, whatever the hell, have any excuse when it comes to their builds being this terrible. So the least that I'd expect you guys to do is to make sure that your stunner character has an impact main stat on their 6 drive discs first before you complain about anything. Let
me put it like this. Anybody coming from WUWA to Z.Z.Z, I think the biggest issue isn't really the build side of things. It's the fact that they don't know how to read sometimes. Reading is hard.
Absolute bare minimum you can do is make sure that your character's 4, 5, 6 main stat pieces are correct before you say anything about HP inflation. I shouldn't see people complaining if you're running stuff like attack percent 6 on Nicole or impact 6 on Piper. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. You guys have had years of these other relic-based games to understand that certain characters need specific main stats to perform better. And I refuse to believe that y'all willingly go into Z.Z.Z, try to clear the endgame content once or twice just because it's there, and don't think for a second that the problem is the builds first rather than your gameplay. And you can't be upset at me for bringing these other games into the mix either, because a majority of the people who complain about HP inflation in the first place use these games as a basis too. So with that in mind, these players still have no excuse for their builds being this bad when they have years of experience in these other gacha games too. They should know better, especially when it comes to the bigger content creators.
We can excuse Weather and Waves because, to be completely honest, in Weather and Waves, all right, a lot of people are still used to the old building style of WUWA. And what the old building style of WUWA is, and it's still, let me be honest, it's still relevant to even to the new Weather and Waves, okay? To the, like, 2.0. Back in 1.0 WUWA, you know how you built your characters, and it didn't matter if it was a support. It did not matter if it was, you know, a sub DPS or a DPS. You built it with crit rate and crit damage. Like, that's it. Like, pretty much, we've had this conversation multiple times on this channel, and the one thing that we can always determine about about every single character, every single DPS, every single sub DPS, every single fucking healer, was they were built almost exactly the fucking same. You are going to use the same type of echo sets, just different colors, basically, different flavors, but it was going to be built exactly the same. If you got a DPS, crit rate, crit damage. You got, a sub DPS, you want crit rate, crit damage as well on it, but you want to make sure they're running basically Moonlit Clouds. You're going to be running fucking a healer, you're going to want Rejuvenation Glow, and you're going to want to run your main echoes completely as a healing bonus, and then you're going to want to prosper off of it. Only ones that kind of was different would be the healers at that point in time. But still, every character, it's not like here in Z.Z.Z where, anomaly proficiency. You don't want to build always in crit rate. You don't want to build this. It's different builds in here. WUWA, it was like just straight up, you can't fuck up the build. You can't fuck it up. You don't have to read. You just can't fuck it up. As long as you put in crit rate, crit damage, you're good.
You can make the argument that your substats have just not been nice to you at all, and that's okay, but that's still not an excuse either. Even though this game is a numbers game at heart, you still have to play it. If you have a general idea on how to build your characters and a general idea on how the game's mechanics work, the game still rewards you due to how easy it is. This is where the so-called quote-unquote skill expression comes into play here. Big quotation marks on that, by the way. You guys have to understand that people are clearing content with only A ranks and no premium options either because their builds are good and they have a great understanding on how to play the game. And even if your substats aren't perfect, you can still clear content as long as they're in the right general direction. My Yanagi is under 400 AP, and that's with Chaos Jazz and Freedom Blues. Same thing with my Jane too, only that she just barely passed 400, so she still doesn't have enough to get the max attack bonus from Passion Stake. My friend, who is entirely free to play, might I add, has more AP on his Jane than me, on a Weeping fucking Gemini. The exact same build and everything, just luckier AP rolls. Even with this being the case, both of us are able to full clear content due to our intense understanding of both character building and the game as a whole. Hell, I even did a Shiyu run with Jane on a physical resist boss just to prove how easy it is. I did the same thing with Evelyn on Deadly Assault 2. I used her against the Typhoon, but that's more so because Evelyn is on the same tier as Miyabi, yet nobody's ready to admit that, but that's a video for another time. My point is that you need at least serviceable stats first and then basic fundamentals afterwards to clear endgame content in this game. And if you're struggling, instead of ramming your head against the wall multiple times, ask yourself if you've done everything to make your character strong enough at this point. And if not, go back and make them stronger. The only thing that you don't really need to worry about is the skills, because those are super expensive. If you're a casual player struggling to clear the endgame, please assess the builds you are using and just ask for help if anything. There are so many dedicated communities that are willing to help you craft your teams and carve your way through this content. Discords, TikTok, Reddit forums, so much information and people out there that can help you do this stuff. I literally have a help center in my own Discord dedicated to helping out new players because me and a lot of my audience regularly clear Deadly Assault and Shiyu defense and can help you craft your teams. Yeah, I'll joke around a bit and make fun of you, but that's just because I'm from Massachusetts. We're all assholes up here. But yeah, builds first, skill later. That's the first big thing I wanted to talk about when it comes to players who are bad at Z.Z.Z. Now, let's move on to the next thing. Now, anybody who has been playing Z.Z.Z for a long time and has a decent understanding of it knows that builds and a little bit of player skill are pretty important to clearing the endgame. But I think that the most important factor when it comes to clearing endgame in Z.Z.Z is a good understanding on how to build teams. Lots of gacha games don't necessarily have team building baked into themselves, but Z.Z.Z has the added benefit of telling you that, hey, these three characters work together. And if you put these characters with each other, they'll each get a boost to their kit with some great stuff, usually leading to very important skills and abilities that can help you clear this content. Now, the issue that I have with people complaining about power creep and HP inflation comes from this: their lack of understanding on how to build teams. I believe that these players are intentionally sabotaging themselves and try to make the content harder for them when it doesn't have to be. What I mean by this is that players will blatantly ignore what a character's kit does and what their synergy requires and take them straight into
what we just basically said before. Okay? Some players, some content creators, some streamers, some people who are, afraid of calculators and such, when it comes to reading core kits and everything else and understanding characters and how they work, well, yeah, reading is hard. And that becomes where the biggest problem comes into this. Not just builds, reading.
endgame content, making this less of a skill issue and more of a reading comprehension issue. Now, let me just preface this by saying that I'm not mad at people who don't have universal characters or Miyabi on their account. The gacha element of this game does not matter when it's been proven time and time again that you can clear content with A rank only options. Until these channels stop uploading A rank only clears, then this power creep discussion is null and void until proven otherwise. If these people can do it with only A ranks, then you can definitely do it with more. I'm rooting for you. What I'm specifically talking about is that there are people literally refusing to read their characters' kits and passive. This results in...
He said it. Blue Panda said it. They don't want to read. He said it. And at the same point in time, the other argument when it came down to this was, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but wasn't it the fact that, oh, it's called sweaty gameplay and I shouldn't be sweaty in a game like Z.Z.Z. It's a gacha game. It's a mobile game. I shouldn't be sweaty. Which, it's not sweaty gameplay. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. From the beginning of playing like any gacha game, whether it's Weathered Waves, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, or even Z.Z.Z, right? There's a learning curve. Those games, when you first start out, if you do not put the time and effort to actually play those games consistently and understand them, it's just like fighting game. You don't build muscle memory. But the moment that you are consistently playing, the moment you're actually, daily playing the game, you're putting a little bit more effort into it each and every time you play. Maybe go rerun Deadly Assault, even though you already cleared it, and keep doing different things, different practices. You're building up muscle memory. You're building up your skill as a player, your skill expression, to where, guess what? What was difficult a couple of weeks ago is actually kind of fucking easy now, because you don't have to think about it. Your body, your muscle memory just takes over. This applies to any gacha game. This applies to any fucking video game, to be honest.
People taking teams like this into endgame. Look, I hate to use Dwarf as an example here, especially because he's not one of the people that fall into this category. But I see stuff like this happen way too often with casual players. Yes, I understand that the UI fucking sucks, but that doesn't give you any excuse to be purposefully doing stuff like this. And for those of you still confused as to why I'm mad here, Harumasa isn't getting his passive on this team. Also, the support should have been swapped, considering the bosses are weak to the opposite element here. And I'm not trying to attack Dwarf at all or say that he's bad at the game or illiterate. The video this is in has him agreeing and saying that HP inflation isn't a problem, but I have an issue with what he said at this point in the video. You can't go around saying that the content is slowly getting harder and harder for you as a casual player when you are deliberately making it harder for yourself. There is no reason for you to have swapped these supports around on these teams when they are weak to the opposite element here. And this is someone who agrees that HP inflation isn't an issue. Imagine the thousands of people that play like this who don't. And again, this is in no way attacking or hating on bro. I absolutely love what Dwarf is doing with his content and wish nothing but the best for him in his YouTube journey. But let's not act like decisions like this don't mainly affect the way how you clear content. And for every one person that plays like this, there are thousands more of them out there in the wild somewhere. You may think that I'm blowing this up out of proportion, but it's the little things like this that matter when talking about endgame in the long run. You can't talk about content getting harder when Haru is missing out on a whole 40% damage increase that can literally be used to shave off an extra 20 seconds. And having a mono electric team can keep this uptime up longer and make the content easier. Plus, there is no reason for Zhu Yuan to be with those characters. You could make the argument for on-field Zhu with M1, but he doesn't have that. If you're running her 4-piece chaotic, which I assume you are, you want as much corruption as possible so that she deals as much damage as possible. And if you want to say that the lack of stunner is the issue here, he has every character on his account invested into level 60. He could have just ran Anby Nicole and then trigger Astra on Haru's side if he really wanted to use Astra. Yes, this team ultimately gets everybody's passive up, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to sacrifice another team just to make it work. This isn't a matter of skill issue or having the right subsets. You don't need to be some fighting game guru.
I'm just gonna say, like, I think maybe bro over here, like Blue Panda, I think you might be coming off a little bit, aggressive on this. Just read it from Tactician on the chat right now. They saying, like, right now, if I recall, Dwarf was doing just that to show it's possible to clear with wacky teams. That's what I thought it was, because I think I've watched that video actually before, and I think that's exactly what it was. It's just like to prove a fact that you know, even with the characters having all these effects and everything, what Bro is proving by doing like wacky teams that don't even have like the true support behind it, you know, swapping over and making it harder on himself, he's still able to clear it. Which kind of showcases that HP inflation is not a problem in his own way. It's not that he's trying to give, you know, like the context. He's just trying to show, hey, look, screw what the proper context is. You know, screw what proper teams are. Let's just do something completely wacky, confusing, and everything. And let's see if we can still clear. This is like if you would put, like, I don't know, like Jane Doe, Ben Bigger, and let's put in, I don't know, Miyabi, okay, on a team. And just throw them in there and put it with crap, just pick a Bang Boo. Pick it like the construction Bang Boo. Pick any Bang Boo you want. And just go through it and you're still able to clear Shiyu defense or Deadly Assault. I mean, the team does not seem like it would work well. It would work together, but if you're able to clear it, would that not prove that HP inflation is not an issue? It would still be harder, but it's proving that it's not an issue. So I think Blue right here is getting a little bit too aggressive. Just saying.
To play this game well, and you don't have to spend hundreds of hours perfecting your disc with godlike rolls. You just need to know which block goes into which hole, because right now you're putting the circle block in the square hole. This went on for way longer than it needed to, but I had to call this out because it's been bugging me for a while now. And again, I'm not hating on Dwarf Franz for this small mistake he made. He was just unfortunately the one person I saw doing this. This could have easily been anyone else and I would have said the exact same thing, if not have been harsher on them. I just find it disingenuous when casual players are saying that the content is getting harder each patch, yet they're crafting teams like this that deliberately make the game harder for them for no reason. It drives me nuts every time I see a player like this who clearly has the knowledge about the game, but then turns around and does stuff like this. This game is easy. Not exactly a cakewalk since you still gotta play it, but it's fairly easy. And I mean that. Compared to all the other action hack and slashes I've played, Zenless is by far the easiest. I don't necessarily care about the marathon analogy that Dwarf brought up either, because this game wasn't a marathon to begin with. It's a walk down the street. It is a mobile game. It has to be easy because it is on mobile. People are literally clearing content with their feet, for crying out loud. I had someone who is partially disabled in their right hand come to me in the comments and tell me that this game is still easy for them. A person who's disabled in their right hand. The one thing that I can chalk it up to is that players are lazy. You don't suck at the game, you just don't want to play the game. You want the game to play itself and be rewarded first try every time. Look, I'm done pointing fingers here. I know that HP inflation isn't a problem. You, the viewer who actually plays Zenless, knows that it isn't a problem, and the devs themselves know that it isn't a problem. So going forward, if you see any more discussions about HP inflation by tourists or people that don't know how to read, please ignore them or help them out if you need to. And if you made it this far, I just wanted to apologize that this video came off as extremely elitist. That was never the intention of the video, and I promise that all of my opinions are out of love for the newer players and wanting to see them succeed. I understand that not everybody is me. Not everybody has the reaction time or natural knowledge of the game to be where I'm at skill-wise in Zenless. Not that I'm trying to make it seem like I'm superior.
Well, Nova Go Super Gaming, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I'm gonna put like this right here for this part right here. Hey, dude, for Blue Panda on this side right here. Straight up, like I don't think anyone should take that harsh. Should take that actually harsh, because again, when it comes to not just Z.Z.Z, like I could tell you even from my personal experiences with Weather and Waves last year playing that game, people are lazy in fighting games. The reason why I quit fighting games and I started with gacha games and such, and played all this, I quit Guilty Gear, is because games are being developed to be much more casual, much more easier to fucking play. And it's because, in all honesty, a lot of players out there are just too lazy to want to learn a game, and they want everything given to them. And in Weather and Waves in particular, with some of the elements that has been changed in that game particularly, I could tell you that it's becoming a game to where it is catering so much to the players for that entire purpose, to where things are just given to you. Instead of you giving you like a real event, you know, something that you actually got to earn with a timer and everything and have some pressure on you, people are upset with the timers. So they're going to basically give you the Blue's Clues puzzles over here, match the colors, bro. There you go. Good job. You're able to understand what red, yellow, and green, blue was, and you were able to go ahead and match all the colors. Now here's 100 asteroids. You know, we're getting to the point where, you know, games in general, and it's not just gacha games in my personal opinion. This is also like how games are nowadays. There are AAA titles. They're getting to become easier they're getting more and more accessibility options, if you would, journalist mode. So that way, even the fucking journalists of like IGN and such can complete these games. I'm just saying.
Superior either. I am by no means an expert at Z.Z.Z. I still don't know what half of these characters' kits do because I hate navigating the UI in this game. But I am tired of seeing this endless dividing of the gacha community because of Z.Z.Z. Yes, Zenless is a gacha game at the end of the day, but I'm tired of both sides of this argument here. You don't need to learn advanced maneuvers to clear endgame content, but at the same time, you can't just button mash your way to victory either. There is an organic middle ground that players can discover the more and more they play the game, but not to the level that these elitists are telling you. And yes, disk drive RNG fucking sucks. They all do across every gacha game.
100%.
I've been playing Dislight for 3 years and have nearly every damn character in that game. And I could safely say that I only have about 3 properly built characters there. But I can tell you this now, as someone who's played Zenless every day since release. You do not need perfect substats to clear content. My community literally makes fun of my deadly assault scores every time I post them. And I tell them time and time again that I just have shitty disc luck. But none of it ultimately matters because I'm still getting 9 stars across the board when it comes to deadly assault. And if you want to straw man me and say that it's only because my account has a lot of characters on it, that's fine. But remember that people have not failed to clear endgame modes with only A ranks since the game's inception. So take that as you will. Also, this will be the last time that I will ever bring up another Zenless content creator in a critical light. I want to be absolutely 100% clear with everybody watching my videos from here on so forth. I am not and will never be a drama channel. I am just a fat blue panda who just wants to make content about his favorite gacha game and talk about how he wants to have sexual relations with the bear thyrans in that game. So if you guys think that for 1 second that I'm going to stoop down and become a slop content creator like all of these other channels out there, then you are sorely mistaken. I'm here to make videos that I enjoy watching. And I hope to gain a community of people who also enjoy my content because I love editing videos. And while I am trying to make this a career, I could give less of a fuck if I make money from this shit or not. I just want to make content that other people enjoy watching. That's it. I know that this isn't going to be the last video that we'll see on HP inflation, but I can only hope that you guys with actual brain cells know when to stop interacting with the amount of slop content out there. Here's to Z.Z.Z thriving more and more the closer we get to 2.0. And that's the video. A bit of a detour from the Z.Z.Z series I'm working on, but I promise I'll be back to it next week. I'll be hosting a poll this weekend on the community.
God damn, Pan fucking running
the
the
character I should cover next, so be sure to look out for that. As always, a special shout out to my channel members, FJ, Middle Class Bear, and Rumi.
All right. So, I mean, overall, I think it's actually a good video. I think actually it hits the points really hard. When it comes down to, this is where like the conversation I had before on stream, and I still need to make this video, is, you know, when it comes down casual versus elitist, right? There is what I like to basically consider like a casual player. You know, there's different tiers of casual. There's different tiers of players' skill levels. And, you know, kind of going against Blue Panda on here, I personally, when it depends on how the way you look at it, right? For veteran players, I think, you know, he's probably correct on this, that like Z.Z.Z is legitimately an easy walk in the park of a type of game. It's not a marathon. I think 100% he's correct on that. But that is going to be to a person who fully understands every single element. That's a person who is going to try to actually learn and go dive into it much harder. This is where more of your elitist status kind of will show in a sense. Casual player is not going to do that. This is where, again, players get lazy. Players get, you know, they just want things given to them. And it's just like, go ahead and play the fighting game. It's just like playing any kind of like competitive game there is. League of Legends, Guilty Gear, doesn't matter. You're going to have the beginning players, your more casual players that is just going to want things given to them. That they're going to want to have the answer to the test given to them rather than have to think about the answer. And then hopefully, if they stick with it long enough and they can actually, get past that phase, what ends up happening is they start learning their own way of doing things. They start learning their own construction. And it's not saying that they're going to become an elitist. It just means that they're going to be to a point to where I would honestly say they get past the casual phase because they're putting an effort in. This all comes down to the biggest word when it comes down to playing a game. How much effort are you putting into it? Simple as that. So I think it's a good video from Blue Panda. I'm going to go ahead. Like I said, I think for great recommendation from Miasma Priest for going ahead and showcasing this in the chat. And not sure if you guys agree with the same sentiments. I could tell you that the last thing I'll put into this right here is that when it comes down to like the disc setup, when it comes down to the bad RNG that I have experienced in Weather and Waves and I have experienced in Z.Z.Z, I don't give a fuck about substats, to be honest. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. It's the main stats that I think that for a casual player, what you should be focusing on is you should be focusing on trying to get those substats. However, if you don't get them, you don't get them. At least try your best to get your builds as good as possible. And don't hyper focus, don't get upset, don't get mad that you don't have all this. Time will come, the grind of doing that, sooner or later it will get there. And the more you go get disc, you go feed them, you go to the music shop, you go build up. Sooner or later, one disc will get to the point to where you want it, and it might turn into a god disc for some reason. But otherwise, it ain't going to prevent you from clearing, end game. I mean, look, back with WUWA, man, like, my echoes are completely all over the damn place when it comes down to it. Some of them are not even substats, got like 2 defenses on it and like 2 HPs and only got 1 crit rate on it. It's like, I didn't care. And you know what? Those characters are still completing Tower Adversity and they're still completing Whimper and Waste to this day. So otherwise than that, I think it's a great video. And we are going to go ahead and we're going to leave it at that. So like always, keep it classic, keep it jazzy, always keep it real. And until next time, have a good one. Alrighty, that is our first React recording. That is going to be our first reaction recording. So we did a St. Tonus here, guys. But I think that in terms of like St. Tonus, I didn't pause it every 12 fucking seconds and straight up fucking go ahead and, talk forever. So that's, to me, is what a true reaction is all about, is actually listening to the person and listening to what they're saying. Let me play it this way, okay? And I'm going to say it into my experience with Z.Z.Z. When I first started, Z.Z.Z, guys, a lot of you don't know this, probably, because you weren't here for it, but I wasn't reading this shit.
Wanna hear a summer story?
I wasn't coming here. I wasn't doing this. I wasn't reading none of these passives. I wasn't reading none of this shit. I was not doing anything in regards to understanding this shit. First fucking week. You know why? You know fucking why I didn't? I did it in Weather and Waves. But why was I not doing it in Z.Z.Z? A lot of people in the chat was like, dude, go read like Jane's passive. Go read, the core passive for your Miyabi. Go understand this. No, because the fact of the matter is that if I want to make sure, because I've had a bunch of fucking people from the WUWA community always tell me that Z.Z.Z is so fucking easy that a baby can just fucking take its head and roll it on the controller and fucking win. Meaning that I don't need to fucking read, meaning I don't need to fucking understand what I'm building. I don't need to understand the team composition. I don't need to understand that it's according to depth. So if that is the truth, then I should be able to complete fucking Deadly Assault. I should be able to complete Shiyu. And you know what? It took me a hell of a lot more fucking tries than it should have. A lot of me fucking ignoring the chat, locking in and trying to fucking play it until I finally gave up and read the chat and would go read the fucking kit and then would go play with the right fucking teams and did everything the correct way with a chat helping me on how to do the builds and everything properly. that holy shit, we actually were able to complete it. Like, and I will say this to the defense of, when it comes down to casual players, I said with their builds and everything, I didn't know this when I first started. You guys showed it to me, but you have for disk drives, you could straight up click right here and you could actually go ahead and it'll tell you what disk drives you need to do, like first, foremost, and all that shit, right? It tells you, like, even for fucking skills, if you're a fucking new player, it gives you basically, hey, upgrade suggestions. What is your priorities? So here we need to get the character F. We need to work on the alt. We need to go ahead and work on our attack. Our skill, our ultimate thing, our dodge counter here. Like, we have different things that we need to work on, and it gives you suggestions to that. There's even special training program right here that recently you guys showed it to me. I didn't realize it helps you with learning the builds. Granted, I think some of this might be more out of date, but you can even click like more plans and come to the upgrade guides. So it's not like you actually have to go to a actual, I'll say it like this. It's not like you actually have to go watch a fucking YouTube channel to go understand how to actually build. The game does provide this information. The only issue that I do kind of see with this is that it's a UI problem. It's not enforcing it. I didn't even know about special training program because I didn't fucking look up here, man. When I'm selecting shit, right? I'm going ahead, I go ahead and select. Like, dude, you think I fucking see this shit? Boom, I get out of it. I don't see it. I think that, like I said before, like when we had the conversation with Aricado on the stream as well, is one of the biggest problems in Z.Z.Z is I think that it has the information for a lot of different things that you need to accomplish, but the execution of making sure that a brand new player gets this information or a casual player gets this information at critical times is kind of bullshitting. Because even in like a game like Devil May Cry, I know it would be fucking annoying as fuck. Don't get me wrong. I know what I'm about to say here would be annoying as fuck. But when you go play Deadly Assault right here, right? You select your opponent. This detail page right here that tells you exactly what's going on for the key enemy information that you need to know right here. When I click Start Challenge and the character shows up on the screen, it should actually force you, and there should be like a checkbox for people who already like, I don't care about this, get it off the screen, but it should force you to review that information before you start the fucking match. You just, boom, you show up, you see Alice on the screen, like right here, like just do it real quick. Like right here, you come into the game. This is my personal thought pattern. You see this come in, boom, and before you even move the joystick one thing, it goes like this, boom. And then this is your little bit of information, your tutorial about what you're coming up against, what you need to do, and then maybe they should add like a little checkbox that says, look, don't show this to me again. For every time I play Deadly Assault at this point. So that way, for somebody who doesn't care about it, it only happens one time. But for a new player, there's no excuse that they're not seeing the information. So for that way, if someone like St. Tonas who did not realize that you need to parry the fucking goddamn shit of the arm fucking boss fucking 4 times to break the shit, it is in his fucking face. There is no fucking excuse. You cannot blame the game for this fucking bullshit. Games like Devil May Cry, games, AAA title games do this shit on fucking purpose because they don't want to be the type of company that, gets bitched out because, oh, I didn't know this. Oh, you're going to be facing a different type of enemy now. And now you need to use light weapons instead of dark weapons. It's going to tell you. And we get annoyed with that shit, but it's apparent. It is apparent that it is very well fucking necessary because you got people who could not fucking read. This is one of those things that I think needs to be. But then you would complain that it's forcing information down his throat. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You could try to melt someone's brain by telling them about modern Yu-Gi-Oh. Look, I've learned modern Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm going to tell you what, Battle City fucking Yu-Gi-Oh is the fucking best. I still play Battle City Yu-Gi-Oh. I learned a new fucking Dark Magician deck, and I learned a new Blue Eyes White Dragon deck in fucking Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel. And that's all I play. I don't give a fuck about Synchro Summons. I don't give a fuck about none of the other shit. Fuck all that shit. The only deck that I fucking played was the Soul Fighting deck. Fucking love the fighting game deck. That deck was fucking fun as shit. But in any case scenario, I think that like information should be somewhat more acquainted and kind of forced down your throat if you're going to refuse to fucking look at the information. Z.Z.Z has a problem with presenting information in general. Even character demos miss core parts of characters' gameplay sometimes. 100%. And you know what? I think even Weather and Waves, I think Z.Z.Z, I think majority, I think even games like fucking Guilty Gear and shit fucking has the same fucking issue. Alright, what's this video we got going on here? This is 42 minutes long. What the fuck?
Who was the guy? Wait, who was the guy that actually brought in the drama? Was it the Santontas? Where did this graph start? February to May.
The reason why that question gets presented, the reason why it's asked, is because it's not just Miyavi.
And then now they're no longer able to because you've inflated the HP so high.
Correct.
And so now they need to go and like start grinding disk drives.
Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh, I have to actually play the game to play the game. Oh, is it the caster's conversation? Is this legit just the caster's conversation? Global passive. One character it is a problem because
That's
it can
a heavy
create
responsibility.
more global passive.
Doing like a bunch of hardcore stuff.
Yes.
To originally do content
This
that
is
they used to do.
Yes, that's the whole point of in-game. That's no.
Santontas made a bad take about Zenless Zone Zero again. The drama continues. And ain't Santontas
Wait a second. This is the video he's going to react to, right? 44 minutes and 52 seconds. How the fuck is this guy's video only 42 minutes? How did he shave 2 minutes off on this?
isn't he a WUWA guy? I don't really follow his content. I only see him involved in drama. So does he actually, what does he do? Like sometimes the drama precedes the creator. I genuinely don't know what he does. He's the WUWA guy. Does he actually do anything? It's the most hardcore WUWA shill. Oh, I thought you were about to say he does the most hardcore WUWA content. No, he's the most hardcore WUWA shill. Because like I know EO does combat stuff. The Santontas, he's anti. You guys haven't told me anything about genuine content. Like, what does he do?
Go look it
Must
up.
do something. Katay and him actually streamed today talking about HP inflation. But like, what does he do? Like, does he make guides? Is he a let's player? Like, what does he make? Like variety? Like
no, he just fucking talks.
Like, what is he?
What about drama?
Working with here? He creates drama, and that's it. Well, let's go take a look at the video then. You guys said it, not me. I just don't know. I don't keep up with him. So I want to ask you guys.
This whole video even started. Basically, we had like a 2.5 hour stream prior to me even getting to this point, but context so that we understood what I was talking about and like why I'm thinking the way that I am when it comes to.
Wait, this is old. I'm not gonna go ahead and cover it completely.
Of like,
I'm not gonna record this one.
And not to rag on them like that, but we did have to like explain that what they were saying.
Rosie is a
was
sushi
irrelevant.
roll.
Not that their comment was irrelevant.
A sushi
but
burrito.
them talking about HP inflation and things like that. It was irrelevant to the game because of the diagram. I already referenced that. Also because of like where the game is and was in relation to that comment.
And so what I wanted to do was actually get input of somebody else in the content creation space. Maybe somebody that actually has a lot more experience with Z.Z.Z than I do. Because boy, oh boy, one thing's for sure about Z.Z.Z, I don't play it as much as other games. And there are reasons for that, which I might explain in the vid. But I think it'd be worthy seeing what an expert like.
To be fair, one, Flossin, I don't know why he calls you an expert. It feels pretty demeaning. Not because you're not an expert, but it feels like a backhanded comment. Two, Saint, buddy, you know you can just call me up. You know you could say, hey, bro.
I would say so. There are a lot of and to be fair to EO, EO has a really good understanding of the game, yet there are some things that I feel as though EO doesn't have the best focus on. And it's not to say that because of it, he's less of a creator, or he's less of a knowledgeable person, mainly about the theory crafting side. And that's, you know, towards my expertise, that's more towards I Win to Lose expertise, that's more towards like Jester, Muzzy, and Kana, and Revenus.
This is where, like I say, in the ZZ community, this is one thing that I would straight up say that I've noticed compared to Weather and Waves 100%, is that you have people that all different content creators have different spots, different focuses, that they primarily are the best people for those sections. So, like I've stated it so far, if I want to go ahead and I want to fucking chill stream, I want to go to a place where it's not drama focused, account reviews, and someone that has a true understanding of, you know, basically how to build shit and shit, you go to Kate, right? If I want to go to a place where I want to learn more about pin ratio, I want to understand more about pin, I want to understand more about the theory crafting behind how the game works, I go to Muzzy. If I want to go to different channels, have different focuses. Different people have different thought processes. And one good thing about a community like Zenless Zone Zero, one thing that's very fucking good about, in general, just people in the community, compared to my experience in Weather Waves, they're not cannibalistic. You're not going to have EO that's going to go ahead and call Kate a fucking shit fucking content creator that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about and stuff like this. But you're going to have someone like St. Tonas who is going to try to take the head lead of being like, I'm the #1 fucking WUWA content creator. And because Maggie said that Zanny is a power creep, she's fucking wrong. And because he's trying to be a jack of all trades. He's trying to say, I'm the guide maker. I'm the lore expert. I'm the fucking WUWA expert in every single aspect. I have not seen a single person like that in the ZZ community. I see everybody focusing on their own content and what they want to prescribe to their audience.
We're kind of the number churners. So in terms of that, of course.
Fox, someone kicked me out of your Discord this morning, though this morning nothing happened. Let me go do a review on that. Let me go ask about that one. What exactly happened there? I didn't want to go into mod chat. Main mod chat. Okay, let's go ask a question. All right, let me go ask what happened, because only the mods have been able to do this. I don't remember like him doing anything wrong. I don't remember him doing anything wrong. I thought the situation was between something else that was going on. Not pertaining with Arthur. So let me see. Unless there is something I'm missing context-wise. Because it was Zen, the issue was with Zen, right? I'm gonna get an answer here for you here in a second, Arthur. I want to see. Because, I mean, I want to make sure. I want to make sure if it's something we got to discuss. We got so okay. So let's see. So the others talk all this stuff. I mean, we'll talk with my friend about. So, all right. Blah, 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 blah. Let me go back in here. Like, let me take a look at the drama channel myself, because author only talks in the drama channel. He doesn't talk nowhere else. Author, I'm like that. Like, I have no problems with author. I'll be honest, author. Sometimes you get a little bit, pissy. I'm not gonna lie, you get a little bit pissy sometimes, but. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh, I see. I see the fight in there. I see it. Okay. Sorry, guys, I'm dealing with this situation right now, and I'm going to make the final decision on here in a second. I will make the final decision here in a second. Give me a minute. I just want to review this myself, and I want to talk to author for a second here, because I will say, all right, I will say, like, look, I don't have, I don't have a problem with author. I really don't. Like, I don't have an issue with author at all. But author, I think you need to understand that, I would put it this way. Okay. You kind of need to learn to chill out on some of the arguments. Okay. If someone calls Genshin shit, if someone calls, Weather Waves fucking bullshit, whatever, we're not all going to be able to agree on every single opinion. This is one thing about the pinned comments that I put in here, that I put in a rule in all of this, that stated that, let me go pull it up. Let me go pull this up. Let me explain something, okay? The drama channel rules, in particular, back when we locked down the drama channel, okay, we locked it back down, is that this channel right here is a discussion of open drama, controversies, and potentially offensive or polarizing topics. That said, the ground rules to keep it from, there are some ground rules to try to keep it from turning into a toxic wasteland. Number one, don't take things personally, okay? This is the biggest one I think needs to be completely understood. That when we're in here and we're basically bullshitting with one another, we're talking about St. Tones, we're talking about Genshin, we're talking about Weather and Waves, we're talking about all the different controversies that's going on. It's not, we need to understand, we don't take everything personally, that not every opinion is going to align with yours, and that's okay. If a topic bothers you, you should be more than willing to disengage or mute the channel. Don't interfere with it. If two people are having a conversation, you join in, you don't like it, and they don't want to budge on it, and you're getting pissed off, maybe it's best to go ahead and take some time off. Let these two people have the conversation, and don't push yourself into it. I'm just saying. Number two, when it comes into it, offensive topics may be discussed. This would include things like internet drama, hot takes, problematic creators, and general community chaos. These are allowed only in this channel for a reason, and it's for the sake of discussion, because whether we like it, whether or not, whether you're a person that just claims, I don't like drama, I don't want to get involved with drama, I don't want to talk about drama, I don't want to see drama, in all honesty, we're human beings, we get curious, and there might be something we want to talk about. So understand, in this channel, we do have offensive topics that happen. The only thing that keeps up happening, I think, in here, and this is the problem with you, author, in this regards, is keep it civil. Disagree, disagree passionately. But you don't have to be harassing, slurs, doxing, or saying things of personal attack like, go fuck yourself. Like, we've caught you multiple times, basically wishing to punch someone in the face, doing physical harm. And we've had to delete those messages. Okay? Like, you can roast a take, but not the person. I don't want to see someone going into the drama channel and being like, St. Tonus is a piece of shit and I want to kill him. That's wrong. The dude is a dude. The dude has his own takes. Whether we agree with him, whether we disagree with him, it doesn't matter. This is one thing we've caught multiple times on. And I want to make sure that it is understood, if you are allowed in the drama chat, that it needs to be kept as civil as possible. Drama does not equal a free license for you to be a jerk. This isn't a purge zone. This isn't here for you to troll, bait, or spread hate. Because if you're doing that, you're getting kicked. Okay? No dogpiling. If someone shares an opinion, I don't want people to swarm that person. I want people to respectfully argue if they want to and just move on from it. Mods here do have the reserved right to step in. If the topic goes too far, gets out of hand, or turns into a shitstorm, it's up to them to shut it down at their discretion. And I think that there has been a case scenario with some of the mods that hasn't actually happened quite much as it should have been. Because there's some things that seems to have gone pretty much uphill that should have not happened that way. You are responsible for your own triggers. Content here may not be to your taste. If that's the case, we recommend muting the channel. Okay? This is where, like I stated before, we even created the second channel, which this one's not really locked. This was not locked at all. But you could come here and you can actually do a forum posting here, right? You can click on here and you can straight up go ahead and talk in a forum. You can go ahead, click on here. You can respond to all this, and you can maintain one type of topic if it's really something you want to talk about with someone in particular. But again, there has been takes. There has been takes in that regards. Besides, where is the rat noise? I don't know where the rat noise is at. I'm going to discuss this later with the mods. Okay. I want more I want more of an opinion from Vez, for example. I want more of an opinion from the people you like Chrono S, because last time you got kicked was because of Chrono. I want more of the opinion of the mods on what they think needs to happen. Because, again, I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with you coming back in. I don't have an issue with you going back into the drama zone. But if there has been reports or whatever of you not keeping it civil and you basically taking things a little bit far out, you know, I want to make sure it's understood if we bring you back in here that this would be the last time. I don't want to see, you know, a situation where you're getting very fucking pissed off because someone said something that you didn't like, and then there's threats of some sort, or there is more harsher terms that's being pushed just because you got upset. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, welcome to the fucking internet. Everybody's got a different opinion about everything, and we got people who get into fights all the fucking time. It's a drama zone, it's a drama zone. Disrespectfully, not disrespectfully. Exactly. That's the way I look at it. And I know I've gotten reports on that, and I'm going to be honest with you. I've always marked it out like this. It is author. Like this is my arguments about author all the time. It's author. He's the drunk man that comes in to the fucking to the Discord, and straight up he is the town fucking drunk person that, on all honesty, he brings up shit and we just sit there and we listen and we talk about it, because sometimes you bring up something that's interesting. You're the conspiracy theory person. I don't know. I think sometimes when you speak, though, it does get a little bit crazy. Won't lie, but hey, I'm perfectly fine with it. So we will discuss it. I would suggest for right now take a break from it, because you have gotten a little bit upset personally. You have gotten a little bit pissed off in the drama channel over a couple of different things. We can have a conversation later. Like, I'll tell you what. You should be able to rejoin the Discord if you just got kicked. If you didn't get banned and you only got kicked, rejoin the Discord. Once you rejoin the Discord, DM me. All right, Arthur, just go ahead and DM me and talk to me in DMs. We will just, and we're going to keep you out of the drama section. We're going to keep you out of the fucking drama section for right now. We'll talk in the general chat. Go be a nice person. Don't get pissed off. Don't get fucking mad. Don't get all agitated and all this other shit, and let's discuss about issues that's going on, and let's go through with that part and make sure things are relatively good before we push anything more. And when it comes down to Noisy Boy, I know why that comment's being, I know why you're bringing that up. I'm going to tell you right now, Noisy Boy hasn't talked to me. He's still basically like telling people to show me videos and shit. We just watched a fucking video on the stream about the other gotcha enjoyer for the Weather and Wave side against the Z.Z.Z side, which is fucking hilarious from gotcha journalists. And in all honesty, it is what it is. Noisy does not want to listen to reason. Noisy is, in my personal opinion, Noisy is a little bit too emotional right now, even with his own sake. Because this is a person that I have tried working with, I have tried talking to, I have tried my best to really push into trying to be like, dude, you need to calm down a little bit, and you need to understand there's a difference between Weather and Wave, Z.Z.Z, and stuff like this. There needs to be such, and he didn't like the answer. He didn't like the fact that I wasn't playing Weather and Waves no more. And then when I did play Weather and Waves or whatever, he did, make several comments like, haha, I knew you couldn't do that without a sub-6 character, bullshit like that. The dude is in his own little world. The dude is, where he's at. It's fine. It sucks that I lost a friend. It very much well sucks. I will not deny that. Because Noisy is one of the very first viewers that I had on this channel for Weather and Waves content, for gotcha content, that legitimately I very well enjoyed talking to. I just don't understand why, Weather and Waves has been the issue that has been me not playing Weather and Waves. I don't understand why it's the issue of why the man can't take 5 seconds to understand that there's more to arguments, there's more to different things. I mean, Noisy used to be a person that was against St. Tonus and everything and talk about all the great things about Weather and Waves. But the moment I started talking about, hey, look, there's another side to Gato. There's another side to Tuhu. There's another side to Arikado. There's another side to things. Apparently, me going looking, another side to Z.Z.Z, me going looking at the other side of the argument and presenting that side along with St. Tonus' take, apparently I'm a bad person to him now. I don't get it, but it is what it is. That's where the last part of that entire Noisy conversation comes down to, is that Noisy is just more upset that I am basically defending Z.Z.Z to a certain degree, that I'm defending Gato to a certain degree, that I defend Tuhu to a certain degree, that I don't think particularly like these are the most worst content creators known to fucking man. That in general, that I think there's more or less people misunderstand things. So let's go see what that misunderstanding is, right? I think that is should be more than acceptable. But according to Noisy, it's not acceptable. I'm defending a walnut. And I'm a bad person for that. I just know that from being a manager over fucking goddamn 25 fucking people, I know that being a fucking manager, straight up, when 2 fucking employees get into a fucking fight, there's more to the fucking story than what both of them are fucking saying. When one employee comes to me and says that Tim over here fucking called me a rat head. Okay? Let me go fucking talk to Tim. And Tim says, yeah, I called him a rat head, but that was because legitimately the motherfucker had a rat on his head. Makes sense now. That's the reason why, like I said, like, look, I have bias against fucking St. Tonus. Don't get me fucking wrong. I have my own grievances, I guess you could say. But again, St. Tonus is not 100% fucking wrong. He's about fucking 99% fucking wrong, but he's not always fucking wrong. Let's look at the argument. Let's look at the situation. And because of this reason, I lost a friend. I don't know why. It is what it is. I ain't too worried about it. This is like, we haven't spoken since, oh God, how long have me and Noise has not spoken since since the 6th. So 10 days ago. We haven't spoken since 10 days ago. And I ain't too fucking worried about it. He wants to fucking speak to me. He's still a fucking mod on the stream. He still has all fucking full rights. I don't mind getting into a fucking call like we did that one fucking time. I don't mind. He wants to be a person that wants to have a conversation. I'm open. He don't want to have a conversation and he just wants to talk shit in Z.Z.Z's fucking Discord about me and shit. I don't care. Platform over here is open for him. Now, I want to see some more of this real quick.
They're just more preliminary numbers, like, oh, you can see HP numbers go up with the enemies over the patches. Oh, that's very easy to see. But when it comes to like actually generating numbers and like trying to see and test out, like, oh
yeah, that's what we were talking about before that. That's what we were talking about before that. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about in the Z.Z.Z community in general, in the actual Zenless community, right? The one thing I was saying before we got into all this drama talk here for a second with Arthur and Noisy, we were talking about how in particular there is different people in different sections. And the last thing I left it off at is that in the Weather and Waves, I know that there is going to be your theory crafters, your lore channels, and stuff like this, right? But the fucking problem, again, is that when you type in Weather and Waves and you look at Weather and Waves, do you think, when you think Weather Waves, do you automatically think of Maggie? Do you think of a non-drama related channel with Weather and Waves? Like, let's be completely opposite here. Let's be completely honest here, right? In regards to this. When you think of Weather and Waves, what do you think about? I think a lot of people are going to, the first words they're going to say is St. Thomas. Second words they're going to say is something like Captain Cabin is Ethan. They're going to recognize that the majority of people, when they talk about Weather and Waves, content creation, it's drama and drama only. It is not like drama focus in the sense of they're talking about drama. It's the drama's focus that they're creating drama. Whether it is outside drama that they're fucking talking about and they're going after, or it's internal fucking drama. That is, you're thinking St. Thomas. In Zenless Zone Zero, what do you think about? Majority of the time when I talk about Zenless Zone Zero and people talk about Zenless Zone Zero, you're talking about Kate, you're talking about, Muzzy, you're talking about different content creators in general, you're talking about the drip marketing, you're talking about different things that doesn't rely around the drama per se. Then there's no creation of the drama. And it's a different type of community. You're going to talk to Kate. Kate's going to raid this particular person. And he's going to talk. He's going to be like, even when he's called with St. Thomas, he's going to be like, yo, I had to go talk to my buddy Muzzy because he's the theory crafter. He knows this shit better than I do. He's got the grasp. I wanted the reliable grasp in order to talk to you about HP inflation. You know what I'm saying? Even Kate is not going out of his fucking way to try to be a jack of all trades. He's not cannibalizing the community. Again, the biggest thing I've seen in Weather and Waves content creation is that it feels like there are some people who's just too fucking scared to fucking talk about certain things. And the biggest people that's in there, in all fucking honesty, the biggest person who comes out of nowhere is the one that is harvesting and promoting a cannibalistic community. It's not only trying to eat out, quote unquote, like Z.Z.Z content creation, but it's there to eat its own content creation. So, discussional point there.
Z, well, are these teams better than this team and this team? Numbers wise,
you see, like, look,
doesn't really go towards that direction, which is fine. But
Beyond put it up there. You have Soul, which I need to talk to him actually because I like his content. You got Flossin, you got Average Life Gamer, you see how many different people you've got in there, but when you talk about Weather and Waves, everybody talks about fucking St. Thomas, man. And look, this is not to be taken in the wrong way either. It's actually kind of good for St. Thomas, because whether it's bad publicity or good publicity, he's getting it both. And he is getting traction from both sides. How long is that traction going to last is going to be the key factor. Because I don't know if fucking St. Thomas can keep up doing what he's doing. Straight up, I don't think he can. I think the dude's got a couple more months left into this shit, and then it's just going to fucking die down. It's going to be like low tier God, man. It's going to be like Punk God and shit. It's going to be like Sonic Soul. Drama relations for the first couple of for the first year to the first couple of months, first couple of months to the first year or so, it's fucking exciting, it's fucking great. But then it gets to the point to where no one talks about this shit. Like, it's very rare that I hear about DSP. It's very rare that I hear about low tier God. It's very rare that I hear about Sonic Soul shit anymore. And these are people who are actively always grinding the fucking drama. They still do, but it's like their joke. And unless something major happens, they're not brought up into the limelight. With St. Thomas, I think that's what's going to end up happening if he keeps going in this direction. That's what I think. right now, he's so irrelevant. It seems like in terms of weather and waves, with a lot of the community side of things, where people, even the WUWA community, does not accept him. That yeah, he's branching into attacking Z.Z.Z and such like this because it's kind of fucking obvious. Like, all right, yeah, it's Saint Tonus, the guy who hates Genshin, who loves WUWA. Cool. Yeah. At first, it was like, yeah, the Echo Chamber was all great. The Echo Chamber was fucking great, but it's like, that's your shtick. You're just known as the Genshin hater. Well, he's advanced it to being known more than the fucking Genshin hater now. Oh, he's the Z.Z.Z hater. He's the HSR hater. He's a fucking hater of misinformation. When the dude spreads his own misinformation.
There is a little bit of context, especially when it comes to like, if you're really trying to understand the meta of Zenless Zone Zero.
Would I like to be on the Proxy podcast or interact with more Z.Z.Z.Cs? I would like to actually, like, dude, I've already started interacting with more of the Zenless Zone Zero community content creators. I have, actually. I started talking to a few. Like, I'm getting Muzzy right now to do DPS Caesar. All right? I'm getting to fucking do that shit. I gave him $20. I said, fucking no. I want to see DPS fucking Caesar. He didn't want to do it. I'll make him do it. I already talked to Kate. I talk to several different people in the Z.Z community every now and then. Okay? I'm pretty much my own person. I'm still an introvert and such. I would like to actually, find more channels that's going to be focused around. I've talked to EO. I would like to find more channels to wrap around with, to find it's more in my core context of content creation. I don't want to involve Kate in fucking drama conversation unless he wants to get involved and he wants to bring in his 2 pieces of information. I don't want to impose. I don't want to be like Satonus, right? I don't want to be imposing that I need to be on the Gotcha Cast and go talk about fucking drama. If they want to invite me for it and they don't mind that, hey, that's great. If I got to set rules, hey, I can't talk about drama. We can only talk about how great the game is or some shit and give our criticisms. Hey, I'll do it. It depends on the thing. I don't want to force myself upon people. I'm just a simple guy that likes having conversations. I'm a simple guy that likes looking at all sides of a story. And some of the CCs that I know of, like, let me put it this way. I'm not going to name names. Right? But this is what's recently been happening for like the last couple of weeks with some of the actual content creators that I've been talking to. Like, they want nothing to do with drama on their stream, right? They want nothing to do with St. Tonus. They want nothing to do with Weather and Waves content, right? 100%. These are the same people, though, that keep contacting me on the side and be like, yo, what's the most recent drama going on? There's some of them that actually do that shit, where it's like, hey, are you going to be talking about this? Are you going to be talking about this drama? Like, what's your thoughts on it? What's your thoughts on what St. Tonus just said? And then we get into a conversation about it. This happens quite a bit so far. It's fucking hilarious. It's like, look, my content's not going to be focused on drama. You're the drama channel. But I want to talk about the drama. Like, we have the ability to go ahead and agree and disagree, man. Like, we have the ability to talk about it. We're just not going to push that weight upon anything else. Drama is interesting, but not to get involved. Exactly. And you see, like, I'm going to say, like, one of the CCs, actually 2 of the CCs that I talked to, don't even consider me a fucking drama channel. They don't consider it a drama channel. I talk about drama, but they don't consider me a drama channel. They just consider it an opinionated channel. You're presenting an opinion. You're looking at more information. Someone in the chat, like we had this conversation because someone in the chat already brought this out, saying like, oh, well, Fox is more like an investigative journalist when it comes to this, because he's going to go click on Genocid's video and go watch it, to get the full context, not just listen to someone. So it's like they look at it more as it's an opinionated channel rather than a drama channel. Because, yeah, there's at times where I gotta say, hey, look, St. Tonus' observations from first point is correct. But my problem is that when new information comes in light, he dismisses it. And then he claims it's misinformation at that point. So, what is misinformation? Let's roll back the clock, right? Let's roll back the time period, and let's go look at what he's claiming is misinformation and go get the full context to see if he's, dismissing the information or if he's covering the information. And 9 out of 10 times, he's dismissing it. Simple as that. You don't instigate like how other CCs do. I mean, I don't know what to instigate. The only instigation that I fucking do, there's only one type of instigation I do, and it's in forms of fucking jokes. I don't care, man. Like, it's forms of fucking jokes.
Are you lonely tonight? Then come join me on Wuthering Waves, and let's explore the shores together.
That's how I instigate. That's the way I instigate.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I don't know, man. I think you'll get in trouble by doing that. It has been marked in YouTube. It is in the description. It is in the title that it is AI generated. It is 100%. 100% all marked in everything else. So that way, because it's not even being pushed in the algorithm because of AI. YouTube has already alerted me of this shit. The views that's on there is that people have to actually go find it. It's not actually getting pushed in a search engine because I marked it as completely AI generated. Like, I wanted to make sure that it was understood that this was not a real ad. I didn't want to be like, oh, well, he's fucking trying to make a fake ad or some shit and using my face, blah, 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 and all that. Nope. I went ahead. See, like, parody ad, AI generated, and hold on, give me a second. Let me go to my studio. I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is something that you could do in YouTube. Drip. If you post up videos, you're gonna know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, hopefully. Go to shorts. Click on the ad. All right. Pull it up right here. So this is the video, right? This is the short, the 19-second short, right? I scroll down right here, right? Do any of the following describes your content? Makes a real person appear to say or do something they didn't just say do. That alters the footage, real event or place. Generates realistic scene that did not actually occur. Yes. There you go. I have disclosed my content. That's just what it is. Yeah, I made him look younger. AI's not that great. All right, let's go take a look more at this real quick.
It's a more involved conversation, right? EO doesn't got the numbers root. He does combat mechanics 100%. And it's not to say that, EO still has numbers. EO still has a generalized knowledge on theory crafting. So it's not like I'm calling him like zero knowledge in numbers, right? But I feel as though reaching out to I don't know, who's this, Flossin? I don't know if Flossin is a theory crafter. They might be, actually.
Call.
Am I really watching a video of a video of a video?
This is already good start, right? If we're like reacting to the reaction to the reaction, good start.
Let's make sure we're all on the same page. HP inflation in gacha games refers to a design trend where newer enemies have significantly more health than those that were released earlier in the game's lifespan. This is usually done to increase difficulty over time.
Right. Again, inflation, right? It doesn't mean the core mechanics of the game are more difficult and yada yada yada, but put against another variable, aka time, it makes it more difficult because you need to do more damage within that time span to clear the content.
To encourage people to pull for the newest limited banner unit.
Correct.
And you know what Z.Z.Z did when they released a character like fucking Hoshimi Miyabi? Yeah, every single player that pulled her suddenly got a lot more power.
We did get a lot more power, 100%. But they never balanced the game around Miyabi, which is like, that's the context, right? Actually, wait. Nah, they kind of did balance it around Miyabi. They literally brought Bringer, and the only character who could clear Bringer DA1 was legit Miyabi. Like 98, 99 point some percent of clears for Bringer, that DA was Miyabi. Technically, she was on banner for the entire patch. That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. We're just talking about pure gameplay. Whether having the character or not will allow you to clear. We're not even talking about the gacha at this point. Granted, yes, the gacha's a very big factor of it, right?
The older content, too fast.
Still want to bring this into perspective, just hone it in. It's not just Miyabi. Miyabi is a huge factor, absolutely, right? Like as far as the characters go. The decibel rating system change did more to the game than Miyabi. If you would have just changed the decibel rating system but left it the same, you would still see people clearing significantly faster than what they were doing before. Because what the decibel change did, or rather what it allowed, was it allowed characters who were not able to fully utilize their kit in a combo or in a team rotation or against certain situations with enemies, well, now it gave you the option to do that.
That's a great point. Great point.
And then you add into the factor of like the character can do whatever the fuck she wants. Mind you, we've already stated earlier, but I'll state it for this explanation too. There's a separation or a difference between Miyabi players who like close their eyes, jack off, and face roll on the keyboard, right?
I don't know if this be doing that. All right. Out yourselves right now. How many guys be jorking it? How many guys be jorking it to Miyabi? How many of you guys? All right. What's up, gamers? Don't be shy now. Don't be shy. Y'all be gooning to everything else. Don't be shy now.
Then there's the players, again, referencing the here, right?
This might be the first time we have drama in Z.Z.Z. Yeah, I wonder who brought it in, though. Technically, it wasn't even us. Like, who was the guy? Wait, who was the guy that actually brought in the drama? Because all of us were talking, like, all the Z.Z creators are saying, no, there's not really that big of an issue. Was it the Santontas? Because most of the Z.Z creators that I know understand that the HP inflation is a trending issue, but it's not something that is really, you know, kind of becoming that big of an issue. You know? I don't know, man. Yeah? So it wasn't even any of the Zenless Zone Zero people. I know who brought it in, but Saint made the HP inflation thing go big. Bro, this ain't even an ish. Oh my god, it ain't even the ZZ folk. It ain't even the ZZ folk. Okay, so it's the WUWA guy. I'm just
The only place that I heard about the HP inflation was from fucking Saintonus. Like, I was playing fucking Weathered Waves, man. I was playing fucking 2.3 fucking WUWA, playing fucking Zanny, right? And that's where I fucking learned about, oh, HP inflation, miasma shield, all this fucking shit was being talked about in my chat in a Weathered Waves fucking goddamn stream. I was not even playing Z.Z.Z. I was in the middle of playing fucking 2.3 Zanny. Never think, and it's like people are bringing it up like, oh man, Zane's talking about fucking Z.Z.Z. He's talking about this shit. That it's so fucking bad. Z.Z.Z. is so bad and shit. In fact, I think it was actually fucking Noisy Boy that fucking brought that in my chat, to be honest. And I fucking watched it. I fucking actually watched a video of him talking about Z.Z.Z. and watched the fucking, you know, the trailer and everything. And I did not know shit about Z.Z.Z. I did not know shit about the characters. I'm seeing like I'm seeing like Caesar on the screen. I'm seeing him fucking saying like, oh my god, look, no damage to the fucking miasma shield, all this other shit, talk about HP inflation, all this other shit. And I'm just like, the first words is it fucking like, See, and I didn't say she was a defensive unit. I said, isn't like Caesar like a support or some shit where her entire fucking gimmick is to put a fucking shield on the other fucking characters that she doesn't do fucking damage? Like, how? I mean, it looks bad that her alt's doing like jack shit damage. Like, it's just like a tick. But at the same point in time, it's like, I don't think that's her job. And then it's like, then he talks about fucking, you know, new character, Rupture's the only thing that's going to be able to do this shit. I'm like, dude, I don't think this is fucking possible because I've been hearing this shit with fucking HSR from him. I've been hearing this shit with fucking Genshin. And you know what? I'm not interested in playing Genshin. I'm not interested in HSR. And I made the ultimate decision right fucking then and there. Let me fucking play Z.Z.Z because at least Z.Z.Z is more interesting of a game to fucking play than HSR or Genshin. To actually determine for myself whether or not what St. Tonus is talking about is fucking actually true. That's how I got into this. That's where the drama, if anything, what St. Tonus did for me was St. Tonus fucking got me into fucking Z.Z.Z by talking about Z.Z.Z. Like, it was great fucking advertisement. 100 fucking %. But you know what I'm getting at, right? Like, it was the best advertisement that I ever had. And it's like, I want to go see. I was waiting for Fox to complain like Saint on the first week, yet here we are. No, because what I ended up doing is I thought I was going to complain. I'm not going to lie. I thought I was going to fucking complain as fuck. But I stated this when Chris was here, when you were here, when several people were here, and I stated, well, I got goals. First week, I want to be able to complete Shiyu defense. Second week, I want to go ahead and complete the Deadly Assault, and I want to make sure that I get all these scores. I want to make sure that I'm understanding the mechanics. I understood that I have to learn the game from a baby point of view. My UL level, my level of my account was level 45. I didn't have all the characters because I hadn't played fucking Z.Z.Z that much. I only played it back when 1.1 or whatever it was. And then that's when, like, my friend said, look, I don't play fucking Z.Z. I got an in-game account. It's at level fucking 56 right now. Just fucking take it, man. You play on my account, man. It's yours. Have it. I was like, oh shit, so I could bypass all this fucking other bullshit. I go straight to fucking endgame. I don't have to worry about leveling a game because originally I'm just like, you know, I'm gonna have to grind my account to get it to high enough in order to get to do Deadly Assault, in order to do Shiyu defense. And I got a friend that gave me his account, and since then I've been running this account. It's now my account. We officially determined it is now my fucking account because I put more money into that account than he's ever fucking done. So I've won custody of it, and it's like the first week. Let me tell you like this. The first week about playing the game had nothing to do with the builds because every single build that was already on all those characters, from Jane Doe and such, Ellen and all of them, Valk had already did all the content. Like, Valk was already with those builds completing the content in the game with no problems. So with his builds in particular, and him having no issues completing the content, and me coming in and having issues with completing content, only proved to me at that point in time, when I first played it for the very first week, that it was not a build issue. It was a complete understanding of the game issue. First couple of days, I didn't want to read. I just wanted to attempt to play Z.Z.Z like I've been told that I should be able to do, which is face roll on a fucking controller and just mash away and fucking be blindfolded and fucking complete the fucking game with no issues. In game with no issues. That didn't work. Then I started reading. Then I started listening to the advice of the chat. And you know what happened within the first fucking week? We completed Shiyu defense. All S's. When I was getting B's and A's in it. Second fucking week, we were able to complete Deadly Assault with all S ranks, with 9 medals. With 9 fucking medals. Where in the first week, I was only completing it with like 5 medals, not even 6. And that was sitting there, listening to people, and learning the game. Again, effort.
Following the crumbs here. I'm catching up to this. Like, also ignoring that they'll talk about comment trades and ancient buffs. They'll probably get to it.
The players who were orange and red and a little bit of yellow. These players started to understand, wait a minute, Miyabi is like way more cracked. Like she could do a lot of fucked up shit that we didn't know about. We didn't really push it, so we did it. And this drastically improved Miyabi's damage performance from a visual perspective. There is so much technique and practice and skill and execution.
True.
And
now that I'm just looking at it and I'm noticing it, you see where he's got like the casual, novice, intermediate, advanced, and pro. This Max's graph, this is actually really fucking accurate to what I was talking about. When I was saying that there is some people that I think in gacha games in particular, and I think there is people like in even fighting games, that there is a section, right? The casual tourist section, where is your newbie section that's going to be doing the most complaining, right? This is going to be your most complaining in the blue graph, your most complaining people. St. Tonas is in this, okay? St. Tonas is in here. I got the best build. I got the best Miyabi and everything. It can't do it. It can't do a sub 2. You know, I can only do it past 2 minutes. I can only do it clear 2 minutes. I can't do no more 1 minute. I can't have a sub 1. This is a person that is going to complain that it's not handed to them, and it's going to make all the excuses in the world. But there has to be, if you are actually putting an effort into the game and everything, this is the section that I was talking about, the novice section. The person who has generalized information, who has a basic understanding, that will, if you come into this category, you will understand, for example, HP inflation exists, but it's not a problem. Here, you're going to see HP inflation. You're going to complain it's a problem. But right here in the green section, this is the moment where you should realize that it is no longer a problem. It is just a hill that needs to go over, and that you just need to get better. That there's something you're doing that's fucking wrong if you can't complete it. 100%.
knowledge of the game to get to orange and red, to be able to do those things with Miyabi, that the green player never in their fucking life, if they remain a green player, they will never be able to do the things that are being shared.
I think the problem is that casuals are making people that put effort in a game like the enemy is just a Souls PvP. Or the thing is that a casual player, okay, and this happens in fighting games. This happens so much in a fucking fighting game, right? And this is why a lot of people are going to, like myself, is going to regard Z.Z.Z kind of like a fighting game in this regards, is the mentality section. Typically, the casual player, the tourist player in a fucking fighting game, when they see someone beat them and all this other stuff and go through all this shit, they automatically assume that they're here. They automatically assume that they're a pro player, you know, advanced player, intermediate. How many times have I beaten someone and it's like, oh wow, you're really good at this game, you're a competitive player or something? It's like, no, I'm not a competitive player, bro. I know fucking people who's 10 times fucking better than me. Like, I know people who's 100 times better than me. 10, 100, 50, whatever. I'm in the novice section in Guilty Gear. I am nowhere fucking near this shit. In Guilty Gear XR, it wasn't until its end of its lifespan that I would say that I got to more of an intermediate and advanced section where I started learning frame data before Strife came out. But before then, I was a novice. Casual's perspective is automatically like St. Tonas. Oh, you got to be sweated gameplay. So he's automatically assuming that the majority of the community are elitists at this point and they're pro players, when they're just your general novice player that just enjoys the fucking game and plays the game and knows how to read.
With Miyabi,
HP doesn't need to increase. You raise an interesting point, Parafrost, because this is the thing. It does if the game becomes too easy with the systems that they have in place, right?
Correct.
Because they released a character that was broken like Miyabi, and then all of the end game suddenly became way too easy.
Yep, it became trivial.
Did Tower become... Well, Tower was introduced, and then the enhanced Tower in 1.5. Tower's 1.3? Okay, so I was just back by one so 1.3 and 1.4.
But while that is true, like when Miyabi's released, that everything went up, right? In HP inflation and shit. I know this is an old video. I know we're talking about this again. But for context, isn't it mostly the fucking reason why is the system mechanics changed? No longer the characters have one alt. You know, they don't share one alt. Now each character has their own alt that they can utilize on the field. So it's not like I got to build up and then pop to my DPS and only use my DPS as alt. Now each character has their own different mechanics related with the decibel system. So that was a major fucking change. Would that not be what would have actually determined the reason why HP inflation needed to go up?
Okay, thank you. Without the presence of Miyabi, because these two are only talking about the game within the context of if you solo Miyabi. And this is coming from a perspective of WUWA. Or correct me if I'm wrong, you generally only need one team. You need two teams for WUWA and TOA. That's adversity, right? Tower of Adversity?
You need... In WUWA, let me explain something here, okay? And I know I'm gonna have a major I know there's gonna be a major disagreement on this, but I've talked about this with several different WUWA content creators that are smaller, that are good content creators and such, and we all came to the same conclusion on this. And Weather and Waves, okay? You want my honest opinion? You need, quote unquote, for Tower Adversity, 3 teams, 2 teams for Whimpering Waste, right? But in all honesty, you don't need teams. You need DPSs. You don't build 3... Muzzy, this is a drama channel. Don't bring your fucking people into a fucking drama channel. Don't bring your fucking people into a drama channel, bro. Welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? We're talking back to the old days of HP inflation issues. Let me just finish my train of thought before I forget it, okay? In Weather and Waves, there is a major misconception in my personal opinion, okay? And this is how I completed Tower Adversity. This is how I always played Weather and Waves. And I don't think this can apply into Z.Z.Z, and this is one of the biggest misunderstandings. In Weather and Waves, you don't need 3 teams. That's the misconception. You do not need 3 teams. You need 3 DPSs. That's it. The sub DPS and the support in Weather and Waves that matter absolutely really nothing. You can go in with a support at level 20. You can go with a sub DPS of level 20. It's their outro skills that was always the strongest for their kit. So, for example, like in terms of someone like before Shorekeeper showed up, Mortefe will go ahead and give you 38% heavy attack damage bonus when he switches off to the next character. 38% heavy attack damage bonus back in 1.0 to 1.4 WUWA was really fucking strong for someone like GN. His little coordination attack, his little counter coordination attack that he would do a little thing. Yeah, it's extra fucking damage, right? It's extra little, but it mattered as much as a piss in the fucking bucket compared to what the outro is. The outro was always going to be like the strongest part of the kit. So when you're building a team, you don't have to level up any skills. You don't have to do anything really with the echoes. You don't have to do anything. Moonlit Cloud Echoes is going to give you a 15% attack damage boost. And then at that point in time, with that plus the fucking 38% heavy attack damage boost, I switch over to someone like GN, boom, GN is just capable. Same thing for like when we had with Varana. Now, when Shorekeeper came in, yeah, for Shorekeeper, you only need to worry about one stat. And she still did not need to be leveled up to like level 90. You did not really need to fucking invest in any of these sub DPSs or supports. You didn't even need to really work even in the tree. Only thing that Shorekeeper needed was energy regen. She pops her domain. Boom. First domain. As long as you got 250 energy regen on the character, you got 12.5. You're getting what? 12.5 or whatever crit rate, 25% crit damage. So first domain is going to give you like an additional. No, it's like 20 or something. It gives you like 20% crit rate or something. What was Shorekeeper? Let me go see. Shorekeeper's kit. Give me a second here. Shorekeeper with her domain fucking bullshit is what I want to see. Stellar round 2%. Oh yeah, I was right. It's 12. It was 12% crit rate. Okay, so it's 12% crit rate and then 25% crit damage. So like with Shorekeeper, you just give her the energy regen. You get a 12.5% crit rate increasement, and then when you get to her second domain, you get a 25% crit damage for her last domain, right? Her first domain, second domain, third domain. So second and third domain is going to give you 12.5 and 25%. That goes on all the characters. You pop in Mortefe, you got a 38% heavy attack damage bonus. You pop in GN, and you just let GN go to town. All my fucking sub DPSs, all my supports were under fucking level 50. I only focused all my resources on the DPS because it's so fucking hard to build in the game. Tacit fields and everything else, the energy regen, echo energy, all this, it's so costly in Weathering Waves that when you're fighting in WUWA, you're not building a team, you're building a DPS. The team, I've always stated this, they're armor. They're just a piece of fucking equipment. That's it. That's all they are. They are just another piece of equipment. And just because they're a piece of equipment, their entire job is to do one thing and one thing only: buff the DPS. And that's how I was able to complete Tower Adversity. That's how I was able to complete like Weathering Waves. Not just because of summon 6 characters, not because of all this other stuff, because I have summoned 1 character. I have a Jinchi that summoned 0 that did the same exact thing. And it's like, you don't build the team. You build the character. It was when I got bored with the game that I started actually building up Mortefe. It's actually when I started building up Shorekeeper again. And you know what? Yeah, it's about an extra 20% damage that I get out of it now because they're built up. But it's not necessary for clear.
2, which 2 is already quite difficult, yes, just like Genshin.
So I'm not sure if, like, in Z.Z.Z, I don't see that being a thing. Like, I see in Z.Z.Z that you definitely, you know, while the outro, their core, let's go to skill. While their core additional abilities and everything else does matter to a certain point, I'm not gonna lie, effing the characters, building up pretty much in here with like the upgrade suggestions, like where the priorities are at and everything else, whether it is your DPS, like in this, benefits more in Z.Z.Z than it does in Weathering Waves. Building up Lucy benefits more than I've seen before. It's not like you're strictly thing. Maybe in Z.Z.Z I don't need to build up everything, but it just seems like it's more valuable than I ever had a value with a character in Weathering Waves being built up. Like, I'm gonna ask this question. Like, look, I'm still new to Z.Z. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe the observation I'm giving here is completely wrong. But if I don't build up Lucy, I leave Lucy like, well, let me put it like this. Okay, here's Sukaku. Sukaku is at an A. She's not built up to B, a C, a D, E, and an F, right? She's not been F'd. I mean, she still should be utilized. It should still be utilizable. You know, I should be able to put in Weather and Waves terms, right? I should be able to leave her at level fucking 40, leave her an F, not worry about building this up, put on at least whatever good disc I got on her, get her weapon at least manageable to like the level 40 right here, be done, and she's usable, right? And there's not going to be a big, huge difference, right, between A and F. To me, in WUWA, the outro skill is what makes the characters. Just the buff from F. And you see like the buff from F, from A, 12.5 to 20% with her initial attack. This is such. I mean, it sounds like that's more utilized. That's more of a necessary change that I would seek. That I feel like would make the entire gameplay from 1.2, from the point that I would have her now to the point I would have her at an F rank, would be much different. I don't know. Maybe it's just an observation. I'm just saying, like, in Weather and Waves, I never built teams. In Z.Z.Z, I feel like I got to build teams. That's the way I've always seen it. WUWA, I didn't care about teams until fucking Zanny. Whereas, like, okay, you need to have a fucking Phoebe to do shit. All right.
Had to.
What else is going on in this argument? Or
When
this
you
conversation?
need 3. Things start getting out of whack, and you need 3 main carries / double anomaly pair, whatnot. So I'm very curious because I don't think these two mention it, or maybe I just gotta let them cook a little bit more. Having the restriction of 3 teams in DA makes it's so much more difficult because of the variety of content that can come out of 3 teams versus just having 2. Right? It's a whole nother run that you gotta learn, a whole nother.
You know, Muzzy rated us, right? Wasn't it Muzzy that made a video? Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it Muzzy that made a video that stated that you don't need 3 full teams to do DA? And has a video about that? Just saying.
Team comp that you gotta be adept with, not even master, just adept with.
Yeah, 5 units only.
To that whole stage. Sure, one of the pieces of the content might be easy with Miyabi, but everything else you still gotta clear.
They could take 4 minutes on one side and then just put Miyabi on the other, and she would clear it in 30 seconds.
Yes. Okay. This is.
And if
so we're
that's
on the
where
same
balance
page
of the
here.
game is going, that's a little bit cooked, right? And so, we got to put more HP so the Miyabi sides actually have something to do.
And this isn't just.
It was a self-inflicted problem, essentially.
Okay, I agree with that, but I wouldn't say even still that.
Again,
they're not balancing.
Again, it
the
wasn't
game
just
off of
because Miyabi,
because it took
the
time
HP
for the
inflation came into
inflation
play.
to hit. And does anybody have the graph for me? We started jumping around here, around March to April. We're starting to go here. We're trending a little bit higher, right? You see it. You see the graph. It's starting to accelerate. Where were we in March, April?
I'm going to say right here, real quick. I've seen this graph. Okay, I've seen this graph for both the Deadly Assault and Shiyu defense. Miyabi came in December, and yeah, this right here, you can see like it's starting in February. It kind of goes up, right? Would it be wrong of me to say that, like, could it not be that it's a recognition that Miyabi is actually so strong that HP inflation is also being utilized as a balance mechanic to basically nerf Miyabi if it's so fucking strong? Because that was not the intended approach that the devs were trying to correlate with Miyabi. Like, I know it's going to sound kind of shitty. saying that like using HP inflation as a balancing tool. But it's like Lords of the Fallen when I played Lords of the Fallen, and they increased the level of enemies and such. When we found out we had a certain weapon, a magic weapon that we had in there that basically just destroyed things in one shot, and it was the coolest fucking thing. The devs' only option to fix the problem was either nerf the weapon or increase the amount of HP. And this happened like in a time span of like 3 months later. And like 3 months later, the weapon no longer one-shots because the enemies are no longer able to be one-shot by this weapon no more. And it's kind of sucked for all the weapons. Don't get me wrong, it kind of sucked because the other weapons were the thing. But it was utilized as a potential change. Bro, I just finished S rank Shiyu 7. Lord Twiggy and her friend are annoying. Look. I'm not gonna say things aren't, annoying. But I mean, my thing about this is that HP inflation, me coming into Z.Z.Z a couple months ago, hearing all about HP inflation, I don't notice an HP inflation issue. Okay? All I see is I got more time to play the game. HP inflation issue that I'm hearing complaints about. This is what all this got started because someone's basically saying that pretty much with me with HP inflation, I made the criticism that it doesn't exist. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I say that HP inflation has always been there, that these types of graphs and everything else has been well fucking known since back like in November of last year. It's just the last couple of months, it's been the most talked about situation. But the issue is, it's not HP inflation. While it's there, it's not an issue. It's just, hey, now I get to see boss mechanics. Hey, now I get the game that actually, even as a Summon 6 character, I have to play into the game. It's not something to where I just come in and kill something in 14 seconds like Weather and Waves. I'm coming in now, and I showed this with the I showed this yesterday, did I not? When we played against the Miasma Fiend. I popped in my Summon 6 team. Jufufu and all that. Jufufu, Shifu, and everything is all fucking Summon 6. They're all M6. And we did a bunch of fucking damage. We were fucking in it. But as soon as it got to that point to where after the first stun, after we first stun the enemy, and we go through all of our shit, what the fucking Miasma Fiend does? It fucking jumps up onto the fucking thing, and I have to play through the fucking pool shit. I still have to play in the mechanics. It's just that it's much easier with an M6 character, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to avoid playing the mechanics. All HP inflation has done, is just increase the amount of game time I'm going to be playing. That's how I feel about it. Okay, maybe I'm wrong about my feeling, but again, when you're going to have a game that's going to provide you, just like Tower of Adversity, just like Whimpered Waves, buffs in this regards. Hey, look, you play with physical, you play this when agent increased 20% and physical damage increased by an extra 20%. Defense is going to be decreased by 10%. Their defense further decreases by 25% after inflicting disorder for 10 seconds, each enemy duration. Like, this tells me that the devs know HP inflation exists, and here's the tool. Here's the tool to deal with it. Hey, you don't have the ability to do this. You don't want to use physical damage. Here's a second tool. Utilize this if you can. Here's a third tool. Utilize this. They give you different tools in that regards. Reading, now granted, like I said before earlier, this should be more pushed into your face than anything else, but regardless, you have this right here, which is also, again, for HP inflation purposes. Read this. This is going to tell you basically how to get more points, for your deadly assault. Again, another thing that WUWA does not have, that Z.Z.Z also has, is that we have enemy weaknesses. Physical and ether, but it's resistant to fire. this again is another fucking tool that basically says, hey, look, if I use a physical character or a character that is based on ether, the enemy's weak to it, I get an extra 20% or whatever damage on top of that. So at that point in time, hey, I should be utilizing a physical or ether character. If I use a character that's a fire team, well, guess what? That's on me. Now I'm fucking reducing. Now I'm going to be fighting an uphill battle. If I don't use either of these, I use an ice character, I'm on neutral playing ground. But the game has determined that there is actually tools given to you as a player to bombard into this to make it a much easier of an experience for you. Now, this ain't going to work for a new player. But if you are a person who has stated for so long that I have played Z.Z.Z since the day of its launch, whatever, and you don't have a roster that you have pulled for, that you have built up, that you have characters that are built, that is done, that is situated, then again, that is not the game's fault. That is your fault. If you're a new player, I expect you to only have, a couple of characters and you're going to fight. It's, again, as a brand new player, you should not have the expectations that you're going to go into endgame with one limited character and a bunch of A's and go automatically think it's going to be given to you. There's different criteria, there's different objections here that is not being looked at. Again, this is where I feel like, again, the casual player who complains a lot, the tourist who complains a lot about this kind of mechanic and about this kind of stuff with HP inflation, my Asper shield and everything, are people who don't play the game. They're not at a level like we were showcased earlier about the casual, the novice, and then the pro player. The more you play the game, the easier it's going to get. This is how I took it. When I first played Z.Z.Z, I got on even on this fucking account that was given to me. When I first played Z.Z.Z, you know what the fuck I experienced? A hard-ass fucking game that I did not know jack shit what the fuck I'm doing. The second fucking week, it was a lot easier than the first week. The third week was a lot easier than both the first and second. The fourth week, which we got to our first month, hell, it's a lot fucking easier. We're in the second month, the third month. Now we're in the fifth month of my fucking adventure in Z.Z.Z. And you know what? The game's gotten at least 30 fucking times fucking easier than it was before. By understanding different mechanics. HP inflation is not a problem. The problem is that people don't like to read. And people don't apparently like to go watch people like Muzzy, who actually goes ahead and takes this information. In general, I'm not saying for these guys in this video, I'm just saying like in general, the actual players who complain about this, they don't want to go watch a person like Muzzy who can break this down and explain it to them. No, people like Muzzy is completely fucking wrong. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about because it's a gacha game and everything should be handed to me. Am I wrong?
May. Oh, that's right. We came out with agents like Astra Yao.
Evelyn. It's lack of patience. It's lack of effort.
Soldier Zero. Vivian, who's 15 to 20% better than Bernice on average. So the lead.
Bro, you make that comment. You make that comment about Yu-Gi-Oh players that don't read. Dude, I remember going to a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, and this was fucking years ago, and watching someone fucking play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And the opponent for my friend that they were playing against, right? was like, I am going to go ahead and do whatever fucking move it was. And the fucking referee, the fucking tournament referee was like, hold on, well, you can't fucking do that. That's against the rules. And he's like, no, it's not. I saw it on fucking Yu-Gi-Oh. I saw it on the anime. You could totally, this is legal. This is completely illegal because Yugi did it. So yeah, people have a problem reading. Someone popped out like fucking pot of greed and is like, that's a banned card. What? I saw Kaiba use it.
Cast, so that's 6 out of a total 21, 24. So that's 25%.
See, that is actually like one of the biggest problems with Master Duel is that it is such a reading adventure. You need to pre-read all your fucking cards before you jump into a Master Duel match, because that fucking timer is a piece of shit. It's because like I'm sitting there thinking of a strategy and that timer's just clicking, 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 and it doesn't reset. It doesn't fucking reset back to like 300 seconds or something. It's just if it's at 300 seconds, you use 50 seconds, you use 50 seconds. It's your fucking fault. You better fucking do shit fast. And that's one thing I hated about Master Duel. I wish they would have had like a mode in there done on purpose where they just took out the fucking timer. So that way I could actually sit there for like 20 minutes and fucking read my cards and fucking understand what the fuck my next strategy is. I just skip. Let's just skip ahead.
Of course, HP.
Let's listen to this shit.
With new mechanics, instead of just giving them more HP outright.
Agreed.
Anyway,
It's kind of like, and then you start seeing it January, February. Ooh, you start to see it accelerate a little bit more, right? Understandable. Where
we already have much game story telling like visual novels already, so that's why I hope that Z.Z.Z don't do visual novel 2. Honestly, if they doing a story with comic, I would be fine with it. Honestly, I would agree with that. Like visual novel wise, I don't have a problem with it. I really don't have a problem with like two characters on the screen talking and shit. I don't have a problem with that. But I would prefer more of the comic strips if they're not going to animate things. Like a little bit of visual novel, like having the characters talk and seeing their models and everything. Like I'm used to fucking Guilty Gear, man. I'm used to fighting games. They do that shit all the time in fighting games. It doesn't ruin the fucking game for me. It does not. To some people, fucking black screens, the visual novel shit ruins the story for them. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I was born in the fucking goddamn 90s and I had to use something called a fucking imagination, and you know, imagination doesn't work no more for the future generation, because like legitimately I used to read fucking books, and I used to sit there and actually, you know, imagine what the characters were doing. Just saying.
did this graph start? February to May. Who was released from February to May? Oh, Miyabi was released early in January. You have Astra Yao, who is the best support in the game. You have Evelyn,
the shorekeeper,
who's like 90 to 95% damage if you get premium squad. You have Soldier Zero, you have Trigger, you have Vivian, who is by far none the best off-field pseudo DPS anomaly units, and then we're getting
Vivian sucks.
Huge ass. You do need to hit the premium for Hugo to be just more outstanding than Ellen, but again, still stands. The cast is larger.
If you just want to play the game, then there's a feature called skip button. Use it.
And a majority percentage of the cast can actually clear now. So how is this a problem? The only reason it's a problem is because folks like, you know, folks who don't necessarily play the game, who don't keep up with the cast here, get left behind.
Take that back, Fox. What? The Vivian sucks? She's a vampire, isn't she? Isn't that what she's supposed to do? Isn't that what she's supposed to be doing? Is like grabbing, you know, Weiss or Bell and biting them on the neck and sucking their blood out? I mean, that's what she reminds me of so much. She's a vampire.
With Juyen squad trying to.
I mean, I hate Vivian so fucking much, man. I hate Vivian so much. I made an emote for it.
Again, that'll go into the next conversation, or the next portion of the conversation, where we actually buff Ellen Jo in 2.x.
That aside, I think that this is a weak argument to act like this is a death sentence for Zenless. Like, bro, the game has been out for 9 months. Of course, HP is gonna increase.
Why are we not talking about the real reason for why the HP increased?
Why are we not talking about that, Saint? That's such a good question, baby. I love it. Why are we not talking about it? The reason we're not talking about it is because it's not Miyabi. I understand.
It is not Miyabi. It is not Miyabi. It's Evelyn, Astra Yao, Ambi, Soldier, Vivian, Hugo. It's everybody. Because even if you picked up any of these characters, you know, and you built them relatively well, and you learn how to use them, you can S-clear very easily. You can S-clear very easily, chat.
This has been proven to me, yes.
These characters are strong. And guess what?
You know how this has been proven to me? You know how this has been proven to me? I'm not sure if Muzzy is still here. I'm not sure. You know how this has been proven to me? Very hard. Hold on. I got something. I got something that's proved to me that, you know what, doesn't matter. As long as the character's built right, as long as the team is built right, it don't fucking matter. You know why? We're going to play another video really quickly. Hold on. Give me the gallery. Let me scroll down. I know I have this. This is why. DPS Arena.
基用以他示意，快躲开！克死太多了，好机会。
This is why HP inflation is not a fucking problem.
有弱点。压制这些，不足为惧。躲在这里，紧咬目标。空隙太多了，现在是要制裁。让我们的灵魂共鸣，卷堆自信，感受艺术的力量。第四杀，化成巨塔，证据不起人民意志，别怕，不会痛的。承受之际，狙击手的信条是一击必杀。有弱点，好机会，请执行下一次战术打击。小心啊！空隙太多了，压制这些，基用以他示意。无可抵挡。到身后，单刀修正器损中，有弱点。
I forgot which video it was, but there's also another video. Well, I think it was with Gabe, right? I might be wrong, but I think it was with Gabe. I forgot which video it was that he did, where he played it, and at the very end of the fucking video, we found out that the support, that Astra nor fucking Trigger, had fucking weapons. It was just a DPS. Wow, he hits fucking 20 fucking K right at 24, 23 seconds. Go to the build, boys. M0, M1 Astra. Yeah, I don't think HP inflation. I think that like that kind of shows that, you know what, doesn't matter as long as your team's built fucking good. It doesn't matter how wacky and shit it is. It just does shit. They couldn't even see a all B rank engine clear with A rank and called it too sweaty. The fucking problem there is, again, you have a situation again where information gets dismissed, right? This is my problem with St. Thomas. Initial observations. I think we could all say it like this, okay? I would love to have this conversation. Maybe I would love to see if Muzzy would like to have a conversation like this one day, because I think Muzzy, with his mathematics and everything else, and with his charts and everything, would be an absolute great benefit that could showcase this. But he probably doesn't want to get into the talks of drama, which I completely understand. But I would say that it would be an interesting conversation, because looking at a video originally, like St. Thomas, when he looked at when the miasma shield mechanic was first introduced and everything, and talked about how, you know, how bad it was, and then you had like Hako, you had different people that showcases, hey, look, the man who's part of the content creator server at that point in time, who is already dealing with it, saying that don't doom post just yet. Very respectful people that's showing that this is not a problem. St. Thomas comes in with, oh, well, they're using $2,000 teams. You know, oh, they're spending $2,000 on a team to do all this. Okay. There was a video that I know that was presented to him where it was only A-rank characters with B weapons or whatever, right? With B engine weapons that he never even bothered to watch. He just clicked it and got off of it. Why? Because it doesn't help with the narrative. But the thing is that we're dismissing that information that could critically change and alter the original perspective. That's the entire point. The entire point is, and you can call me a drama channel bringing this shit up and everything, and I completely agree with you. The problem that I have with a person that puts in an argument is that if there is a counter argument to this, why aren't we looking at the counter argument properly?
You on the lips, nigga. The fuck you gonna do about it? And then I'm
yo, what's up? What's going on, Chris? We're talking about drama. That's what we're doing.
I'm gonna hug you so goddamn hard.
Why aren't we talking about the fucking counter argument?
Fuck you gonna do about it, bitch?
And thank you, Pod, for subscribing to the channel, man. Because the counter argument is going to say, look, I have A-rank units with BW engines here. It's completed the miasma shield, everything else. Does that not disprove? Does that not disprove your initial observations? So you should have to, in my personal opinion, look at changing your observation. It's not being hypocritical. It's not being, you know, you have to be upset. It's just that, hey, look, your initial observation was this looks like a problem. New information came in, said it's not a problem. Why are we still focusing that it's a problem? Simple as that. This is why a lot of times when you have a lot of people who look at different types of arguments, I lost a friend because of this. Like I said earlier, I lost a friend because of this. I will look at both sides of it. You want to be a proper source of information. You want to be a proper person who's respected. I think you should do due diligence of an effort to look at all sides of the argument and not just dismiss it. But this is like still an interesting conversation so far.
People have cleared with Pulchra. People still clear with Lucy and Sokaku and fucking Seth. Shout out to you, Nicole.
Bob, we just had that conversation basically about sweaty gameplay. And I'll give you the TL, you know, the TLDR of this is straight up is I started Z.Z.Z back about 5 months ago. Okay, when the first talks of all this shit happened, it's about 5 months, right, guys? It's about 3 to 5. It's about 4 to 5 months now. I've been playing Z.Z.Z. First couple of weeks in Z.Z.Z was the hardest shit that I fucking played, man. I'm going to be honest. It was the hardest shit. But once you start, this is why, like, some people claim that, you know, I'm only a casual player. I'm going to say, like, I know some people that aren't casual players. They're novices, okay? They're intermediates. They know the mechanics. I had a whole list of shit that I need to understand. I watched Muzzy's videos that was recommended. I've watched Kate's videos that was recommended. I watched different content creators' videos that was recommended. I went do my own research in the game. I listened to people in my chat. I did all this. Do you not realize that in a month's time, that I was able to start clearing like Deadly Assault and Shiyu defense relatively with fucking ease? Hell, after a month, I was able to actually kill one of the fucking deadliest. I forgot which one it was. I think it was Butcher, if I'm not mistaken. No, it was the miasma. It was the miasma priest. I was able to kill it 65 straight up before anything. Because why? You start understanding. Muscle memory starts building. You are now a person that now has put an effort into the game. By only playing the game once a month, you're not at a stage where you understand shit. Straight up. You're not at a point in the game, I would say, that you understand anything that's going on. You're at a point right there where you are a casual player. You're a noob. You're only spending one time a month playing the game, doing all the content, getting the fuck off. You go play your main game. What muscle memory, what information have you learned in that course of action? Not a damn thing, really, right? But you're a person who spends an hour here, an hour a day, 2 hours a day. You're sitting there, you're coming in here, you're actually utilizing the training section, the VR training. You're actually going into the proxy handbook. You're actually reading all this. You're actually finding information. You're learning about your builds. You're using different calculators, stuff like this, and you're trying to get to an understanding of how to get better. Then at that point in time, it becomes second nature, and then you're no longer is the game hard anymore. No longer is HP inflation a fucking problem. Now, you are at a stage where, relatively, the game is at a point where you enjoy it, I would assume. I need to play the game too sweaty, man. And this is a problem with the new age gamer. What you just stated there, 100% is a problem. That is an absolute fucking problem. I am sorry. This is going to piss off every fucking millennial and new generational person in gaming right now. New gamers in the last, I would say, 8 years has gotten to the point to where they don't want to play the video game, but they want the achievements. That this doesn't apply just to gacha games. This applies into fighting games. This applies into action games. This applies to Metal Gear Solid. Doesn't matter. That in general, the new generation of fucking video gamers do not know what real gaming actually used to be like. They want shit handed to them. IGN, basically, you want a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 in your fucking goddamn game with IGN as a review. You better have accessibility options that allows them to complete that game very much piss easy. There better be an easy mode, not just a normal and hard difficulty. There better be a fucking easy mode in that game for them to complete all of the game, because they're there only for the story. Okay? There is no more, you're playing a game and it's like a puzzle and you're here to learn the game. It needs to be handed to me. Look. I'll say it like this with like Weather and Waves. I've had this nitpick in Weather and Waves, and I've gotten told that I don't know shit. I'm an idiot and all this other stuff. Okay, because I'm a boomer. I'm an old. I was born in the 90s. I played the fucking Sega Genesis. I played Sega Dreamcast. I played PlayStation 2. I played PlayStation 3. I played Xbox 360. I played all these fucking consoles. I played games back in the day, right? And the moment that Weather Waves gave me a shooting droid, I said for 5 seconds, I said one thing.
You on the lips, nigga. The fuck you gonna do about it?
Oh, is that the hug?
The fuck out of you, bitch. I'ma hug you so goddamn hard. I'ma hug you harder than your mother's ever fucking hugged you, nigga. Fuck you gonna do about it, bitch. Now, anyways,
I said one thing, and one thing in particular, and it only lasts for 10 seconds when I went through the update. I said, oh, the shooting droid. I don't need it. That's kind of a lazy feature to add when I already got a pistol character. Everybody tore my ass up. That's a quality of life change. It's a win. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Where I'm just explaining, why are you going to give me a shooting droid when I got a character that shoots a pistol? That I could just swap to that character, do a shooting puzzle, and then move on with life. Why do I need a shooter? It's quality of life. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay. And you know what? In 2.6, I know that someone's going to tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about either. When I made the same statement again about the flying this time, where it's like, now in Weathered Waves 2.6, I can jump in the sky and automatically fly. Instead of having to go run up a wall and jump off a wall to fly, now I can do it from the ground. Why? Because it's a quality of life change, apparently. No, it's because gamers are too fucking goddamn lazy to go want to run up a wall. That curl's going to make it as easy as fucking possible. Now you can jump up. Now you can just jump and fly. Instead of having to climb up a fucking wall and get up to a certain height and jump and fly. Now, apparently, running up a wall is too fucking hard. Like, that's a quality of life feature that I don't think mattered. It's nice, I guess it's been added, but in my brain, it's not a big fucking deal. But to somebody out there, it's the biggest fucking deal there is. And the way I look at it versus the way they look at it is, I look at it as like, bro, for the time and effort that they added that, why didn't they add it in the beginning? Like, it's not that big of a fucking deal. Like, oh no, it's the biggest fucking deal there is. How's it the biggest fucking deal there is? I don't understand it. Like, seeing a weapon spinning on a screen is a quality of life update. There's different things like this in general that's happened in Weathering Waves, where all it does, it makes it fucking easier, which isn't bad, but at the same point in time, it showcases that you don't even believe in your own. You're not giving your players a challenge. You're not giving your players a game to play. You're basically putting autopilot on. So Weathering Waves is starting to now get to the point to where, in my personal opinion, we're adding more and more new features that just makes it to where I don't have to play the game. I can just press buttons and shit happens. I don't have to play the game. And like I just said earlier, my counterpoint to something like Z.Z.Z, even with a M6 character in Z.Z.Z, I still got to play in boss mechanics. In Weathering Waves, I don't have to play against boss mechanics. I just kill it. In Weathering Waves, I got a shooting droid. In Weathering Waves, I can now just jump and fly. In Weathering Waves, I mean, it's a different demographic, and it's just like what happened with Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear XR, man, was a game that you actually had to learn fucking bread and butter combos. You had to learn multiple fucking inputs. You had to learn at least a 10 input fucking combination in order to fucking go ahead and pull off, you know, one of your most heavy hitting combos in that game that did damage. What did fucking Guilty Gear Strive do? They gave Soul Bad Guy a wild throw that did almost half your fucking health. That 2 fucking wild throws basically almost killed you. A fucking command grab. One command grab did almost 1/3 of your fucking health. I mean, almost 1/2 of your health. Kind of fucking ridiculous. But even in Guilty Gear Strive, the game is not designed in the idea aspect for the competitive player or the fan of the game who used to learn all this shit. It was made for new players to come in and play a fucking fighting game that I press 2 or 3 buttons, I do so big damage, and it looks great on the screen. We have gotten to the point where, whether it's gacha or whether it's actual main title games, I have yet to see a developer hold their vision and just, you know, teach the player to play the game. Because you know why? When a player's got to read, when a player's got to put effort into the game, it does not sell, it seems like. But the less effort that the player has to do, now the game becomes the greatest game in the world. I don't get it. I thought that playing video games was like a movie. It was the idea that I'm coming into something to pretty much escape reality. That I want to be embedded in that world. That I like I want to actually be experienced in it. And this is another reason why I don't play fucking games nowadays, because typically all fucking games nowadays is the same thing. Practically, they're built more for casual players than someone who's coming in. I don't see like the experience like I had with Dark Souls. I don't see the experience I had with like Elden Ring or with Ninja Gaiden or with Guilty Gear or with Street Fighter Originals and shit. I don't see games that, you know, reward your gameplay by learning the game. Rewards you by learning. Nowadays, I just see games that, may I say it, rewards you by sitting there and scratching your fucking nuts and just being live on the fucking server. Like, how many times have I still log into fucking Guilty Gear and I get a fucking message that pops up saying, hey, look, here's 100 million fucking shells. Go gamble it. Like, okay, I didn't earn it. I get it. Awesome. Like, generosity is great and all, but I kind of feel like, you know what? Sooner or later, you know, as people, we shouldn't just expect things handed to us. We should expect things, you know, in general, to be earned. But that's probably my old fucking brain, my old fart brain going off right there.
Oh, Piper, Solo, Billy runs.
Pretty much, people just want to watch a movie. They don't want to play a game anymore.
Stun that people use for Juyens, for example. Heck, you managed to clear with my half-ass build teams. And
I need this real quick.
Sure, that plays into the skill portion of it, but I'm trying to get into the shoes of a player who doesn't naturally play every day, who doesn't have the skill. Granted, I'm not saying that they're not smart or that they can't learn. It's just that, again, they haven't practiced it, right?
I know this video is like 3 months old. I know this video is 3 months old, but still to this day, this still applies to St. Tonus. Is the fact is that when it comes to other gotchas, not Weathering Waves, and even Weathering Waves to a certain degree, the man, it's not like he does not want. It's not like he can't learn it. It's not like he, you know, is that new of a player that he doesn't understand it. It's just he refuses to want to learn it. He refuses to understand it.
I can't go into Wuthering Waves and clear TOA even if the characters were built, because I didn't know how to play to the enemies. I didn't know how to play to the round and the restrictions of the round, and I don't know how to play the characters within the team. Very simply.
The biggest factor to what's going on was the decibel change, the ultimate rating change. We got new disk drives that completely reworked the system from a character building perspective.
I love it. That's exactly what I was going to mention next, because it's not just the characters, it's the drive disk, right?
I forgot about the drive disk.
Swing Jazz,
I didn't know
Astral
about
Voice to 24% versus 15%. That's a 60% damage increase. Shadow Harmony versus Woodpecker gives you 12% crit rate, 15% aftershock / dash attack damage, and 12% attack. Chaos Jazz to some extent did Freedom Blues as well. Wrench and Blade Song is a very unique case because it's very niche. So if the game...
And can I also say that this is also another perk into Z.Z.Z's favor over Weathering Waves, is that Weathering Waves, unless otherwise it's going to change in 2.6 here, the most recent fucking ecosystems, which would be your disk drives, right, only operate on 1 to 2 particular characters. It cannot be utilized on other characters. It does not make no sense to utilize. Whereas here in Z.Z.Z, there is multiple types of builds that you can do. Some that are going to be better than others, but still, there is multiple types of builds that you can still combine with all these different perks and everything onto characters like even Rena, fucking Lighter. You know, that justifiably is going to make it better. So you're not locked down on, oh, I can only use this echo set. you're not locked down in Z.Z.Z. So that is one thing that I gotta say that I particularly really love about Z.Z.Z. that I wish WUWA would have more of a understanding of, is that it really feels you're restricted in how you build your characters in Weather Waves. And even the game fucking color codes everything for you now.
Game were to stay the same, aka the HP were to stay the same, the enemies / enemy difficulty were to stay the same, that wouldn't make any sense. All right, let's catch up with chat a little bit. I feel the bar was set low to begin with. Because the game was too new and not many players could build their characters to clear it quickly enough. HP inflation is just for the game to keep the day one players from clearing content too quickly. Let's be real, most players dropped the game and came back in 1.4. I agree. Josh, you're not in the stream. Saint said that Z.Z.Z is not consumer friendly because you have to invest time into the game to learn rotations. That shit took me out. Like, playing the game is not consumer friendly, bro. Really? He said it's not consumer friendly. Bro, if I wanted to pick up a game and beat its content, bro, I play Raid fucking Shadow Legends. Join today and get 100 level 1,000 million
Oh my God.
characters with 1 million combat power and start clearing content today. Like, is that what you want? Clearly not. I don't think that's what Saint wants. And I don't think if I were to categorize that as WUWA, he definitely wouldn't say that was WUWA. Not just play AFK Arena. I mean, there wouldn't be anything to do if you max out the other disc sets, so they're keeping the player base healthy with newer sets too. No? Kind of, but you can use older sets for the newer characters, right? If you don't want to use the Shadow Harmony set, you just use Woodpecker. You can use the other sets. Yes, they are quote unquote budgets.
This is actually a good conversation video that y'all recommend.
Content, because if you have good drive discs, then you just have good drive discs. True, it's for those who want min-maxing. Agreed.
Well, I mean, this is old too at the same point, but I like listening to this.
That you built for God knows Soldier back in the day. You can slap it on Hamasa, slap it on the Ambi, slap it on Soldier Zero Ambi, slap it on the Evelyn. Granted, they play very differently, but they all will utilize it in some way, shape or another.
Where now you have these 4 pieces or 2 pieces that perfect your build at a casual or novice level and intermediate level. We also got Harumasa. Despite people looking at this character 18th, and going, right? Man, I don't want to break my fingers to do 4,000 chain attack combo. Doesn't fucking matter. He's still in the game. At the time of 1.4 releasing, we got the 2 strongest DPS characters in the game at the same time. One of them for free on top of everything else that happened from 1.4 to 1.5. With the decibel rating system, it's not just Miyabi. The reason why that question gets presented, the reason why it's asked, and why Flossin didn't say anything about it is because it's not just Miyabi. I'm gonna bring this one down actually. Rocket Boo.
Why are we not talking about the character that came in and did double or triple the damage of the past characters?
Because they do. Evelyn literally doubles. Astriel doubles everyone's damage. Just add any one of them. Anyone. Trust me. Add any one of the units past 1.4 and you will improve your team. There's so many aspects of the game that have grown that you can't put it on one character. I think Santontas is equating the Miyabi to Castris as a Castris level disturbing catastrophic level 9 earthquake event, a cataclysm. I want to see what Saint says when Carthea comes out. We already know she's going to be more OP than Miyabi is to Zenless. I don't know who that character is, so I'm not going to talk about it because unlike some people, and I'm not saying who, I would need to learn more information first before I speak. So I'll keep my mouth shut in respects.
And you see, that is the reason why. That is the reason why I did what I did. That's the reason why I'm playing Zenless Zone Zero. Is for the simple fact that before I can talk about this game, this is where originally the reason why I got into Zenless. Before I could talk and actually give an opinion, complain, or whatever is necessarily needs to be done, I need to play it. I need to understand it, and then I need to give an observation from what I experience. And I could tell you that there has been several different aspects that has been made claims in this game, as well as to the community, that I am a definition of disproving that. Like calling the entire Z.Z.Z community a bunch of elitists. I don't know where this elitist group of Zenless Zone Zero is at. I'm sure it does exist. The quote-unquote toxic waste pit of Z.Z.Z, I'm sure it exists in the community somewhere, some shape, some form. It's got to. In some place, it has to. But it's not a primary location. It's like not primarily shoved in my face of this elitist community, to where I've been doing this now, like I said, 4 to 5 months. And I have yet to fucking see a single fucking person that is like a strong elitist that tells you that you're doing jack shit, you're fucking up with your builds, you're doing. I've just seen every single person I've seen pretty much just tells me to look at fucking a goddamn fucking mouse's ass. Whether it's a mouse's ass or whether it is Trigger's ass, I am being told to look at certain fucking aspects, which is just more into gooning than anything else. Please pop the Twitter or Reddit. Twitter or Reddit, I don't even consider them Z.Z.Z community. I can I be honest? I don't consider anything on Twitter or like Reddit part of a community. I really don't. I consider that a bunch of people who have a keyboard and able to talk as much shit as they want and not get in trouble for it. I see a bunch of keyboard warriors. To me, Reddit and Twitter are two places of social media which is more designed around trolls. The general troll that pretends to be part of a fan base that's not.
For the game and respects for the conversation, because I don't want to throw stuff around
Welcome, weary traveler.
without me actually.
If anything, with Twitter in particular, it's more of a porn site than anything. Like, dude, how many times am I going to see all these OnlyFans girls? Like, I'm scrolling down a feed, I'm looking at fighting game shit, and all of a sudden I get this fucking girl with some glasses or whatever, with some fucking tattoos or some shit, and being like, "Mommy sucked her son's dick for fucking thing. Come check it out on my OnlyFans." It's like, what the fuck? Like, all I get is none but OnlyFans girls on Twitter, and I'm not even fucking like following them or anything. They just show the fuck up like a goddamn fucking advertisement. It's like Elon Musk really wants to make it fucking horny as fuck.
Knowing what it's about.
We're not talking about Haramasa.
And you see, you talk about Reddit too. Man, we got to get to this conversation though with someone like with St. Tonus. How many times? I need to get a drink real quick. Hold on. Is this my drink? This one. Okay. Okay. Let me put it this way. There is one thing that kind of does annoy me, and this is something that St. Tonus does, and some other CCs do this as well. Okay? And this is one thing that does annoy me. Is how many times are we going to take a Reddit post, one Reddit post, and try to say it's the gospel? Some random person writes a fucking 5-paragraph fucking quotation mark fucking story here of the reason why Weather and Waves is going to EOS, why Zenless Zone Zero's HP inflation is a problem. We're going to take someone's Reddit post with no background information. We don't know who this person is. You don't even click on their profile to see where they have posted before. Stuff like this. And we're going to take this posting and we're going to say, just because this one person claims that they had a problem here, that it is for everybody. You go read a comment section in something like Reddit, typically it is going to be one or two ways. It's a 50-50 shot here. Either A, it's going to be an echo chamber where everybody is going to echo with the OP, with the host of the posting, or it's going to be the 50-50 shot of where it's going to be everybody that disagrees with the fucking poster. But How many times does someone take a fucking huge fucking posting and doesn't even bother to do the fucking research behind it? That shit annoys the fuck out of me.
Oh, very recently.
It's just part of the life cycle in gacha games. So while yes,
I've never argued that a character is stronger. I've never once in my life said, "Oh, Ellen is the same power level as Miyabi." Like, duh, bro. If Miyabi can clear, Ellen can. I've never done that.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like, look, like it's the same fucking problem of how many people take fucking Wikipedia as fucking truth. Like, oh my god, it's like. How many people will take like everything that's said here in truth? You do realize I can just come here, right? Hold on. Now, until someone comes fix this. Where'd I put it at? Oh, I'll put it over. Where did it go at? Ha! Never mind. They already fucking took it out. Damn, that was fucking fast. So someone's actually putting information there. Just saying though, but like, in all honesty, wow, Wikipedia. In all honesty, I mean, you could just come here. You could just type something like, it's like take fucking Wikipedia for fucking 100% truth. Sometimes the fucking information is fucking wrong.
He's never done that.
What I've said is that Miyabi does not invalidate Ellen. Ellen being in your account, if you happen to have Ellen,
100%.
Blacklisted frame 1.
Yes. Evelyn doesn't mean your Soldier 11 is become irrelevant. In fact, Evelyn's presence, allowing the meta to be focused around fire, brings up Soldier. And B, with Trigger making 2 out of the 3 DA runs electric weakness, brings back the conversation about Haramasa. Which Haramasa never really left the conversation, but it brings them up instead, actually. Funny enough. And then when huge ass Vlad comes along, guess who's coming along with him? It's Ellen Joe, the first S rank character of the game.
Ellen sucks. Miyabi power.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna let this run.
No, you just suck. Not you specifically, right? But like,
damn man, hey, you suck too.
What I'm saying, it's like you just suck at playing Ellen. You can get better at playing Ellen. I suck at playing Sokaku, and like, I do not like Mono Ice. After
how the okay, I can say I suck ass at Haramasa. All right, I am the most anti Haramasa agenda player. How do you suck at Sokaku? You press E 3 times and that's it. There's 3 circles and you just filled them with 3 E's. That's it. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to be bad at Sokaku. There's a way to be very bad with Haramasa. You have to try to be bad with Sokaku.
You're watching Yoji's Clear with M0, Miyabi, Lycan, and Sokaku, and being able to kill Bringer.
And of course, you play Ellen since 1.0, she's going to do worse than 1.0, then 1.7, people are going to pull new characters and get pies and then
everything.
Exactly. And then, you know, with the new sets and the new weapons and the new, you know, bang boos and new team comps, you can always improve the performance of the character.
build my Sokaku. I want to build my Lycan. I want to perfect my Miyabi. I want to learn that rotation. That's the type of player that I am. I see
By the
some
way,
bullshit I want
EO
to do.
can't play
I don't get
Seth,
intimidated by it. You know what I mean? I think
or
a lot of
is
people
not
get
that good at
intimidated
playing
by it.
Seth.
Like, they see something and it's like, well, I don't want to have.
Bro, my Seth's kind of ass too. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't practice him.
You should learn how to play the game.
HP inflation can ruin Zenless if it's left unchecked. I don't think it will, especially not because of just Shiyu changing. And the big reason why is the next misconception that I've been seeing. Misconception 2. Enemies are just spongy with no
When's this motherfucker gonna talk about Miyabi? I swear to God, she is like the main problem, bro.
She is not the main problem. Okay, hold on. Let's keep moving along here.
Skipping Bringer's entire second phase. You learn skipping phase skips in like that orange territory. But before you learn that, you have to learn the enemy that's yellow territory. It is the phase with the sword thingy, but not the sword thingy. When you stun him for the first time, or if you take too long to stun him, he does his roar and he says, you know, create or refine me. He vanishes off the screen and then he summons the eye. If you don't kill the eyeball, here's my sword. Deal with this, which is also a time waster. That's the punishment for the player. The boss gets rewarded because you didn't stop it. Before he gets to the eyeball, you can stop that phase.
Yes, you can.
So he never gets to the eyeball. You have to get it frame perfect or it's fucked. And this goes into the stun locking shit, right? And I said, you can stun lock him in Deadly Assault so that you can clear with 20k within the first like minute and a half. You don't have to worry about anything he does. You get your...
That's it. And I'm sure that Wuthering Waves has those types of mechanics too, correct? I'm pretty sure Wuthering Waves bosses are just as intricate. Yes, chat? Like they have certain like things where you can cheese, even cheese that much further and it rewards you. Like there must be some very, very intricate bosses in Wuthering Waves. No? Just because, again, I'm reaching out to you guys because I don't know. In Z.Z.Z, they have levels to it. So for those who play both games, would you say Zenless Zone Zero mobs are more difficult than Wuthering Waves mobs? Depends. WUWA and Z.Z have two different playstyles. 100%. 100%. I'm not trying to compare them.
Here's a difference. Here's a big conception on this. And I know I'm going to have some WUWA players going to tell me I'm wrong about this. The bosses in Wuthering Waves have no intricacies, have nothing, have no mechanics that you play around. Wuthering Wave bosses is designed for the single purpose of watch them, dodge, attack, counterattack. That's it. I could tell you right now that you could defeat every single boss in Wuthering Waves relatively fast as shit. Tactical hologram bosses. If you got summon 6 characters, or not even summon 6 characters, because I was fucking clearing that shit off before summon 6 characters too. But summon 6 characters makes it a lot easier. You can fucking kill a fucking boss in like 14 seconds at a level 100. Like I can tell you right now that I have like my Zanny Phoebe team. Zanny is summoned 6. Phoebe is only summoned 0 with an R1 weapon. Zanny's only got an R3 weapon. And Shorekeeper is summoned 6. But even if I don't have Shorekeeper just makes it faster. You can take Shorekeeper out of that equation. You can put Baiji in that plus spot. As long as I can hit my Phoebe shit, go into outro, go into it, boss is fucking dead. Frame 1. It is just a speed. It's just a speed run. In Wuthering Waves, you are more inclined. You're more rewarded to burst down the bosses and kill them as fast as possible. That mechanics don't actually exist yet. Like, I could say maybe for Kelp. No, I can't say that. I can't say that for the Kelpie, because I would say like the first time I almost lost to the Kelpie the first time because he did this like suicide fucking thing where I got next to him when he was like stunned on the ground and I was beating the shit out of him and he blew up. But otherwise, there's no mechanics. There's nothing like I gotta impair the enemy or anything like that. Like WUWA bosses. Cheesing
is not necessary because there's nothing to cheese. You just dodge and you hit. It's completely a different play style.
The play styles, I'm trying to compare the relative difficulty you guys feel as players of both. That's all I'm asking. I'm not trying to, like, you know, I'm just trying to see, because again, Saint Tontas plays Wuthering Waves, so I'm trying to see your guys' experience.
Like, let me put it this way. In Z.Z.Z, right? You would agree with this statement. In Z.Z.Z, sometimes you want to hold on to resources. Like, especially like with miasma shit, you want to hold on to maybe like your alts and stuff, right? To pop that shit as fast as fucking possible when you know it's about to happen, right? There's times where you don't want to parry. You just want to dodge. There's times where you might want to parry here and not do a dodge counter. You know what I'm getting at? There's different parts where you might want to do something to optimize your gameplay. In WUWA, you're rewarded on as soon as you get your shit, because it's basically a counter. So like, hey, look, I build up my Conchero energy, my alt, and everything, and right here in my fucking meter. As soon as it's built up, you want to spend it. You want to spend it immediately. So you want to be like, let me pop my alt, let me pop my skill, let me pop my echo, let me pop my outro skill. Switch to the next character. Alt, skill, echo, outro. And then do the same thing with the DPS. And then walla bing, that's your rotation. As fast as possible. As soon as you get access to it, you want to utilize it. There is no saving it. Like, that is Wuthering Waves combat. As soon as you get it, you spend it. Whereas in Z.Z.Z, it's more of a resource management, and when you build up certain resources and stuff like this to a certain degree, then you want to pop it at certain times.
As Wuthering Wave players, and like trying to draw that so I can get a background of where he's at. Because I don't follow his content. I don't know. I'm sure he's a great player. You can parry bosses, stop special bosses, stop special attacks from bosses. Well, yeah, very much the same as almost every other game, I'll be honest. It's all Hoyo stuff anyways. That's not for me to like critique, because I don't really care about that. Or yeah, I should say I don't care that he hates Hoyo. I just care about all the arguments of this conversation. Even if it wasn't St. Tontas talking about it, it was somebody else,
this is a nice guy, man.
Bringing up that same point.
I want to subscribe to him.
I focus.
I like his point of view right here.
Chat. I care. I
like his point of view. You introduced me to a new CC I want to watch,
and the context of the conversation. So I could just very well replace St. Tontas with player A and EO with player B. And I can go throughout this whole rest of this 30 minutes talk right here, just referring to them as player A and player B. But what's more important to me is that you guys understand, you guys get a better grasp on this conversation, and it gives you insights as to the game that we enjoy. When do we start reacting to content? I react every now and then. I don't react to drama as much. More so, you guys know me. I don't care about drama. I care about conversations. And this is a conversation in the context of, you know, moving us into 2.0 that I feel like is very important. HP inflation and where the ecosystem of the game goes. Like I said, I don't care about the people. I care about the conversation.
Points, and then you fuck off for the rest of the fight, right? If all you care about is clearing to get your rewards, this is the easiest way to do that. But these are reasons why you would want to stun lock. That's orange player information.
We're going to talk about the Electro Mech Shield. The Electro Mech with the massive shield.
If bosses don't have unique mechanics,
which wait, which Electro mech is he talking about there? I don't know which one.
The one that slides around that goes like zim zim zim, and then like lasers pew pew pew, and then fire. That guy.
If he's talking about the one that's like a choo choo choo, and its shield closes in force.
Oh yeah. It's yeah, he got it. The shield closes, fire. Lasers come out. 0, 0, 0.
That's fucking
if
hilarious.
He gets the electric up or the shield up, you have to pop him with the electric anomaly or stun him. Okay. Let me.
No, 100% HP inflation is fucking something that I would agree with Chris on this. That I will argue is needed. In a lot of games, it is one of the most needed components in the game. And especially when you have like like Z.Z.Z, which changed its basically its mechanical system, that, you know, without HP inflation, you would not experience the game as it is, that you would be just clearing shit. I think that HP inflation, as long as it's handled correctly, let me get that disclaimer. As long as it's handled correctly, is a good fix to allow players to experience the game.
So Saint's right on that one. Let me correct that then for sure. So you only have two options then. Stop it from happening, stun them when it happens. Everyone's on the same page now. We get it for sure.
Look, if you're a casual player, then in-game content is going to feel unfair.
W flossing.
I agree. Why is this guy cringing? To be fair, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, let's put up the statement. I would say 85 to 90% of content, if you guys have an okay built account, you can clear. You can at least get 6 stars in DA. You can at least get 6 out of 7 in shield defense. You've done some form of the tower, and you've done a majority of Lost Void. That's 90% of content, let's be real. 98% of content. And that's for casuals. Granted, you guys are pretty good. You guys might say that you have bad builds, but let's be real. There's worse out there. there is worse out there. So when it comes to casuals who have zero clue on how to play, how to build, how to use the characters, of course it's gonna feel unfair. This isn't tic-tac-toe. Lord Saint is just mad because he's bad. He wants to win without playing IMO. Let's see his reaction.
No. F that. Say whatever you gotta say. W flossing. Even his mic knew he was saying bullshit because it cut out. Even his.
But you cut him off before you could even say anything. But I assume he didn't say anything. Basically, just learn the game. Yeah. That's the whole conversation. This guy hasn't learned the game. So of course the power creep is going to feel unfair and it's going to look daunting. But if you've learned the game and you play the game, you guys know every single, like not every single day, but every stream, I teach you guys something new, hopefully that you guys never learned before. And then you guys apply it to your gameplay and you guys clear content. I hope you guys clear content. I hope you guys get better at building, because it's not just about me taking your guys' account and saying, oh yeah, this account can clear it, and I clear it for you. What's more important is that you guys learn how to clear it. The knowledge on how to clear it and the understanding that you can clear it.
What if you are a casual basketball player going to your gym, right? And then you want access to a different sort of court or something, right? Or you want to wear a certain type of shoe, but you don't get to wear the shoe.
No. He was about to set up the perfect analogy that would immediately disprove what he's trying to explain.
Exactly.
Let's say that you're a casual basketball player, you go to your gym. Normally what happens is they might play half a court if they're respectful. If they're not respectful, they're taking over the whole court. If they're playing half a court, one half of the court is for like,
I can't say nothing to this because I don't know shit about basketball.
We're just practicing, we're casual, right? Right. The other half, hey bro, don't come over here if you're not trying to play the game. If you can't take an elbow to the chest, don't come over here. If you can't hit threes, don't come over here.
Factuals. As you guys can see here, there is one guy who knows how to play basketball and is around basketball culture. Another guy who's not really around the basketball culture. Now, I don't know if this guy knows basketball. He might know basketball. He might know ball. But as a guy who's, you know, gone to actually play circuit, play amateur circuit, I've played in AAU. I've literally trained with college and NBA coaches. Looky here. There's my ass at one of the most prestigious, you know, basketball training facilities in California. That was not a good analogy for you to use, my guy. Why didn't you get drafted? Because I'm short. I'm not 6'2" plus, which is kind of what you need to be to get drafted in the NBA. Because sure, you can be really good at the game, but there are others who are really good at the game and taller than you.
Representation of what Flossin is saying. Casual players, you don't belong on this side of the court. What are you doing? Oh, you should not be over here. Now you can experience it, but then what happens, right? If you've played any kind of sports,
I've
You might
played
have
these games
experienced this.
before, gamers.
And it's not until you're willing to get hurt.
It's the same analogy of people wanting an easy mode on Souls-like games. Oh, 100%. 100%.
100%.
Or at
Yep.
least the
Agree with that.
gamer equivalent.
That would have been a much better analogy if he delivered it.
Keep buying that shoe? No, you're not. It's like people had access and were literally able to do this stuff. They were able to do these game modes, play these features, enjoy these end game modes, and then now they're no longer able to because you've inflated the HP so high.
Correct.
And so now they need to go and like start grinding disk drives.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, guys. I have to play the game more. Oh no. Why can't I just play the game? Oh no, guys. Oh my gosh. I have to actually play the game to play the game. Oh, woe is me. I can't believe it. I can't believe I have to build characters and fight bosses to gain materials to build my characters to play the end game modes. If that wasn't also a part of the game, completely separate parts. That is irrelevant, of course. That part is irrelevant. That is not the game that I talk about.
Yes. Their team's hard.
Plus, like we said in the stream, we could tell you earlier, people complained it was too easy before 1.4. Well, the only people who complained it was easy was people who had reached the end game. I wouldn't say casuals called it easy. So I get it from that perspective.
Doing like a bunch of hardcore stuff.
Yes.
To originally do content that they used to do.
Yes. That's the whole point of in-game. That's the...
Oh no. I can't, I need to find more echoes. These echoes that I had are not good enough, and because of that, I can no longer play the game. I guess it's a wraps. I will move on from WUWA and play, dude, wait, what the hell are people playing these days? Go play Love and Deep Space. Oh, go play Love and Deep Space. No, Love Deep Space, there's combat too. Whoa. Don't get him started. Don't get him started. There's combat in Love and Deep Space now. All right? And if it's Love and Deep Space memories are maxed out, all right? You can't beat the content, guys. Whoa. Don't get us started.
This is
now.
like one of the best takes I've seen so far. Holy
I think
shit.
There's a clear misconception with, and correct me if I'm wrong, chat. And this will seal the argument right here. This will seal the argument. What is the average clear in Wuthering Waves? Do you expect casual players to 100% Tower of Adversity and other hardcore endgame modes? Is that a thing? Hell no. Lamau? Nope. Yes? Okay, so I guess. Nope. Okay, so from the experience of this player, again, I don't care about the name, I don't care about anything, but they are a Wuthering Waves player. So just looking at Wuthering Waves, if the average player shouldn't clear the endgame content, much like another action RPG game that's right next door and has a similar situation, why are we complaining about this versus this? Okay, is there any more to this conversation that actually means anything? Because I feel like we've had our fill, we've had our laughs, we've had our goose, we've had our daffs. Because at the end of the day, it's about two things. Now, I always mention this every single time. You guys know this conversation. Meta consists of two factors. One, the players, aka the characters, the equips, and the teams. How they synergize with each other, how they work together to eventually, second side, environment. How do they interact with enemies? Specific rounds. DA is different from Shiu, which is different from Tower. Yes, they're combat, but they provide different restrictions to your party that create a different experience. And certain teams can be used better in certain situations than others. Astra and Miyabi are easy mode Z.Z. It's difficult with those characters. Yes, but that's how it should be. Because if every character could clear the content, what's the point? Then there's no artificial distinction between certain characters. And I would just play Ellen all my life and not care about any other character. It's about the experience and the diversity in the cast on the player side and the growing ecosystem of adding one character that kind of raises the ship, or using a metaphor of, expanding horizontally the scope of the game. And because we don't see it as an issue, they automatically think we don't think it can become one. Is it the caster's conversation? Is this legit just the caster's conversation? Oh my gosh, guys, global passive. Guys, global passive. One character it is a problem because it can create more global passive. That's the problem. That's the problem. What the heck? That's just fear mongering at that point. Also, you can come back and say, I told you so. I told you that HP inflation was going to be an issue. I told you that them introducing global passive was an issue. I feel as though Hoyo has a great record of making some very, very good games last a very long time. Hoyoverse, and I'll stand by that statement, Hoyoverse has a great record of creating games that last a very long time. Look at their very first game, HI3, still going on after how many years? Granted, they have their ups and downs. Granted, they, of course, their bumps. 8 years? 8 years for a live service game? Are you kidding me? That's amazing. HSR for what? 3 years, 3.5, going on its fourth year? HSR is without its faults. But I'm saying the game in itself and the experience that you get out of it, man, it's one of the best. The game is not just, and this is where I kind of deviate and go into the larger conversation of it all. Do you guys think that HSR is a bad game because of the combat? Or do you guys think its entirety is a bad game? The story, the music, the world building, the ambiance, right? The events, the mini games. I think that stuff is pretty fun, man. Granted, I didn't care as much about the combat, and maybe that's why, because I was just more of me actively not trying to engage in that conversation. The combat sucks IMO, so I don't play it anymore. That's fair. That's fair, right? 100%. Combat, I love the music and I love the story. 100%. So there's so much more to the game than just the combat.
There's different demographics for different people.
Take away from the conversation that's happening here, but just again to wrap everything.
The thing is that it's all subjective. There's no factual basis. One person is going to say Z.Z.Z story 2.1 was fucking good as shit. They loved it. It was great. It was amazing. Some people are going to say it was mid. There's going to be another person who's low on the totem pole that's going to say it was dog shit. This is like, when it comes down to it, you might like certain things over certain other things. And that's fine, 100%. Like, you like Weather and Waves, you like Weather and Waves. You like Z.Z.Z, you like Z.Z.Z. You like both of them, that's great. You hate one and you like the other, that's fine too. I mean, the problem is that when you're trying to spit facts and say this is a factual definition, this is a factual information, when you're trying to spit like HP inflation is an actual problem when it's not, because there is counter information that disrupts that argument and you're not even bothering to look at it. When you're taking other information that you're trying to utilize as this is a complete fact and it's just getting dismissed because it doesn't fit the quote unquote narrative, that's where people get upset. That's why these conversations still will exist. In 8 years down the road, when Weather and Waves is going to be at its mark, it's like saying, like, in that regards, yesterday's video, whatever, with St. Tonis, where he was making the argument that, like, the guy was making the argument that, these games need to be better than that these games need to end up becoming better than their predecessors, their competition. And like St. To's like, oh, like that's a defense. Wait until it happens 8 years down the road when Weather and Waves is going to be considered one of those games that you have to become better than Weather and Waves. Right now, Weather and Waves has to be better than Genshin if it wants to
maintain and succeed, it has to put in quality of life changes. It has to conform to the player. It has to be a better game. Otherwise, if it's not a better game, then the argument can be derived is that, well, it's just Genshin 2.0. And then when Weather and Waves gets to the point to where if it truly does become a competitor to something like Genshin, and it does truly get to the spot where it is legitimately a game that is making multi-million dollars a month, more than what it's doing now. I'm talking about like it's making almost $100 million a month, like Genshin was doing. Then at that fucking point in time, the next game that gets developed by another competitor, by another person, even if it's Hoyo against creating a new game, that would be like Genshin, like a true Genshin Impact 2, has to be better than its competition. It has to be better than Weather. It has to be better than Weather Waves. Like either way. So I didn't actually think we were going to go that long in this video, but this video, the conversation right here, was actually really fucking good. Like, does this man have more conversational videos? He's got this poll will end the gacha tribalism. He's got a podcast. I like the way he speaks. I like the way he thinks. I like the way he talks. And I like his analogy, too. Is like you could take away St. Tona's and you could take away EO, and it is straight up player A and player B. I do like that. I'm just noticing this guy gets like a lot of 2K views, though. Like, he's got a couple of them that's going like 10K, 20K, but like 3.3K, 3. I think that like he needs more subs. Well, anyway, reset happened real quick. Let me do my reset real quick. Let me do my dailies really quickly.
I've got your back.
Cool. And what I might end up actually doing here then, as after I do these dailies, is I might actually go ahead and consider going ahead and just go get a coffee and come back. Right, grab this. Get off. Put Grace back in. Go grab my fortune. Oh, 20 polychromes. We know where we're going to spend that shit at. Get your supplies, Pan. Get the fuck out of here, you sharp bitch. Alright.
Go about you here. Go over here for boy. Go grab my operation. Typically, it's the one where you just do the thing. So I guess it was just Operation Bargain then. Okay. Place an order at the windshoe shop. All right, cool. We can do that. Hey, I want fucking soup, motherfucker.
General Chop at your service. What can I get for you today? For your patronage, please. General Chop at your service. What can I get for you today?
I gotta actually use the fucking buff. Okay. Give me that. Give me that. All right, we got 163. We use these 2 fucking batteries real quick. I'm not gonna spin my shit on here. Let it be for right now. But no, I mean, conversation-wise, I think that was actually a good conversation. I'm not gonna lie. But let's see what you got going on here. Let's see what the chat's got going. Let's read the chat real quick. To Flash Thompson, fucking Spider-Man. Are you gonna try the new TOA? Is it really that bad? Did TOA get Oh god damn! Is TOA out? Did TOA reset on WUWA? Did TOA do it? Did TOA do a reset already? Because I mean, I already did it. Like last week, I did it. It didn't reset yet. What are these words I'm reading? This is the chat, motherfucker. Oh, in C, yes. Okay. I think it is good to go get a coffee. Anything else that we should like? There's, I don't think I got any fucking React videos or anything. Jesus Christ, Arthur just wants to start a fucking fight every fucking 5 minutes, it seems like. Alright, I'm just gonna see if there's anything else in here to react to. I haven't seen this. This right here is about the gotcha tribalism. It's 17 minutes long.
With Notcry bringing Genshin back and WUWA making waves, it's time to talk about tribalism. The gacha space is forever filled with rage and divisive takes, with people picking sides and refusing to engage with one another. If my experience is anything to go by, it's very easy to get caught in the crossfire, and many people will take a simple misunderstanding and extrapolate from there until they think they know everything about your perspective. A lot of this is the fault of content creators, or if not fault, at least responsibility. But unfortunately, Unfortunately, the incentives created by the platforms we use and basic human nature makes this whole mess almost inevitable. Fortunately, while the people who revel in all of that are loud, they are a minority. And while it's a little annoying to have to deal with, I do find it fascinating. But what is tribalism anyway? People emotionally invest in the things they care about, be it sports teams, political perspectives, or things like gacha games.
You know what tribalism is? I'll tell you exactly what tribalism is. 110% here. Tribalism is a new terminology that is being used by people because it sounds fucking cool. Instead of just saying the actual truth of it. It's not gotcha tribalism. It is a fucking community that hates other communities. That's what it is. Like, dude, I don't know what's happened in the last couple of fucking years with new terminologies and shit like cap, like, oh shit, that shit's cap. Oh shit, like L takes, you know, W takes. Tribalism now. It's like sweaty gameplay. Terminology that's just been re-invoked into a new fucking title. That's what tribalism is. It's just a dumbass way of fucking just shortening down, trying to say, oh, a community is communities.
Once someone aligns
There's different
themselves with a
gaming
specific
communities.
game or character or creator, they immerse themselves in a niche where all of those around them feel the same about those things. They feel a sense of community, which makes them feel less alone, and their perspective gets reinforced. But then, when they encounter someone who thinks differently, it no longer feels like a simple disagreement. Instead, it's seen as an attack on their identity itself, and so, of course, they respond with vitriol. People start defending multi-billion-dollar corporations like they're a childhood friend. One interesting aspect is how often they have a gigantic
Let me point this out. I don't think anybody, like, I'm going to be honest here. I'm going to be completely fucking honest. And this is not against her or whatever, but she's saying, what this lady right here is saying right now in this video is actually so far 100% correct. Okay. I don't think anyone's defending the fucking multi-billion-dollar fucking companies like fucking Hoyo or fucking goddamn Kuro shit. I don't think that, like, when you're talking about like Hoyo shills and fucking Kuro bots, I think that is the dumbest fucking titleization of everything. We're not defending, I'm not defending Hoyoverse. I'm defending Z.Z.Z. I'm defending Weather Waves. I'm not defending Kuro. In all honesty, you know what Kuro's job is and what MiHoYo's job is to try to fuck me out of money. And they're doing a pretty damn good job most of the time. I don't defend their practices. If anything, what Kuro's fucking doing and what Hoyo's fucking doing is, in all honesty, fucking shitty. It's 100% predatory. It's fucking shitty as fuck. There is not a such thing as a good fucking gacha game. You wanted me to be honest with you about the companies and the games? You want to know what a good gacha game is no gacha game. If Weather Waves is such a great fucking game, if Z.Z.Z is such a great game, why the fuck is it not an offline, you know, I pay $69.99 one fucking time game? If anything, all it is just, it's a free-to-play game. It's marketed basically as a fucking casino. And if I like the character, I spend money in it. That's what it is. Whether it's Kuro, whether it's fucking Hoyo, whether it's fucking Netmarble, whether it's whatever fucking gacha company name out there, it doesn't fucking matter. They all play the same fucking business strategy, and it's, you know, that's why on, like, in terms, you want to really talk about why a fucking gacha game is not considered a real game, is because a real fucking game, a AAA title fucking game, does not rely on a monthly fucking subscription or you to keep spending money to keep rolling to get loot boxes and shit. This is a game does not need to survive on that. That the one-time cost of the $69.99 that you spend on that game, that
multiple that they fucking sell 100 million copies of a game for $69.99 a piece, that at that point in time they make their profit from that. They justify the cost of the game, and that's why those games have a higher regards in the actual online gaming communities over gotchas. It's because when you're talking about, and I love hearing this shit about like Wuthering Waves, Z.Z.Z, Genshin, it doesn't fucking matter. You can put whatever gotcha game title in there. When I hear about the quality of life changes, that I hear about they're more of a game than a gotcha, that I hear that these games respect the fucking player and stuff like this, I'm sorry to tell you this, but they don't. Because games like Grand Theft Auto 6 has been delayed for so fucking long. And when it's going to finally come out, it's going to be a worthwhile game that is going to be something of an actual experience. Playing a Dark Souls game when it comes out every fucking, like, almost every other 5 years or so. Elden Ring. You're not playing a game. You're playing an experience. Z.Z.Z, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail is not an experience. It's a game that has a predatory monetization system behind it because they cannot rely on their own game to sell it. That you got to buy characters. They can't rely on people buying skins. They can't rely on people actually buying the game at a price. That is where I'm going to put my 2 cents in there.
Blind spot. When they see the same behavior in others who like a different game, they can see how ridiculous it is, but instead of re-evaluating their own perspective, they double down, and whenever the two communities are placed in opposition, anger and controversy erupts. Why is this content everywhere? Why do creators embrace it? What are the consequences? And why do I have to deal with the fallout? A key part in this is the role of content creators, and for many it begins with the subtle influence of the algorithm and other similar incentives. Platforms like YouTube reward divisiveness, controversial titles and thumbnails get more clicks, toxic rhetoric gets more comments, hot takes get widely shared and drive engagement. An easy way to stand out amongst a sea of voices clamoring for attention is to make a scene. The algorithm sees the whirlwind of activity this creates as a positive and rewards it with ever more exposure. In contrast, a thoughtful, balanced analysis with a less bombastic title will often fade into obscurity, even if it's far more well-researched and well-presented than your average slot 2 content.
Can I say this character in Genshin? I saw the actual live stream when she was first released. I thought this character was hot as fuck until I saw her riding a fucking giant fucking gun, and I thought this was the dumbest shit I ever saw in my life. After that,
This leaves creators who see this as more than just a hobby with a tough decision to make. Take the road which they know has a higher chance of leading to success, even if it's not the kind of content they
surfing
really
on a
care
fucking
for,
gun,
or
bro.
gamble their
A gun
entire
and cannon.
career on the hope they'll find a way to build an audience without resorting to those tactics. And intentionally or not, creators often lean into it at least a little to drive engagement. When something gets a lot more views, there's a natural pressure to keep producing similar content. Exaggerated emotions and hyperbolic statements keep a certain type of audience coming back, so you'll see creators screaming at the screen in excitement when reacting to a trailer, or crashing out in rage when a game does something they're not happy with. I'd be surprised if they actually react like that when not on camera, and if they do, I hope they get some help. When everything becomes a spectacle, full of posturing and point scoring, the actual games get pushed aside and it's easy for everyone to lose perspective. And once you start yelling and hyperventilating about one thing, even just for the effect, if you don't do that the next time, then people will feel you're no longer quite as enthusiastic, and since that's what they're there for, they might just drift away. Many creators get stuck in a loop where they have to resort to hyperbole whenever talking about things they love or hate. And unfortunately, every creator who leans into this is setting up a feedback loop of reinforcing bias in their...
All right. If we're going to talk about content creators and gotcha tribalism and everything, can we just officially make this officially the war song?
the afterlife, open the path without a fright. Oh, I'll light the fire, watch it blaze across the universe. I'll spit my rhymes, watch your step, or you'll get burned. Hey, woo!
Can we make that the Gotcha War theme?
Audience. Those kinds of reactions appeal the most.
Can we
People
make that the
themselves are
Gotcha War
particularly
theme?
passionate about that subject, whether that's love for
I'm just
one thing
saying.
or hatred for another. So the more it happens, the more it builds and builds. And then once you have an audience who all feel a particular way about something, any deviation from that expected line might feel like a betrayal to them. The more passionate the fan base, the more intense the tribal expectations become. That's a recipe for audience capture, erasure of nuance, and even create a burnout if they were playing it up even just a little. And I think the consequences of that point bear much greater emphasis. There are many different reasons people create
Yes, dog
content.
shit
To
drama
entertain,
requires a
to
dog
connect
shit
with
theme.
others, to help people play smarter, to share passion for the things they enjoy, to think critically and spark interesting conversations, or, of course, just to chase success. Tribalism inflames some of these motivations while suppressing others. Many find it entertaining, and it can create a sense of belonging and bring the creator that success. But building an audience around it reinforces those perverse incentives even further and leaves you with
Can I, like, I'm gonna be honest, okay? I'm gonna be honest. We're fucking, what, how many hours? 4.5 hours into, 4 hours and 50 minutes into the stream right now. And I'm at a stage right now where I'm fucking, like, you know, kind of fucking tired and shit like this right here. And I am listening to a very well-educated woman who is very well using big words and, you know, talk about perverseness and everything else, that she's really doing a great job of explaining this. But can I be honest here? Can I be very honest? This is a 17-minute and 40-second video explaining about Gotcha tribalism. Right? Right? Can we just... I hate to say it like this. I really do. I think this woman might be a wonderful woman. I think she would be. Can we just go ahead and just say straight up, there's some dumbasses? Can we just say it like this? There is some dumbasses out there that just, when someone doesn't like their game, they take it as a personal attack and straight up make fucking excuses to continue the war, that as long as there's going to be people that keep throwing stones back at one another, this shit will never fucking end. I'm just going to say, Yaponomics 101, like,
less scope to engage in more nuanced discussions. And as many creators discover, even if you go ahead and make that content anyway, some people in your comments will tell you in no uncertain terms that they don't appreciate you stepping out of the space you created for yourself. Instead, many find themselves in a downward spiral with no way to get out. And unfortunately, whenever all of this is normalized, it spreads out into the rest of the space as well, and other creators who did not make those same choices have to deal with the consequences too. When people are used to creators who act this way, it's natural for them to assume that everyone else does as well. Even if you present your thoughts in a more calm and measured way, they will suspect you're being disingenuous and invent ulterior motives behind your words. I'm here because there are things I feel compelled to talk about. If that brings in
Bro, that is 100% fucking accurate. That is 100% accurate, especially with someone like St. Tonus, man. You tell St. Tonus, hey, man, the sky's blue. He is going to go ahead and take that fucking terminology of what you just fucking said, that the sky is blue, and go back to his audience and be like, you guys, Foxhole said the sky was blue, but he did not regard to the conversation that there might be colorblind people out there who see the sky as green, that he hates colorblind people.
audience, then that's amazing. And I'll always appreciate anyone who takes the
Like,
time
that's
to
the
hear my
truth.
thoughts, but I still talk about the same things even if it didn't. But unfortunately, thanks to the state of things in general, there's no way to convince some people of that fact. A while back, I made a video about my experience returning to Wuthering Waves. Yes, this one again. I enjoyed the game at first, but ended up a little underwhelmed by the time we reached the end of version 1, largely because the exploration didn't feel like exploring to me. I stopped playing for a while, and I didn't make a video like why I stopped playing WUWA, because at the end of the day, it was a very good game with a clear target audience, even if it wasn't for me. Then, when version 2 dropped, I tried it again and found that the changes to the exploration made it feel fantastic for my preferences. A perfect opportunity to make the kind of video I enjoy. One which explores the pros and cons of different approaches to game design and praises the devs for making such huge improvements for people like me without making it any less fun for the people who had enjoyed the game before. That's an incredibly hard balance to strike, and it deserves far more recognition. I went out of my way to make it clear that even in version 1, for many people who wanted something different from the game, the choices WUWA made were objectively great. Overall, Kura did a good job, and they just took it to another level in Rinasita. I made 2 mistakes in that video. The first was assuming people would understand. The script I wrote was over twice as long at first, with much more detailed explanation of where my perspective came from. But since it all seemed obvious to me, I cut it down to the minimum. The second was living in my own little bubble, where people enjoy hearing perspectives which are different.
Okay, first and foremost, yes, you made a big mistake there. You made a big mistake. You assumed. You completely fucking assumed that the WUWA fucking community was going to be chill. You assumed that they knew exactly what you meant. When it comes to the majority of actual public vocal minority of the WUWA community, the ones we normally on a regular basis see in comments and in streams and everything, these are people that it has to be spoon-fed to directly what you're trying to say. Hits like Zenless, when he said that because of some of the dialogue with, with Furlova being flowery, it does come off confusing when it's a simple problem that's being explained very much in a complex way. Now, to a lot of people, they're saying that Zenless was confused in the story, when there might have been a couple of parts where, like he stated, that he took back from. He's like, he kind of took a step back on, like, huh? What the fuck? Because of the dialogue. But if you don't explain this, like if you're gonna make a review and you don't explain this in crystal fucking clear detail, they don't fucking listen.
From their own.
It's got to be spoon-fed.
A certain group of people heard even the mildest critique and interpreted it as a hate-filled rant from someone with a dark and biased agenda. To this day, many of them just assume that's where I'm coming from. I should have done a better job of getting my point across, and I'm thankful to the many people who had frank discussions on that video, which gave me the chance to explain myself more clearly. It's just a shame that some people are so tribalistic that they can't even bring themselves to hear a different point of view. The main change this has led to in my videos is that I'm more comfortable letting them be whatever length gives me the room to get my point across, even if it's far longer than the 10 to 15 minutes I had aimed for previously. I still try to condense them down to be respectful of people's time, but on balance, it's better to be a little more relaxed. It's still sad that people are so insecure in their own thoughts that when someone disagrees with them, they feel the need to attack, but at least I made some fun merch out of my favorite of the comments. As that example emphasizes, people get used to all of this pretty quickly, begin to think in terms of us versus them, and start to aggressively apply that to creators too. When people see the world through this lens of tribalism, they're forever trying to fit people into those neat and tidy categories. Any critique of something they like, especially if they didn't experience the downsides for themselves, will instantly see you written off as a hater, a grifter, or even an outright racist if you happen to feel disappointed with something even vaguely associated with non-Western cultures. Any praise for something they dislike, and you're at best misguided, but more likely a disingenuous shill who is only in it for the views. And of course, if you express concern over things like power creep, the direction of the endgame, the predatory practices, and so on, then you just suck at the game and you're salty that you can't get all the rewards. From just a single video, people extrapolate an entire worldview, an idea of who you are as a person, and nothing will convince them that they might have been mistaken. And the moment they have that in mind, either from some past encounter or just because their echo chamber said so, they'll remain forever convinced that they are right. Instead of engaging with a discussion like most people would, and saying things like, I disagree with your take because, they come in with heated arguments against the thing they think you said, even if they haven't watched the video at all, and often do not even have the slightest clue what you actually talked about. One of the most important skills in life is the ability to listen and to learn. Nobody knows everything, nobody is right 100% of the time, and there is no such thing as objective fact when you're talking about opinions on a video game. Anyone who claims to that is being disingenuous or is locked into their own personal echo chamber. For anyone who does this, just know you're missing out. Those of us who can handle differences of opinion have much richer and more nuanced experience with the games we play because we get to hear how other people felt about it too. And it does make you wonder what the end game of these people is. Do they want the new people to the game to feel afraid of sharing their perspective since they know they might just get attacked for disagreeing? Do they want videos filled with more caveats than content? Do they want any strong opinions to just be left unsaid? Do they want creators to lie to them and hide their true perspective out of fear of getting hate? Or do they really want a world where the moment someone isn't completely ecstatic with a game, they have to stop talking about it at all? Because I have news for them, no game is perfect. If that's the bar we have to pass, then nobody would ever talk about anything.
You want to know what my thought pattern is about someone like St. Tonus? Do you want to know what my honest to God opinion is the reason why he shills WUWA so fucking much? Like, why, if someone criticizes WUWA, even if it's a little bit of criticism, that he's got to make it into a spectacle? Do you want to know? It comes into a couple of different regards. But I'm going to be honest. I don't think fucking St. Tonus gives a fuck about Weathering Waves. I've said this before. The way the man actually treats Weathering Waves, all Weathering Waves is to him is a tool. It is utilized only to be someone to attack Hoyo. To attack everything else. I don't think he generally actually cares about Weathering Waves. I really don't think he cares. Because he rarely plays the game. And even like watching him play for Lova's story when we were doing the Z.Z.Z shit, all of this just shows me that the man really does not care about WUWA's story, doesn't care about WUWA as a game as much as someone like Rain does. Like, the end game is not the purpose of trying to make Weathering Waves the number one game. It is just being used as a platform to speak. It is like the only thing that I can honestly determine. Because I don't think anybody who actually cares about their game the way he claims he cares about it would act the way that he acts. Because if he honestly did care about Weathering Waves as much as he did, I would assume, A, he would be trying to bring up the network of Weathering Wave channels to the highest degree. Whether they're theory crafters, whether he agrees with their opinions or not, doesn't matter. As long as you're playing fucking WUWA, it does not hurt him. As long as your content is WUWA, he will do whatever it takes to boost up every Weathering Waves channel that be possible. B, at the same point in time of all this, I would feel that he would have a better understanding of how the mechanics of the game works, because I'm not sure if you watched him play Whimpering Waste or such. I'm not sure if you watch him play sometimes in that game, but a lot of fucking times you ask yourself, does he even know how to play the game? Like, I mean, this is a man who uses exploits with Brant in Whimpering Waste to clear Whimpering Wastes. And like right here, we're getting into the conversation of endgame. And talking like I've said, St. Tonus is the biggest number one for Weathering Waves.
I don't see the man actually caring about the game. It's like the entire end game is to utilize it only as a platform to get out a message. That's it. Nothing else. WUWA, if anything, Weather Waves is actually a victim.
Personally, I look at content creators who analyze films, TV, books, and so on, and wish more of the gaming sphere would follow that blueprint. Over there, people analyze what makes films tick, what makes the best successful, what flaws.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm getting at is Weather Waves, Kuro's game, is actually the victim in all of this. It didn't propagate this. It didn't ask for this. In fact, like, he's not even a CC for fucking Kuro games. He wasn't invited to Kuro Fest and everything. But it's still being utilized as a weapon to attack others, to make sure that he has the loudest voice. So that's where, like, I legitimately feel bad, in a sense, for Weather and Waves and Kuro as a whole.
Made others fail to reach their full potential. It's fascinating, and every time I'm left with a deeper appreciation for the art, even if I disagreed with the creator's perspective. Those are the videos I try to create, and one of my favorite things is seeing comments which start with "thanks."
When it comes to saying, I don't think he's bad per se, but I think that in Z.Z.Z in particular, when he did his Z.Z gameplay, we watched, me and a couple people have watched his video gameplays, right? You've watched it. If you actually watch his gameplay and you watch his resource meter and you think of a casual player that would play Z.Z.Z, there's a lot of things that that a casual player would be pressing, a casual player would be doing, that he's not doing, which looks like, in all honesty, he's holding back on purpose to make the game look bad. Just saying.
Sharing your perspective, even though I completely disagree. Thankfully, it seems like only a minority, even in the gaming sphere, are die-hard tribespeople. So many people are open, engaged, and have such interesting things to say, which bring new understanding to the conversation. The tribespeople often feel louder, but in my comments at least, the ones who want to explore ideas together are much more prevalent. And one aspect of this tribalism, which I'm actually in two minds about, is the way people reject creators who wish to return to games they used to love. The reason I'm in two minds about this is that there are, undeniably, creators who deliberately stoke the flames in the hopes of getting views, and these creators can genuinely make a community fall apart. When they move on to a different game, it can feel like a relief, because when the toxicity is gone, those who stick around have far more space to have nuanced discussions. But at the same time, many others get lumped in with this as well. Even creators who have always been constructive get this treatment, even if they barely shared why they moved on to something else in the first place. If they were to return, it would be a net positive to the space, yet people treat them just the same. And there are those in the middle too, people who criticize out of genuine love for the game, and maybe lean into the hyperbole because that's what drives the algorithm. It's kinda sad, but it feels like that might be the price you agree to pay when you make those kinds of choices. I'm all for giving people second chances, but I understand those who feel that bridges have been burned. I guess it just depends how far they took it and how honest they were along the way. The people in my comments who fall the most into tribalism regularly devolve into pure comedy, to the point where I could half believe that they were legitimately joking. For example, ever since that video about Renacita, which I mentioned earlier, there have been a handful of people who like to comment on every WUWA video I make and to assume I'm making some unfounded criticism, even when it's the polar opposite of what my video actually says. The comments which made me want to finally make this video were from a week or two ago when I made a video speculating about Frolova. She's a prominent antagonist who had been in the story from the beginning, who was about to become playable. For a long time, I had wanted to talk about the disappointing pattern across gachas in general, where antagonists have their misdeeds wiped away, and this was the perfect opportunity. The video explores where people's concerns came from, why antagonists and villains are so important to stories, why I disagree with the idea that evil doesn't sell, and then covers our past encounters with Frolova and the 3 paths they could have taken with her. Keep her as a pure villain, add context but keep her towards the darker end of moral grey, or turn her into an WUWA doppelganger. Obviously, I wanted the first or second, and I had faith that Kuro would deliver. As I said in the video, I felt the middle option was most likely. And as I'll cover in more detail in my next video, they did a fantastic job with her story, and she's a shining example of what I want from an antagonist in any game. My original video was correct on every point. And yet, the moment they played Frolova's story, these commenters comments piled into my video and said my take had aged like milk. Apparently, I wonder how they'll handle this and hope they'll go with option B is a bad take, especially when they do indeed go with option B. It's wild to me that people will so confidently leave a public comment on something they so clearly know nothing about. While I enjoy the entertainment that comes from having these bizarre takes in my comments, I can't help but feel sad for these people who probably miss out on so many interesting discussions because of their myopia. And in the interests of balance, it's important to note that while my two examples so far have focused on Wuthering Waves, it's just as prevalent in other communities as well. My takes on Nutland, for example. Again, I always take pains to emphasize that my perspective is just that, one person's view on the experience and far from objective truth. Many people had a different experience, and I've had many enlightening discussions with them which helped me appreciate the story in ways which the original experience sadly didn't capture for me. That's the whole point of my videos, to acknowledge that everyone feels differently about each part of the game, to spark discussion, and through exploring what made me feel the way I did, to get to learn why other people had a different take. But, of course, many people hate it when you give even the mildest of critiques, and in their mind it becomes, I hate this is stupid, anyone who likes it is stupid, and it should not exist. Guess that might just be how they approach things that they don't like. I just posted a video where I tried to explore why I personally had such a different reaction to the upcoming Not Cry character designs compared to the ones from Nutland. I leaned on my background in design and focused on the part that matters at this point given how little we know about Not Cry. The visuals, the aesthetics, the vibes. All highly subjective, which I made clear from start to finish, and many people said they had the same experience. Other commenters pointed to the lore as the justification for the way Hoyo handled Nutland, but frankly, lore explains why things might be the way they are, but that doesn't change the experience of how people felt towards the designs at first. One comes before the other, and the more disjointed the first impressions are, the more the lore and story would have to fix in order for things to feel coherent by the end. For many of us, it simply did not bridge that gap, and even that's beside the point. The video was not an attempt to gather evidence and present an argument. It was not about right or wrong at all. It was an observation that lots of people feel a similar way about these things, and an exploration of where those feelings come from. But while those commenters got their hackles raised and ended up missing the point I was trying to make, their perspective on the game itself is perfectly valid, and at least they engaged in the discussion. Meanwhile, the ones who really missed the boat were those who interpret criticism of anything related to Nutland as outright racism. Out of over 1,000 comments, I saw one person who was an actual bigot, and they're not welcome here. Accusing people of racism because they felt a video game's aesthetics were incohesive is utterly unhinged. People on both sides of that whole Nutland debate fall prey to this same tribalism. I've seen some people who agreed with my perspective but spent their time bashing those who like Nutland's designs. That's just as disappointing as the behavior of those who bash people for disliking them. If you find yourself on the verge of giving in to that temptation, it's worth taking a step back and maybe think about it for an hour or two before you go ahead and reply. Tribalism kills.
For a second there, I thought maybe by some chance she might have had
topics
author in her fucking
people
comment
care
section.
about so much. There's always a reason behind your like or dislike of something, and figuring them out can be fascinating. Far more interesting than just saying this is peak or this is ass and leaving it at that. For those who agree, gaining greater insight can be validating, and it can actually reduce resentment and bring back appreciation for the other parts of the game they liked, or even provide enough emotional distance that they can start seeing the positives of the parts which didn't work for them. For those who don't agree, it can help them understand the other perspective on that point, and maybe spark discussion which lets them share their love for it in a way which might help others see the positives at last. While the echo chambers are loud, they really are a tiny minority of the community at large. In case anyone skipped to the end, here's your too long didn't watch, woman. Until next time.
God damn. Alright, she deserves a subscribe for that. A little yappy. I'm not gonna lie. It's Yapnomics 101 right here, okay? But it was good. That was actually a good video. Like, that's actually one that I probably am going to actually do a reaction to. Like, do a real reaction video to that. I just sat here watching it. Like, I'm going to make this suggestion to all of you guys out there. We have a Discord, okay? If you are, links in down in the description below. if you haven't joined. But if you are joined onto the Discord, one thing that I want to start doing is I'm going to start doing like what every other fucking content creator fucking does. If there is something in particular you want me to see that you think is worthwhile watching, any kind of drama, cool stuff, brain rot type deal, I don't give a fuck. Feel free to post it here so that way we have a category of different things to watch. Last one was like 5 days ago. I'm starting to clear this out. I'm starting to delete the old stuff right here, and we're going to start doing the new stuff. So if you have stuff that you want opinions on and stuff like that, feel free to post in here. We'll start doing React content. I want to get my hands in it. I want to dive into it. I want to try. But no, I think like tonight, I found 2 fucking new CCs to watch for sure. I gotta admit though, the Z.Z.Z community side of things is absolute. Actually, it's 3 CCs. Blue Panda's actually a new one that I'm also gonna try to watch too. Like, does Blue Panda got anything else in here recently? That's anything that would be? I mean, very questionable thumbnails. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Very questionable thumbnails. However, as questionable as they are, that I think he won me over with the video, with the one video right there, and the second video, the 2 videos he did. Let's see this.
You guys knew this video was coming. No crazy intro, no dislike comparison today. I'm going to lay into my favorite character in Z.Z.Z, and we're going to figure out where it all went wrong. Welcome back to my series where I talk about Z.Z.Z characters and whether they're peak cinema or the worst thing imaginable. Today we got a bit of both here, with Mr. Bigger being our second to last tank that we have to talk about. If you haven't seen before, I recently made 2 videos talking about how the tank class suffers from an identity crisis in this game, with Caesar being the weakest value to pull for, in my opinion, and Seth's moveset being designed in the most confusing way possible. After this one, I'll be talking about how Yinhu is the closest thing we'll get to a great defense agent, but even he has his own share of problems. Also, a little bit of a disclaimer or announcement or whatever. Jesus, I'm looking at this paragraph after rewriting it, and oh my god, I don't know when to shut up. I know a lot of these videos make it seem like or come off as if I'm rage baiting for views or that I don't like this game at all, but it's actually quite the opposite. Even with a lot of the issues I have with these characters, I genuinely don't care that much at the end of the day. I just want to voice my opinions about specific characters in my favorite gacha game and share them with others who also might agree. No, I'm not saying this because everybody hated the Astra video. I still stand by it. She's boring. I just don't want people to think that I actually
It's funny how I was watching Blue Panda earlier. Well, I got introduced to Blue Panda with all this HP inflation talks again.
I don't know many people that would continue to play games
interesting.
They actively hate or... Okay, well, that's different, right? Honestly, I blame the way how YouTube works and how the negative stuff naturally gets more attention because humanity loves to thrive off of negativity. Hell, my most popular video is the one where I'm talking about one thing I hate about everyone in Z.Z.Z. That video was months ago and people are still tuning in and commenting on it. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful and all that, but I'm still getting comments that are upset that I'm making comments about their favorites like this. I now understand why opinion disclaimers are important in videos because I did not have one for that one. And people are ripping me to shreds in the comments to this day. Look, I'm not saying that y'all can't criticize me. I actually love criticism. Please do tell me what I need to do to make my videos more enjoyable for y'all. But y'all can't sit here and say,
Okay, you want some criticism? You want some criticism of how to make these videos more enjoyable for me? All right. Gotcha, buddy. I got you. We need more Sonic music. I don't know why. I saw like the Jet Set style fucking gameplay in the end of the last video and everything. I like that, but I don't know why. But your character reminds me like a big character that would be like in a Sonic game. And we need more Sonic music, man. That's what we fucking need. You know what? Hold on. I got you, buddy. I got you. We're gonna fix this video real quick. We're gonna make this video even more enjoyable.
That I'm a rage baiter or that I hate the game just because I made a video talking about why I dislike your favorite Z.Z.Z character. That's just like stupid chronically online BS, man. Come on now. I don't want to chalk it up to doing it because YouTube's algorithm sucks, especially for gacha games, but look at the statistics. I made a video talking about Evelyn and how much I actually love her, but it didn't even get half of the attention the Astra video got. So don't get mad at me when nearly every video I make from here on out is going to be something critical rather than heartwarming, because YouTube is telling me that people don't like this stuff. So
it works too.
I'm going to stop doing it. And also, if you don't like what you see, just don't watch it. I don't need to read an MLA formatted essay about you defending Astra and how skillful she is and how you don't want to learn how to press spacebar every now and again. I'm very scared to see how these people will continue to clear content in the future, especially when Zenless adds more bosses that you actually have to interact with. Because even though this game is easy, it sure as hell isn't a mash fest, even with Astra. But I digress. Long ass tangent over. None of this really matters and the sun is gonna blow up in the end. So let's get back to talking about this fictional bear that I want to have sexual relations with. As always, leave a like and consider subscribing afterwards. Let's get into it.
All right, Blue Panda, if ever you fucking ever hear about this or you see about this, if you ever come into my stream chat one fucking time, I will do you the fucking solid favor. I will dress up as Ben Bigger for you. I will go to the thrift store. I'll find me a white fucking jumpsuit because I know they actually sell that there. Brand spanking new at the thrift store. I've seen it. And I will get myself a gold chain and I will sit here and because I don't even have to worry about fucking hair because I am a hairy fucking person. So I got hair on my arms, on my chest, on my back and everything. So I'm already got covered on the first section. I don't even need to worry about that shit. And I will dress up as Ben Bigger just for you.
Ben Bigger being our first defense agent could not have been more fitting at the time of Z.Z.Z's release. He was the only one that could provide shields and had a great...
Let me explain something. Let me explain something about Ben Bigger real quick, okay? And this is actually the truth. You do realize Ben is actually the most OP character in this entire game, right? You know why? You know why Ben is the only fucking character in this game that is absolutely the most OP character? He does something that no other fucking character can fucking do. He's got a team alt with the president.
Don't look down on me.
That's it.
Time for some hard labor.
There's no other character that has a team alt. He does. That makes Ben Bigger 100% the best character in the entire game. That is the most OP fucking shit there is.
Interrupted bosses. He was fantastic for clearing early game, serving as an AoE sub DPS or stunner that could happily keep you assist point positive and healthy throughout early game commissions. The devs are so generous as to give you him for free at the beginning of chapter 2 as well. Him also being Coletta's best partner meant that people who got her as their first S rank already had a team going, especially if they pulled Anton as well. Ben served as a slot to fill for second teams once people decided to build outside of the Cunning Hairs. I personally ran main DPS Grace, Coletta, and Ben all the way.
Like that is something. Like talk about that real quick. Talk about that real quick. That is something that Z.Z.Z should focus back on. I'm sorry. Like, I want to see more team-based alts, man. Like, I want to see, like, you know, like Jane Doe itself. I want to make it to where, you know, these factions that we have in the game, like, make a 3-team alt. That if you have all 3 characters in the same faction, they have a special alt. You know, try to give us different ways to, you know, utilize more the animations practice and such. That is something that I hope the Z.Z.Z devs are actually looking at and they're actually considering. And why the fuck does Grace here? Why am I noticing Grace has got a camel toe going on right here? Like, I swear to God, that's a fucking camel toe right there, bro. I'm looking at that right there. It's got a little, like it's actually got a fucking line in there too and everything. Where's my epic pen at? Like, hold the fuck on here. Hold the fuck on here. Give me the smallest pen, bro. Like, yeah, she totally got a camel toe going on, bro.
Fun. But now, in a world where Void Hunters and Grandmasters are running rampant, supports press one button to win the game, and stunners, weapons, and passives just give them the stun freeze for free now, Ben's been at the bottom of the list when it comes to viability and usage on fire teams. Hell, even on teams in general. Not only is he cursed with the 1.0 additional ability requirement of Element and Faction, but he is also tied to probably the worst faction in the game. So the only way to make use of him is to use him with literally any fire unit that isn't Coleta. It's like how in Fire Emblem Engage, the majority of the Fear and Ease units are hot water dog shit compared to the later units you get, except for like 1 or 2 of them. Like, think of Ben being the Louis of Zenless, but with Boucheron's stat growth. Absolutely horrible unit. The thing that bothers me the most about Ben is that I don't understand why his kit is like this. Oh, he's just a 1.0 A rank. 4 stars are usually destined to be this bad, especially at the start of the game. Both of these characters' sole existence is living proof that you can make good characters from the get-go. And before you guys tell me in the comments, I know that he's bad because people aren't pulling for the bear, they're pulling for this. But I'm still allowed to be upset that my favorite character is designed like this. I just don't understand what's Hoyo versus problem when it comes to defense.
I think Ben's designed perfectly fucking fine. This motherfucker is packing. He's packing a fucking pillar. He's ready to Did you not just see what he just did here? He fucking comes in and, like, you know, he didn't even spit before he shoved. He just fucking shoved it.
It's Hoyo versus problem when it comes to defense agents, because in theory they got some concepts right. He can take more hits even though
Ben's got
really
the package, man.
In the first place, and he gives shields, but that's kind of it. No, you don't get it. The crit rate that he gets from the shields, right? No. That's it. They just gave him this and then did fuck all afterwards. It's like they were in the studio saying, yeah, he gives Anton some crit rate, so let's just leave it at that and ship the game, you know? Not to mention his entire moveset being slow is his biggest downside. Not that I need to mention it. This guy isn't exactly going to be moving like Sonic the Hedgehog over here. His counter and ults are fine.
He said Sonic! He said Sonic! He said Sonic! You know what that fucking means? You know what that fucking means? He said Sonic, bro. He said Sonic the Hedgehog.
Thing that supports have, which is the fact that on-fielding with them is virtually pointless. Which is weird because the purpose of tanks in video games is to frontline, fight things head-on in fact. But the moment you try to do that in Zenless, you're immediately punished for it in any type of timed content. This is also very confusing considering the game won't say that he's fully equipped until he puts on at least 2 pieces of Soul Rock. You know, the worst disk drive set in the game. On top of this, I have so many other questions about this goddamn bear. Like, why is his weapon so selfish? Why do they make it so that it's useless during the stun phase? Why is his additional ability so dog shit? Why is he the only character in this game that actually scales off of a different stat that isn't attack? Each one isn't even a true HP scaler, don't give me none of that. Ben was set up to fail from the beginning, and it absolutely saddens me because he is quite literally the coolest design that Hoyoverse ever dropped in my opinion. Miyabi and Yishuan don't count, they're automatically cooler than him.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That is Ben's philosophy, okay? Ben is the worst agent, which you're just saying there from all the kit and everything. But you know what? He's still able to clear Shiyu defense. He's still able to go through Deadly Assault. I know there's a fucking another man out there who fucking plays the goddamn bear that fucking DPSs that bear and proves a fucking fact that no matter how bad Ben is, he's still the strongest hitting motherfucker there is.
I know, but how often do you get to play as a bear in a karate-gi construction uniform with a massive ass pillar as a weapon? And don't say some whack ass MMO because I'm not trying to hear all that. This isn't even furry bias or the fact that I want to get him pregnant bias either. He is genuinely one of the hardest characters Hoyoverse.
I just heard that. Did I hear that right?
fun. And don't say some whack-ass MMO, because I'm not trying to hear all that. This isn't even furry bias or the fact that I want to get him pregnant bias either. He is genuinely
impregnated by his ether? What the fuck?
one of the hardest characters Hoyoverse cooked up in a while, but he's literally the worst one to try and build teams around. Like, I'm being so dead ass when I say this. He puts the entire male cast of Star Rail to shame. And that, like, I could make a whole video talking about how Star Rail's designs are so fucking repetitive and boring, but that would stir up way too much drama, and I'm not trying to be here for it. The last time that I was impressed with a Hoyoverse character was fucking Sela, and I'm still upset that I didn't get her to this day, regardless of if she's meta or not. So you can understand my frustrations with this character being the literal worst one in the game when he could have been so much more. And to those of you saying to just play DPS Ben, that's the entire reason I'm making this video. Why is it that characters like these are so much more fun to play as a main DPS rather than their intended role? This character hits like a fucking freight train when you just slap stats onto him, turning this bear into a 4500 attack beatstick that can attack directly. DPS Ben isn't the most satisfying thing to play in this game. Hell, it can actually be quite annoying sometimes considering that you have to use Lucy and that character might just be as inconsistent as Sao Cao Jump. But my goodness, is this such a fun comp to play? Granted, I literally put this build together with what I had on hand, so nothing is finalized just yet, but I was still shocked to see that I cleared Shiyu 7 with this rinky-dink team that I put together in 5 minutes. I feel like I shouldn't have been able to do this and that it's like extremely wrong, but then I realize that's the beauty of Zenless. This game is piss fucking easy to the point where I literally cleared with a stat stick dildo up Ben's ass. It should.
What the fuck? I love this guy. The fuck? What the absolute fuck? I'm hyperventilating over here, man. I'm dying, man. I'm dying. Okay.
Could have been me, by the way. I hate the way this character's kit was originally designed, but my opinions don't matter in the end when I'm doing this with him. Not that. This with him. And to be honest, I hate the way this character's kit was originally designed, but my opinions don't matter in the end when I'm doing this with him. Not that. This with him. And to be honest, I'm glad.
You know what's fucking hilarious here? You know what's hilarious? You try to do this shit with like fucking WUWA content, you get fucking castrated, right? You get your fucking dick cut off for this shit. But we're fucking doing this and I'm laughing my fucking ass off. This shit is fucking great.
Glad this character has a newfound playstyle in the form of just raw damage, but I still would have liked a couple of things for his intended playstyle so that he actually impacts fights. So I'm going to use the remainder of this video to turn Ben into an S-rank defense unit. We're going to reimagine his kit and tweak a couple of things and make him into the perfect character. Revising Ben bigger and turning him into an S-rank unit. First off, we're going to get rid of his faction requirement and make it so that he requires element and stun. Coletta fits both, but this will now allow him to be used with characters like Trigger so that we can have more impactful rotations on other teams that aren't mono fire. Next up, we're going to give him an attack percent buff on his shield too. Can't be too much because he'd be considered a support if we jack him off. I mean, jack him up like this. So I think 10%, maybe 15 should be fine. We're also going to buff up his crit rate buff to 20% so that he can round out DPS agents a bit more. And to nerf some things to compensate for the AA changes, he will now scale off of his defense completely and only use 80% of his attack instead. Flip-flop in the script. This will make it so that there's actually a reason to farm for Soul Rock in this game. And the damage from his EX skill and ult will scale off of both his attack and defense, just in the reverse order. Because he deserves the world and you cannot stop me. Speaking of his EX skill, we're giving that shit a quick assist. And we're also giving the person who quick assists in from it a crit damage buff. Because why not? Have it be like 20% crit damage because he's a crit.
That's Ryuku Sensei.
Ryuko Sensei was saying that that he wanted to see like more male characters in the game. It was getting overwhelmed with the waifu fucking love shit, and pretty much he lives in Japan and everything, and straight up like that was the entire situation with Tectone, and Saint Tonus called him gay.
Buffer, so why not, right? His copies are fine. I'd honestly just give him an energy regen copy because I don't know why they made an EX skill not have innate energy regen in his kit. So let's give him that on like maybe his M1 or something. Lastly, let's look at his weapon. Yeah, no, this shit is dog water. Let's keep the main stat, but instead, since he's a crit buffer, let's make it so that he applies a debuff every time he does his EX skill follow-up that grants guaranteed crit hits against enemies inflicted by it for about 5 seconds. And then there you go. Ben Bigger is now competitive with Astra Yao. And the crazy thing is that even if these changes were to be implemented, he'd still be one of the worst characters in the game somehow. But at the end of the day, it still doesn't matter. People are going to be clearing with DPS Ben regardless of what they do to him. And also, I still love this character with all my heart. There's virtually nothing that they can do to make me hate him. So yeah, he's ultimately the worst character in the game, but who cares? People are still clearing content to this day with free-to-play Ben Bigger teams, and I personally find that absolutely hilarious. So from a meta standpoint, he's not good. He's still a very amazing character in my eyes. Here's to hoping that we get a polar bear sometime soon so that I can finally have the trifecta and be at peace. And that's the video. We're almost done with this Tanknomaly of characters, and hopefully we should be done with this.
What is this fucking game? This is not Jet Set Radio. I know that's something else.
Members on screen here. Members get access to my videos a day early, exclusive access to not only my Discord, but special channels in there where you can chat with me and my other.
Oh my gosh. These fucking thumbnails, bro. Like I think I'm hooked on these thumbnails now. like okay, what's wrong with Big Titties fucking Pultra?
Okay, Pulchra is weird,
what's wrong with Pulchra? What's going on?
I don't mind that she's in the game now. I actually really love her design a lot, but her kit, or at least the way Hoyo wants you to build around it, doesn't make sense to me. This isn't going to be a guide video since even I don't know how the flark you're supposed to use her, but do leave a like if you want to see more gacha content like this. I do apologize if I sound a little bit raspy because I am a little under the weather right now, but hopefully this shouldn't impede the video. Alright, moving on.
Yeah, still
First
same
of all, this character sucks at M0. Most A ranks do, but what's even worse about her is that she doesn't come online until M6. Characters like Anby, Seth, Ben, and Lucy all come online at M2, whereas Pulchra's copies suck until her last one. M1 is 10% crit rate, M2 is just 10% more attack when in her passive, and M4 is an energy cost reduction. By 5. You know how much max energy is in this game for characters? 100. The only reason why M6 matters the most is because it gives her 2 more aftershock attacks. This character only wants to be in her passive because if she's not, you're losing significant days uptime with her. It's funny because she's literally the stunner versions of Harumasa and Zhuyuan, but also not really. Speaking of those two, she's actually so bad for both of those characters, which is a problem because one of these characters you get for free and also needs a stunner agent to get his passive online. So free-to-play players are stuck with a very suboptimal team for clearing content like Shiyu and Deadly Assault. Don't get it twisted though, Shiyu defense is still super easy to clear, and Pulchra actually makes this a lot easier. But in the case of burst DPS agents, she really doesn't work well with them. Both burst DPS agents are usually only on field during stun phase, and the only way that Pulchra can do aftershock attacks is when another character triggers an EX attack, or specifically hits a heavy attack with either EX skill. I forgot the exact requirements, but I'll put it on screen right here. But basically, she needs someone else in order to trigger her aftershock attacks. And Harumasa and Zhuyuan don't want that much field time, especially Zhuyuan. Harumasa, you can argue maybe because he can pull up the quills, but Zhuyuan definitely doesn't want this character.
I think he's mostly upset at the fact with Pulchra that it's not been
to be on field, and neither does Pulchra, especially when she has her skill out. Alright, well just don't use her with the burst DPS agents then, dummy. That's not the point though. This is our second free-to-play stunner agent whose core passive requires an attacker agent, meaning she was designed to be used with any attacker in the game. Anby is only electric and hair sexual, whereas the other two standard S-rank stunners are the same way for their respective element and faction. The only reason I brought up Zuyuan and Harumasa is because Pulchra is supposed to be the free-to-play alternative to Qingyi when it comes to team synergy. Yes, she was designed for Anby until we get Trigger, but what happens to the people that don't get Anby? What if she's on raid up with a different character that doesn't do aftershocks? What is the purpose of this character if you aren't pulling other characters that synergize well with her? Okay, let it be known that I'm not concerned about the future of this game just yet. Anby, Trigger, and Pulchra do not strike me as the characters to start a massive trend in future agent design. Sure, there will definitely be deadly assaults that have buffs that revolve around these characters, but as established in my power creep video and by many other videos online here, these things are irrelevant given the tools we have and the ability to just
he's basically saying that Pulchra is fucking shit.
I even 3-starred a DA node with a Pulchra whose build looks like this. And Haru was the DPS too. When looking at this character's kit
electric and heterosexual, I'll take her the words. Yes.
Confused and frustrated because she could have definitely been something else. For example, she's extremely resource hungry for a stunner. For those who don't know, she uses up an assist point if you do her follow-up attack after her evasive assist. The reason why this is so important is because she automatically enters the gate state after following up, but she has to use 2 assist points just to do this. One to initiate the evasive assist and another to do the follow-up attack. This is particularly problematic against some bosses or some DA nodes that specifically reward you for hitting defensive assists. I understand that the whole point of her having an evasive assist is to get her into her state quicker and faster, but you're losing out on resources to help you also get into stun phase quicker and faster by getting rid of assist points quicker and not having any juice to actually defensive assist. I just don't get this because you're wasting
Blue Panda, bro.
Resources for
You're gonna make me fucking DPS Ben, bro.
But then literally any other stunner using their defensive assist and then following up afterwards. Realistically speaking here, this character would be a lot better if she was allowed to go on anomaly teams, because anomaly agents suffer from stunning the enemies more than other characters, right? It makes sense because that's not their forte. So Pulchra would be the missing aspect of these anomaly characters, helping them get into stun phase faster so that way their disorders or their anomaly procs are way bigger. But she's only tied to Bernice comps because of her passive, and Bernice isn't terrible. It's just I'm just thinking of like a Jane Yanagi hyper carry team with Pulchra, because Jane and Yanagi is very nice, but Pulchra could be the missing piece to the lack of stun phase rotations that team suffers from. It irks me that she can't work with one or the other characters because she needs to have either an attacker character or Bernice in order for anomaly teams to work, which is why I'm confused, because this character is clearly supposed to help anomaly agents, at least in the way how I see it, but she's specifically made for attacker agents, and I just don't get that when she can clearly excel in anomaly teams. Anomaly agents have their EX skills faster than most attacker agents, so she'd be triggering her guide state a lot more. Also, anomaly agents don't care about the assist points. They dodge counter most of the time, right? So realistically speaking, she should have had an anomaly passive, especially seeing as she has Burning Yuri with Bernice. I don't get it, man. Don't get me wrong, she works well with attacker agents. She's designed specifically for Anby and Trigger and this whole double stunner meta that's going on, but it's clear to me that she could have been an even way better unit if she synergized with more generic anomaly units. And you don't even have to change anything either. You could just make it so that it's either faction anomaly or just attack and faction. That way, none of the comps that she could be in would lose out. The character already has bad mindscapes. The least you could do is make it so that she's usable on non-Catalan anomaly teams. I'm honestly just gonna chalk it up to the Sons of Catalan being xenophobic and the fact that they're the biggest group in the game so far, and it's also gonna change considering that they're most likely going to be adding Moors, Bellum, and possibly Big Daddy, fingers crossed. But this video's gone on way longer than I wanted it to. I've had to rewrite the script a couple of times. Pulchra's an alright unit. I definitely enjoy using her. I'm just confused because her passive promotes her in a playstyle where she does not shine the most. She would definitely shine a lot better in anomaly teams, and you can definitely try to change my mind about that, but I am dead set on that being the case. With that being said, be sure to leave a like if you enjoyed the video, and consider subscribing if you want to see more gacha content like this. Support me on my coffee, and become a member today if you want to get shouted out at the end of my videos. With that being said, I've got a bunch of chicken noodle soup with my name on it, so I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.
It was made on March 22nd. You know what? You know what they should do? You know what honestly they should do? They should make it to where every fucking character, doesn't matter what the fuck it is, every character works with every character. Take away all fucking, factions, or, if it's a support, a physical, an ether, fuck, take all that shit out. Make it to where I can throw fucking bin, pan, and fucking
I'm gonna hug you harder than your mother's ever
culture
fucking
together,
hugged you,
and
nigga.
I get a fucking
Fuck you gonna do about
entire
it,
fucking
bitch.
good deal with it.
Now, anyways,
let's take away the restrictions. No more fucking restrictions. I want to start a new phase. No more restrictions. Fuck restrictions. No more restrictions. Any other good videos to go ahead and watch? Anything else? Anything in here that's recommended? Let's see. I'm back 23 days ago with that. This was proven to be wrong. They never actually canceled the new Guilty Gear game. They never actually canceled it. It was straight up Arc System Works never even was producing it. Probably said this one a while back. I don't think we watched this one.
Zenless has one of the coolest power systems I've seen in a while, and it has sunk its claws into the single wrinkle of my brain. I've spent way too much time thinking
I play Soul.
There's a lot that goes into it, and the devs make it a point to tie it back to some kind of science. Ether is weird. There's not much info into how the specifics of Ether works, but there's a lot of info we can get via context clues and obsessively reading minor documents in the game. I'm already super deep into this rabbit hole, but some things started to click a little bit more, so I wanted to share my thoughts on the different kinds of ether use that we see in Zenless. So to make this simple, we're gonna break it down into three major categories: assisted, biological, and projected. Now, we don't know about whether aptitude is more present in Thyrans or other species or not, but we've got an argument for it being the case with Onis. More
Is this like a theory crafting
so
or more?
Easy. Assisted use of ether is the general use of W engines. They're resonating with external ether in the environment to make effects for the agent based on how they're tuned. Drive disks further amp this. We can think of them as like the frequency that's playing out of the W engine. So in that way, everyone kind of uses ether to protect themselves. Now, before we start looking at the biological section, I'll give you a minor spoiler
That's still one of my favorite
warning for
cutscenes in
agent
Z.Z.Z.
stories and some part of the main story. So yeah, before you say it, biological can technically apply to everyone. Everyone alive has a base level of ether inside their bodies. That's just a fact. The major difference is to how the body reacts to it and whether they're...
Wait. Biological can apply to everyone, right? That's what you just said. I'm sorry. That's wrong.
Let me finish my cup of hot water.
That's a fucking robot. That's a robot with a vagina. It's a sex bot. That's not biological. That has a computer chip in the brain.
Starlight, it's time to shine!
That could be... Isn't Billy somewhat still human to a certain point? Bro, I need to fucking see these old fucking clank memes.
able to utilize it in a useful or different way. So a great first example is Vivian, with her super weird foresight power. I have a video with my thoughts on this already, but the long and short is I think her brain is overclocking. She takes in a bunch of signals without knowing, the brain puts a pretty solid picture together, and slams it in her face with a touch of metaphor so she can process it easier. This would mean that her relationship with her internal ether is inherently stronger than other agents. and that can be for a bunch of reasons. For now, we're just gonna say she was born that way and she had a fucked up childhood. Yanagi is a more interesting case, as it kind of puts eyes on Onis like Sokaku too. So for a quick recap on Yanagi, she was a soldier on a mission to take out the Oni chieftain in the war against the Onis back some years ago. She ended up solving the problem peacefully by kind of becoming the Oni chieftain herself. Sokaku's sister was the chieftain, and to stop the war, she sacrificed her own life. To make sure the other Oni recognized her as the new chief, she had her blood transfused into Yanagi. So on the surface, big whoop, war's over, right? She doesn't explode with power or do anything crazy. However, we see that something's up now with her fits of blindness. There's a common misconception that Yanagi is slowing time when she fights, but that's actually taking in all the info and reacting that fast. Her ultimate voice line in English kind of points to this too, when she says, mind and body. Which, you know, would be the two things being overclocked. Should there be a biological component to Ether that can affect the user, Yanagi is another case of overclocking your brain. The only difference is, it's not really her ability. She gets blowback from fighting too hard in that way, and the fits of blindness and headaches are likely a result of the mismatch. So then the next question to ask in this situation is it just because Sokaku's sister was someone with a strong ether match? Or do all Oni just have awesome internal ether? Now the third and final one is probably the biggest kicker. It's Harumasa, and that might be a little bit of a long shot, pun intended. He's got ether aptitude regression syndrome, which is a rare disease that gives you a pretty hefty boost to your ether aptitude at the cost of destroying your innards when you get older. The disease is so rare and understudied that there's no cure, and the oldest living person to have it made it to 26. In Harumasa's case, the disease hits his heart and lungs. Being in and out of the hospital growing up, he looked up to a doctor that took care of him and also taught him how to shoot a bow and use swords. Well, yeah, he was a weird doctor. The helpful medicine Harumasa was getting were actually cerebral spinal fluid extractions.
Alright. Can I be 100% honest here about something? Am I the only one confused? Like, I feel like this is a lot of theory crafting, lore style, and honestly, maybe I need to play more. Maybe I needed to play all the side stories or whatever. I didn't play this story. It's really deep. And I don't think that someone at my intelligence level has gotten to this deep shit. Like, I just thought it was about music.
Say that 3 times fast. They were taking the fluid to study and develop a drug that would boost ether aptitude, even if temporarily. Harumasa's doctor eventually got sick of it and wanted out, but they made him disappear real quick. Getting to the point...
Like, I think majority of people, right, wants this. This is what you care about. I don't think you care about music. I think you care about this.
They make sure to inform us that it's Harumasa's heart and lungs that are affected by this ether-based condition. In both of his big action shots, it seems like he's able to focus perfectly. Time slows down, he catches his breath, and he hits the most ridiculous arrow shot known to man. Olympic gold medalist does not even begin to cut it. But check this though, he's steadying his aim and catching his breath. If an archer is able to slow their heart rate and breathing, there's less interruption when aiming and the ability to hyper-focus on the target. Ether aptitude regression syndrome might just be the bad coin flip of being more in tune with your bodily ether. Either that, or the condition makes it so there's a resonance mismatch internally. with some of it being closer to what you'd feel in a holo. It would then make sense why the aptitude crumbles over time, and if they're exposed to a holo when that happens, they'd corrupt almost immediately. So there was a chunk of lore that dropped after I had already written this video. Firstly, a W engine is probably anything that can make a proper sound wave of a certain frequency. Secondly, there are ether matches. It seems that Thyron of a particular species are more likely to share one, or at least a particular frequency. The Tiger Bell from Jufufu's story is a W engine that lets Tiger Thyrons consume other Tiger Thyrons to get a power up, and that's only because they are similar in resonance. Incredibly shady, but more evidence to prove there is some kind of shared internal ether among species like Oni and Thyron. Now, projection is the newest one, and where a lot of darts are going to be thrown at the wall, so you're just going to have to walk with me. We don't know how ether manipulation works exactly, but we do know that it's something that can be taught. If everyone has internal ether and there's a way to teach this bonus awareness, then there is going to be some kind of through line when it comes to use. Ashikai has an incredible video out going way deeper into the science and offering some different perspectives about how Zenless can really be compared to a CRT TV. I very highly recommend you watch that. Way smarter than anything I'm going to do here. There was one point they made that really stuck out to me, and it was the golden glow that both Ishwan and Astra have when they use their powers. Now, could it be a bit of a long shot? Maybe. But if the golden glow is the indicator of someone using ether manipulation, then we have two pretty solid cases for it. Now, when it comes to projection, it's weird. If we think of it as a taught practice, then Ishwan's way of doing it is subconsciously memorizing the way the talismans are written. There is then the case to think that the other high preceptors of Yunkwei Summit have used talismans in the same or similar ways, but I think that might just be the easy mode version of ether manipulation. Astra is the more interesting case because it seems like she just stumbled upon it. She knows music and she's able to imitate a W engine by herself. She knows what different songs she'll sing to resonate with the surrounding ether, and we have visuals of the sheet music. So in both cases, what is going on here? Both cases are weird, but in both cases, the user is externalizing their ether and syncing the outside ether to it. In that way, it's easier to mimic the effects of a W engine, or to find disturbances and enemies, like the issue of the giant gold box. Now this one is a bit of a doozy. What did she do here? She handed talismans to everyone and had them make a big square and hit everybody with the OG mass resurrection. Is there a way we can interpret this? Yes! I think. If we think of the golden talismans as extensions of Ishwan's ether, being projections of her frequency, the box would almost be like the inverse of a holo. If it's an area saturated by one ether frequency, which happens to be hers, she'd be able to resonate with the ether tied to it,
No, on second thoughts, let's not go to Camelot. It is a silly place. Right.
which is then the whole box. Then she'd be able to find the goop inside of the box and exercise it. This is all guesses though. It absolutely looked like magic. The point is, both of them are projecting their frequency outward in some way and influencing the surrounding ether in a small or large way. Now, could this get better or worse depending on someone's ether aptitude? Absolutely. Is every agent likely going to be capable of this? Absolutely not. There's
I have
also
to
the
disagree
case
with
for
that.
intelligent constructs and whether or not they're going to be able to do anything close to this. But if we break it down in this way, we do learn quite a bit. If there is a biological component to ether that some of the agents are using already, there's potential for other agents in the future to have similar minor ether powers. And for the projection, there's a chance that not only will the proxy learn how to do something similar, but that we'll have other agents who understand how to project their ether and use it on a grand scale. All in all, I think it's incredibly exciting when we break it down in this way. There's still a defined purpose for everything, and it all ties back to the way ether interacts with the body. But the question for another time is, what about miasma? I'm going to pose that question to you guys, and I also want to ask, what do you think about this breakdown? And
I think Weathering Waves is doing the frequencies perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
Delicious.
Wait. Is that good or was this good? Which one did better? Which one was a better portrayal?
So you're the one who lost Boss's goods. Boss sent me to repay you. Oh, have something to say? Be careful now. I don't want to hear anything that might damage.
The goods were stolen. I always change my routes, but that guy knew right where I'd be.
We just need this part.
It was too fast. It was too fast. It was too fast. Red.
Who did it better?
It was red, and it leapt from the shadows. Once it sets its sights on you, there's no escape.
What the fuck is this piece of shit? I don't understand
That's a
the
heavy
war. I don't understand
responsibility.
the war fucking shit, man.
No, on second thoughts, let's not go to Camelot. It is a silly place. Right.
Oh, this is 2 days ago. What's
After
this?
the first half, I'm not even gonna lie to you.
God damn, yo, 32-minute video over a comment?
So there's this Twitter review, right? So Snell Rider, which is like he's becoming very popular as far as like the Zenless space on Twitter. You know, a lot of memes, real cool stuff, and Snell has a lot of great takes. You know, some I don't agree with, but you don't agree with everything, right? But a lot of them I do agree with, especially as of late. As of late, Snell's been on fucking point. So this is perhaps the worst review on Zenless that he's ever seen in his life, or that they've ever seen in their life. Now let's just kind of go through it, right? I read this, and again, you can see my comment right here. They had us in the first half. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna read the very first part of.
Are you serious, bro? Are you fucking serious? 32 minutes for a comment? Where's the original fucking? Where do I gotta go after this? I like EO, man. I do like EO. I think EO's a great guy. Seriously do. But I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to sit here for 32 minutes and listening to a comment. So I'm looking for a guy named Death underscore X13. Snail Rider. Yo, I think Snail Rider's probably got some good taste here. Look at what Snail Rider's retweeting, guys. I gotta be careful right now. Might show something I don't want to be seen on the stream. I think it's going well, Faz. Wait, what's this you got right here? The fuck is this? All right. Which one of you motherfuckers is going to marry it? Yeah, it's the wedding dress. Which one of y'all motherfuckers is marrying it? And whoever's marrying that, just realize I'm riding this. You can't have both, bro. All right, we finally got to the comment. All right, I actually don't know where to start, but I will showcase my roster first and explain my logic. All right, so they got Billy, Kadada, Nicole, thing. Jesus Christ. 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1. So you only gave a fuck about Billy. You give a fuck about Billy, okay. So firstly, look at my roster. I don't have characters level, but I will do my best to explain the reasoning for treating my roster the way I do. Let's point out the obvious. Well, I don't have Yuzuha leveled. It's mainly because I don't have no one to use her with, and I also have her Sig, which really sucks because I really want to use her. No, I know you could make an argument I have Piper and Grace, but considering how the community ranks those characters, what would be the point? I don't have Grace level despite me having an M1 because according to the community, she's only good as a sub DPS, and it really sucks because I need an electric character, but if you read my last big post on understanding how shock works, you understand why I think electric characters are literally useless in this game. Currently sitting on a guarantee I could get Nagi, but what would be the point? You have to learn her stance switch cancels and stance switch parries, which isn't practical for me. And I sit here and tell myself, why would I get her when she has to do way too much for damage when Hugo exists? He literally is so simple to play with no bullshit requirements other than having other agents next to him that can stun quickly so he can pop off. Unlike Nagi, that has to do way too much, and have to worry about timing the shock anomaly being procced on enemy and having to quickly switch to another anomaly in order to disorder. Blah 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 blah. Constantly attacks for 10 seconds. Point is anomaly characters are inconvenient to me, but it seems that the direction they want players to go. Okay.
Keep in mind, you need Vivian for the shock trait to be viable in my eyes. Otherwise, you're literally losing a ton of damage for not consistently attacking for 10 seconds before disorder an enemy. And only reason I'm being ignorant thinking this way is because the game does a poor job of explaining how shock actually works, and it doesn't help that there's so much misinformation on it that it literally drives me away from the game. And it's only because I really want to understand how it works. Check my last post about shock anomaly and you'll understand. Okay. Now let's talk about why I don't see the value in Jane or Alice. Let's start with Jane. First, keeping her passion state up as a new player isn't practical, and her spin to win literally does no damage. Also, keep in mind Jane has no time in her basic attacks, just like S11 for efficient anomaly buildup. Otherwise, mashing on her literal builds the anomaly bubble slow. So why would I ever touch a character when she's inconvenient to play and I'm literally can just bring Piper in with no requirements and just spin to win? But hold on here. The passion state. Am I wrong about this? Isn't the fact is that you want to stay in the passion state as long as possible? That the entire goal is that once you got passion state, you attack. The spin to win, you really only want to use the spin to win. If I'm not mistaken, at the like when the passion state's about to end, to refill it, like basically to refill the meter, right? Like the spin to win is just mainly there just to be such. It's just a different way of playing. This is sort of tied into the last paragraph, but there is a reason why I don't pull for who I like or hotness. For example, what's the number one reason people pull for Jane? Based on what I see in the community, it's because she's hot according to the community. To me, the reason to pull a character is not a reason to pull a character. This is why I hear CC talk about how a lot of people can't clear anything because of their characters are underbuilt, but their main thing seems to the main thing they seem to leave out is a narrative that all people are worried about the game's just sexual nature proves it. Okay. Let's talk about hybrid. Wait. Why we're talking about hybrid characters? Whoa. You just said you don't see the value in Jane and Alice. Where's Alice? Why are you just diving right into hybrid characters? Why are we not talking about Alice? You said you don't see a value in Jane or Alice. Well, what about Alice? Okay. Apparently you can't even keep up your own fucking shit here. All right. So let's talk about hybrid characters. May we get a visual update to their UI traits? What do I mean? Let's look at Lighter. On paper, yes, he is a stunner, but my guy is literally out damaging most fire DPS characters in the game. So why would I ever get another fire character except him? So they either need to give him a hammer/sword symbol so people like me would know what he is, or change it to fire attacker because it's really confusing. Oh, okay. And part of the reason I'm thinking this way is because how things people showcase on YouTube, like DPS Bin, DPS Caesar, DPS Lighter, which makes me not care about other agents in that category. I know it sounds like I'm easily influenced by what people are showing on YouTube or saying on here, but I don't know how the game works and damn sure don't want to learn it on my own, so these are things I come across. Anyway, I could go on and on for hours and hours in this post, but I really want to enjoy the game, but I realize I really can't do that. I am so fucking confused. I am so fucking confused. Like, right here. Let me reread this again. There's no way I read that. There is no way that is read like this. What do I mean? Let's look at Lighter. On paper, yes, he is a stunner. But my guy is literally outdamaged most fire DPS characters in the game. So why would I ever get any other fire character except him? So they either need to give him a hammer/sword symbol so people like me will know what he is, or change it to fire attacker because it's really confusing. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? His kit is for stunning. Like, he's a fucking...
Want to see the red scarf?
Lighter, where are you? Lighter. Is that not a hammer? Is this not a fucking hammer? Is the guy blind? What the... What? He says, I repeat this. Let's look at Lighter. On paper, yes, he is a stunner. Okay? But my guy is literally out-damaging most DPS characters in the game, so why would I ever get any other fire character except him? Okay, that makes sense. But this contradicts this. So they either need to give him the hammer/sword symbol so people like me will know what he is, or change it to fire attacker because it's really confusing. He wants a double icon that Lighter can perform as a DPS. But isn't this kit mostly based upon increasing impact and reducing ice and fire resistance? Like, isn't this straight up a kit for a stunner? Like, isn't that what the primarily what the kit is based upon? Is stunning? Like, stunning really fucking fast, really fucking hard, that the character, he wants it to be like a DPS, because yeah, as a DPS character, you know, he apparently out damages most DPS characters because they're not fucking built, probably, but still his primary kit is for a stunner. So it's not saying you can't use him as a DPS, but kind of shitty if you know, it's kind of shitty when the fucking kit is made for stunning. Okay, now I understand why it took EO 30 fucking minutes to go through this now. I wanted to see it first, right? I wanted to actually look at it first. Because I didn't. Now I actually have to watch EO's video. Okay, EO. Now I'm sorry, man. Please give me Yaponomics 101.
Right here, they had us in the first half. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna read the very first part of this review, and I'm gonna tell you where I agree with it, because I legit thought, okay, you know what? He kind of on point with that one. He's kind of on point. Let's go all the way back. What turns me off from Zenless as a new player? I actually don't know where to start, but I'll showcase my roster first and explain my logic of everything else. You see that he has Billy, level 50. Cool, he might be a Billy main. Coleta, level 40. Nicole, level 40. Very good so far. But then we get down to the more critical characters. Anby, level 20, which I guess, to be fair, he's using Coleta, so he doesn't really need Anby right now. Yuzuha, level 1. So Kaku, level 1. My boy Seth is level 1. Soldier 11. Level 1. Grace, level 1. Lucy, level 1. Piper, level 1. Poker, level 1. Anton, level 1. Ben and Corin, level 1. Okay, so right off the bat, if we're looking at this from a brand new player, and you know, you would assume, and again, he had me in the first half of this, right, guys? If I'm just looking at this and I'm like, yo, this guy's saying he had a horrible time with Zenless, my immediate response would be, bro, you didn't build your best units, right? You didn't build up Yuzu. You didn't build Lucy, you didn't build Piper, you didn't build Pokra. Like, you're not really playing the game. And so in his case, he's going to be playing Billy, Coleta, and Nicole. They work together, you know, a little bit, but then it's like, where's your team building behind that? You can't just be rocking out with Billy nonstop and nothing else. So eventually you're going to want to probably use Piper because you have Yuzu, and then you can round that off with Lucy, right? I showed that off in my video with the free-to-play team. That team is amazing. It's a great free-to-play team. In fact, it'd be significantly better than the person playing Billy, Coleta, and Nicole. Let's move over to the very next thing, which is the very next paragraph. He reads, firstly, I know looking at my roster, I don't have characters leveled, but I will do my best to explain the reasoning for treating my roster the way that I do. let's point out the obvious. Why don't I have Yuzuha leveled? And I feel like this is a fair question. Everyone is asking, why didn't you level up Yuzuha? Why did you pull this limited S rank character and you had no intentions of using her at all? It's mainly because I have no one to use her with, and I also have her signature, which really sucks because I really want to use her. So I'm like, okay. Let's go back. All right, let's just go back to I have no one to use Yuzuha with. My boy has Billy already leveled up, which yes, you can use Billy and Yuzuha, right? It ain't ideal, but you can do it. My boy has Seth, he's got Sogaku, he's got Lucy, he's got Piper, he's got Grace. And the Grace part is important because he has Anton. And Anton likes to take advantage of shocks. And Grace is really good at, you know, building up shock pretty quickly. And you can just have Yuzuha to like round it out, right? Fake mono electric if you want to do that. My guy says he has no one to use her with. Yuzu, Piper, and Lucy is the literal demo team. The team they show you how to play this character with, he has on his account. Now let's read this one more time. It's mainly because I have no one to use her with. And I also have her signature, which really sucks. It gets better. Then he goes on to say, no, you could make the argument I have Piper and Grace, but considering how the community ranks those characters, what would be the point? Now this, listen. This is a double-edged sword for me, okay? I want you guys to understand something. Right now, I'm living in the moment. Let's talk about why I'm living in the moment. Based off how the community categorizes or ranks these characters. That's what he says, yeah? So then we go over, I said this in my Pridewin video, and there are so many comments on Reddit, in my own YouTube video, and other people's YouTube video. Kate literally
tier lists are
called me
bullshit.
last night, and we talked about it. Because apparently, I'm gonna just say it real quick, some of y'all being big baby boy bitch juniors, okay? You need to be over there in Weenie Hut Jr., Super Weenie Hut Jr., actually. Why are y'all calling Kate to tell him to come tell me that I'm wrong, and that he should convince me why I'm... No! Kate and I both agree, we just agree for different reasons. Anyhow, continuing on, little side tangent there. In the previous video, I mentioned that a large majority of new players or casual players use Pridewin, especially if they're global, as their #1 source or website for information. Why? Because Pridewin has built up that reputation.
Let me be completely fucking honest. Like, I think that all tier lists in general are fucking bullshit. All right. I have the reason why I say tier lists are bullshit is all a tier list can show me from looking at this is that Miyabi is a top tier character, right? Yijon right there, top tier character. Vivian, top tier fucking sub DPS, and best support units is going to be right there at T0, right? Cool. You know what's fucking funny? I don't have Vivian, but you see that Miyabi? I don't like Miyabi. I don't play Miyabi. I don't like playing Miyabi. But it's the best fucking character in the fucking game. I'd rather play fucking Jane Doe over Miyabi. In my tier list, Jane Doe is actually a fucking tier 0 when Miyabi would be a tier fucking 1. This is why, like, when we talk like fighting games, and we used to have this conversation all the fucking time in fighting games, right? And the reason why I say tier lists are always bullshit is because when we talk to a lot of competitive players on that podcast, it was always determined, you know how a tier list with characters and games was always determined? Is theory crafting wise, right? You have your theory crafters of fighting games. In theory crafting, Soul Bad Guy would be one of the worst fucking characters to play. He would be like, let's say, a C tier character. He is very much got to be aggressive. He's got to rush down, but they got a lot of characters that can zone him out and do everything else and really, you know, fuck with his game. So he's not a good character, right? But Do you know that Soul Bad Guy has one fucking evil tournament? Has won tournaments at Combo Breaker at Evolution Tournament, and it's considered to be a B tier character. It depends on the character, and it depends on the player's fucking hand. It is. Let me put it this way: you playing Miyabi, me playing Miyabi is going to be two different fucking Miyabis, two different types of builds. Two different types of style. You might be able to perform Miyabi 10 times better than I can. Then I can perform that Miyabi. When it comes to something like Alice in that regards.
Motherfucker.
Yes, I am a Kurobot. 110%. Like, when it comes to it, it is player expression. Like, all I look at a tier list like this is it gives me a guideline of what is considered in majority of the best characters to the worst characters. But I have seen different people play certain characters. You go watch someone play fucking Ben Bigger as a DPS, a fucking clear fucking Shield defense in the VA. I guarantee you that shit looks top fucking tier, man. You don't know how much work goes into it, but it looks fucking top tier. All a top tier, like I said, all a tier list is to me is it's fucking full of shit. That there is no such thing as a fucking tier list that actually accurately fucking dictates a lot of shit. This just dictates numbers. It does not dictate player skill, player advantage, player shit at all. A tier list is a lot of people like in fighting games will automatically look at a tier list and be like, "Oh, fucking Happy Chaos is top tier, so I should play fucking only Happy Chaos." And you know what? They fucking suck. They suck with the character because it has a high skill range to it. Or they don't understand certain things about the character. They just think they can pick it up and that they're going to win with the fucking character. In the right hands, yes, Miyabi is top fucking tier. In the fucking hands that don't know jack shit what they're fucking doing, guess what? Piper will probably be a fucking top tier character for them over fucking Miyabi. Because they're not managing stacks, they're not doing shit the right way. Tier list to me, when I hear someone talk about tier list or I see tier list, the first thought to come in my head is, this is fucking stupid bullshit. Why the fuck are we talking about tier list? Because I tell you what, you want my tier list? I tell you what, I can give you a fucking tier list. And I'm going to put fucking goddamn fucking Evelyn as fucking T0 and you can all kiss my ass. Evelyn and Lighter are fucking T0. Every other fucking character is going to be a fucking T3. Done deal.
Of being the #1 source for information on gacha games within the global space. So it's natural that a new player or casual player is going to come to the website.
Right, okay, hold on. Let's go into WUWA talks real quick. Let me go into WUWA talks about fucking tier lists and fucking another reason why tier lists are fucking bullshit. Okay? Because I had this conversation with several people from actually St. Tonus's fucking community and Teto's community with fucking Rose Black. Okay? We asked the fucking question, what determines a fucking tier list? How you determine your tier listing? Okay? You know what was told to us? Because the reason for this was because Zanny, we consider Zanny a power creep, right? And they're saying that Zanny's not a power creep. So how do I determine what's a power creep and what's not a power creep? Well, the first thing that was brought in was that you cannot Zenny is not a power creep because you have to fight DPS with DPS, meaning GN, Jinshi, Camellia, Carlotta, all of these characters have, if you're going to do a tier list, has to fight Zanny 1-on-1 with no team members. So you don't put a sub DPS on it, you don't put a support, you don't put a team at all together. It is DPS versus DPS. So think of it like that. That description.
When the question came in, is Zanny a power creep to the very first DPS that came into the game, which was GN? Thinking about it, talking about it, you know what? You're 100% right. Because GN, if anything, Zanny sucks at that point in time. GN will clear fucking faster on his own than Zanny. But we presented another option to that. Well, wouldn't that just mean that a character like Camellia would be better than GN? Because Camelia's kit will allow her to clear faster, especially with the AoE, the spin to win technique. Noah was told. No, because now we have to use teams. Excuse me? Now we have to use a team. So now Camelia's team versus GN's team. GN will still outperform Camellia. Going back to DPS versus DPS, we said, okay, well, let's go with Jinshi. DPS versus DPS. Wouldn't Carlotta be better than Jinshi? Because Jinshi would require a team. Right? And even with a team aspect, Carlotta would still technically be a power creep in that regards because of what Carlotta could do with stun locking a boss. And for example, we got told that they're exactly the same. That there's no difference between the DPS characters. So the problem is that another reason why I don't like hearing about tier lists and I don't like talking about tier lists is because there is no actual like 100% determination of a description of how we do these calculations. How do we determine what is the best fucking characters in their order? Because it changes. It changes based on a narrative. Because if, for example, like I said, just like the example with Weathering Waves, we went through GN versus Zanny. Okay? We can't use teams if we're going to talk about these characters. But if I talk about Camellia versus GN, now I have to use teams. But why could I not use a team with someone like Zanny with her shit to go against GN? Makes no sense. Because then Zanny would be a top tier character. Would be over GN. It would determine power creep. Again, a lot of these tier listings and a lot of shit that people bring up is full of bullshit. It's completely full of shit. And I can't fucking agree with it. All I can say is that when I look at something like this, all I can tell you is that this gives me an idea of what the top characters to the worst characters would be. But does not necessarily mean that the worst characters are actually the worst characters.
Through recommendation, that can be through Google, doesn't really matter. My guy over here says, why would I do that? Considering how the community ranks those characters, what would be the point? Let's go look at both Piper and Grace. Now, Piper is at tier 1. Prior to this, because I'm assuming this is he got Yuzuha, Alice is not on this account. I don't know when this review was posted, but they probably quit before or when Alice got here. So this is before Piper and Jane jumped up a tier or two. Before, Piper and Jane were either in tier 2 or tier 1.5. I don't specifically remember which one it was, but they were down here. Meaning they're not in tier 1, they're not in tier 0.5, and they're not at tier 0. The community is not talking about Piper and Jane. The community is talking about Evelyn, Hugo, Yanagi, Ishwin, Miyabi, Vivian, Bernice, another Yanagi on your team because you need 2 Yanagis. Lycan being the same as Nicole. You guys get what I'm saying, right? 1.5, okay, 1.5, thank you. So they're looking at this the way that other casual players, or rather most casual players, look at tier lists. Whatever the is in the red, tier 0.5 and above, is the only thing you care about. That's the only thing you want to pull. That's priority pulls. You want to get as many of these as possible, and then you'll just pick and choose whatever you want. So as I'm saying, double-edged sword. We come all the way down to the bottom here, and we see Grace is in tier 3, right? She just niche. So of course this person's like, I'm just not gonna anything down here. I'm not gonna build. The only thing they built was Coleta and Billy, probably because that was their first characters. Billy you get for free. Coleta was probably their first 5-star. They probably picked or got from the selector, whatever. So we see that. And what was one of the things that I talked about in the Pride Win review video? I said adding up the categories further diminishes a player's incentive to learn the game or the ability to learn the game. One of the comments that stood out to me in that video was bad example. Okay, this was in reference to what I was talking about regarding mono ice and why mono ice was so strong and blah 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 blah. My guy here says you do not use Lycan in any of his teams for his stun, just for his buff. And at this point I clocked out. I'm not gonna hold you guys. I clocked the fuck out. I on the floor, me and my dog rolling around laughing because there's no way this guy just said you use. So anyway, that's why he was kicked out from mono ice, which this is incorrect, by the way. Lycan was not kicked from mono ice. We'll talk about that in a bit as well. And now Miyabi plays double support teams that focus on freezing during stun, not using any stun characters. Supports have way too much days. This entire message, I'm not even going to call it misinformation. I mean, it is, but that's not really the word I want to use. This entire message is someone who's been misinformed for years. For as long as they've breathed this Zenless Zone Zero, they've been misinformed. This is misleading. This is what happens when you have so much
No offense here, Io, but I don't think Zenless Zone Zero's been out for years. It just hit a year. Just I understand you made a mistake on there, but you know we got to correct misinformation when misinformation needs to get corrected.
Information or the lack of information being pumped into a large audience, and then they start misleading others. So we're going to break this down real quick when we get back to the review. All of this ties into the review, right? Like I'm telling y'all, this is why I said they had me in the first half of that review. I'm not going to lie. I was agreeing with that review. I'm like, oh, you know what? Makes sense. You don't use Lycan for stuns on any team. You use him for his buffs. This is just straight up bullshit. This is ignorant. Lycan has the buffs, or rather the debuffs that he provides against the enemy. You absolutely use him for that, but you have to use Lycan for the fucking, he's a stunner. You should be stunning with Lycan. Imagine playing a team with Lycan on it.
I think Lycan builds stun fucking pretty damn fast ever since I switched over from his fucking main weapon to Steam Pot. He stuns a hell of a lot fucking faster now. He does. With my Hugo, Lycan, and Lighter team, like Lycan pretty much stuns faster. He does very fucking well.
And the only time you bring Lycan out on the field is whenever the enemy is stunned and you come out and do slide kick. That's the only time you use Lycan. This is what this sentence represents. The only reason you use him is for his buff, which his buff is adding the ice damage shred. So you probably would have done an EX skill, right? And then you would have done hitting them while they're stunned. So if anything, you bring him out, you do EX skill or EX kick, they get stunned, you get the damage multiplier and the ice shred debuff, and then you go to do whatever you want. But you only bring him out for that one move, nothing else. That's stupid. The second thing, that's why he got kicked out for mono ice. This is not the case at all. So mono ice and multiple people, even the person that did the mono ice, if I'm not mistaken, they came out and spoke about it as well, but I could be wrong on that. Double check that for me. But the main point being is that with mono ice, Lycan, the version of mono ice with Lycan, so the standard mono ice, the OG mono ice, this team is harder. It's the hardest team in the game to play to this day still. The reward, there's a multiple amount of rewards, by the way, but the main reward that you're looking at is that you get stunned. So you get to the stun faster, you get the stun damage multiplier, and you also free up using Yuzuha or Astra or whoever else on your team. Miyabi being a mono ice is a 1-cost team and still the strongest team in the game. Even if you added an engine, now making it a 2-cost team, it's still the strongest team in the game for basically free. You get Sokaku for free. You could have picked Lycan for free whenever Miyabi was here. So anyone that wanted to play mono ice or does play mono ice absolutely has the best free-to-play team in the game, period. Now you have double support with Yuzu and Sokaku. Cool. Adding Yuzu to your mono ice team means that you can now use Lycan for a Hugo team if you decide to do so. Still giving you the strongest element in the game right now as far as damage goes, ice. The second strongest, well, not anymore. It was fire, now it's physical. Your reward or your freedom, right? The freedom of choice, team building. This all falls into team building. And so then this person goes on to say that the team no longer focuses on stunning the enemy, but instead focuses on freezing. I feel like they had a misrepresentation of what mono ice was in the first place. Mono ice was never about focusing on stunning the enemy. Mono ice was abusing stun, getting to the stun as fast as possible, and then abusing freeze inside of the stun. So you maximize your damage, you maximize your EBAs, your ultimates, so on and so forth.
Correct.
You can still do that with Yuzuha on the team. It's just a little slower, but it doesn't really change what you're doing during stun. It also doesn't change the whole game plan, which is abusing freeze. Freeze the enemy, abuse the damage you get from the freezer, abuse the stationary period you get from the damage that comes with freeze. That doesn't change. So when I read this comment, I couldn't even bother to respond to it because it was like, I knew if I responded, it was just gonna be LMAO, like, you got it, bro, because there's no way. Then he goes on to say supports have way too much days. Again, the lack of information hurts the player base. Supports have way too much days. Let's look at the actual support characters in the game real quick. Rena, Alexandrina, how do you pronounce her name? Whatever, Rena, Astra, Lucy, Nicole, Tokaku, and Yuzuha. Supports have too much days. The only character in this list that has any appropriate amount of days is Yuzuha. The only other character that you can build to have decent days is Sokaku, because she has the heavy assist option with her big ass fucking thing. So you get more parry opportunities than you would without it. But supports have too much days. Let's refer back to the comment just real quick. This is what I'm talking about. You have people out here. Yes, this is spreading misinformation, but this isn't, it's just misleading. It's wrong. He's wrong. And then you have him, whoever Rob is, telling his friends or his associates this information. Then they tell their friends. And now you've consistently built this bubble of people spreading stupid shit. This is why it's a problem. We got to get back to the review though. I just really needed to hone in on that. I know I rambled for a little bit, guys, my bad, but we really need to hone in on that. I don't have Grace level despite me having her M1 because according to the community, she's only good as a sub DPS, and it really sucks because I need an electric character. But if you read my last big post on understanding how shock works, you'll understand why I think electric characters are literally useless in this game. We don't have the last big post that this person would have put up to understand why he believes that shock is useless in this game or electric characters are useless in this game. But I don't think this accounts for the Grace and Anton on the account. Mind you, yeah, Grace is pretty tedious to pilot. I'm not even gonna say hard, just tedious to pilot for the average player. That probably means she sucks. Okay, this is a pass. Currently, I'm sitting on guarantee and I could get Nagi, but what's the point? You have to learn. You have to learn. Oh my gosh, bro. You have to learn her stance switch cancels and stance switch parries, which isn't practical for me. And I sit here and I tell myself, why would I get her when she has to do way too much? That's the wrong two, by the way, for damage when Hugo exists. He's literally so simple to play with no bullshit requirements other than having other agents next to him that can stun quickly so he can pop off. Unlike Nagi that has to do way too much and you have to worry about timing the shock anomaly, being procced on the enemy, and you have to quickly switch to your other anomaly agent to disorder and blah, 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 constantly attacking for 10 seconds. The point is, anomaly characters are inconvenient to me, but it seems that is the direction they want players to go. Guys, I'm telling you, people think I be saying bullshit. They think you're an elitist. You want this to be this way. When I tell y'all, now I have proof. Oh, you're getting one guy. This is how a lot of players think. Just because you don't think that way, just because I don't think that way, doesn't mean more players don't think this way. If you hang out on Twitter in the Zenless space for a day, I guarantee you'll see multiple comments like this or multiple threads, multiple questions that are like, yo, should I do this? Should I do that? And it's like, this is a very basic ass question. This is a basic understanding of the game. And you're asking this question, we can answer it. But like you learned this in chapter 1, prologue, whatever of the game. What happened? And I'm not even dogging on people who don't know something, right? Because not knowing and then asking questions is absolutely the way to go. If you don't know something, ask the question. If you have a hard time understanding something, ask the question. There's nothing wrong with that, right? The teacher always says there's no such thing as a stupid question. That's not true, but I'm not telling you don't ask the question anyway. You get what I'm saying? So we get into this. This person, you have to learn her stance switch cancels and stance switch parries. No, the you don't. We all know that you don't have to do this at all. You press triangle, your E on the keyboard, right? The skill button, and you proceed to zip, zap, zoom, and you switch out. You do whatever you want at that point, right? But if you want to optimize it, sure, you could use her switch cancels and use her switching for the parry move, but you don't just press the button and get the parry. So it's a lot. And then he says, why would I do all that? Why would I learn how to do all that when Hugo exists? That's what really got me. So like I said, he had me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. And then I got to this paragraph and I, again, on the floor laughing because this don't make no fucking sense. My guy really wants Nagi. He could, or not really wants, could get Nagi, could get Yanagi. Why would I do that when I would have to learn the character? Now let's refer back to this, right? What does he have on his account? Sokaku, you gotta learn how to play Sokaku. Piper, you don't really gotta learn how to play her at all. Lucy, you don't gotta learn how to play her at all. Soldier Leffen, oh no, input timing, I'm scared. Polkra, you gotta learn how to work an off-field unit. Grace, you actually have to learn how to play this character. Seth, of course you have to learn how to play this character. Colada, you 50-50. You can get away with mashing if you want to, but learning how to play the character is better. Anby, literally the Ryu of the game, the basics, you're gonna get that. Billy, same thing. Nicole, pretty easy to do. Anton, learn how to play the character. Ben, learn how to play the character. And Corin, kind of learn how to play the character. You gotta learn how to play the game at some point. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? We have players consistently talking about wanting changes, wanting things to be done to the game, thinking that certain changes are perfect and this is how the game is supposed to be played. If you understand anything about Zenless Zone Zero, you would absolutely be in agreement with the new Pride materialist change. If you don't, you just don't know the game at all. The game has gotten, and it's been this way for a bit, so nuanced that now both sides are arguing with each other about who knows the game better. What are we doing? And we still have examples like this. And this is, in my opinion, right? Because y'all were saying this is bait. This is too specific to be bait. Because hear me out, right? Visual 06, he would have had to plan this. This is like calculated murder, right? Like or premeditated murder. You would have had to plan this. This is premeditated bait. My guy started the game, got Yuzuha, pulled as much as he could, got an M1 Grace. He has Colada. He went through the game to potentially get Piper for free, or he just happened to pull her. He leveled up Billy, which
the other option that could be there that you're not thinking about, EO. The other option is that the guy could have fucking paid $5.99 to get an account with Yuzuha on it. Like, I'm not shitting you. I have a friend that showed me a fucking account on fucking Etsy or whatever, and you could go buy a fucking account with these characters for like $5. That this dude, this could be bait. Dude spent $5 on an account and is showcasing this and making this entire statement. 100%, I can say that right now.
To level 50, which means he put in hours of time into the game. You're telling me he did all of that just to drop this bait ass post? Nah, like this is some Lex Luthor type shit. He's not dedicated enough. Nobody in the entire gacha community is dedicated enough to be on some Lex Luthor shit. I can't believe it. This isn't bait. This is real. This guy legit feels this way. So we go to the next couple of paragraphs. We're not done. Y'all thought this was the end of it, right? When we talked about Grace, we talked about Anomaly, we talked about fucking Yanagi, and how
what's fucking hilarious is like
press one button. The rest of
what's fucking hilarious in all this is like you need to learn how to play the character, and I don't have time for that shit. It's like, yeah, you know what? Then Z.Z.Z is not for you, bro. Then I'm going to say video gaming is not for you at that point in time. If you got to learn a video game and that's your biggest complaint, then yeah, go watch fucking a DVD.
The teammates do the work for you. We're not done. Keep in mind, this is what the guy says, right? Visual says, keep in mind you need Vivian for the shock trait, the element, the attribute counter itself of shock to be viable. You need Vivian, at least in their eyes. Otherwise, you're literally losing a ton of damage for not constantly attacking for 10 seconds before disordering the enemy. And the only reason I'm being ignorant thinking this way is because the game does a poor job of explaining how shock actually works, and it doesn't help. There's so much misinformation on it that it literally drives me away from the game. had me in the first half, not gonna lie to you. But then if you go into the game and you read what Shock does, you go into the game and you play through chapter 2, which this person would have had to done. They teach you in chapter 2, they teach you how to play Coleta. They teach you how to play Anton, and they teach you how to play Ben and Grace. If you pulled them, which he did, you have the character demo available to you at all times. You have the character kit information available to you at all times. They explain what Shock does. Now, to his credit, the one thing that I will say that isn't fully explained, like it's not appropriately explained, and I don't think it's appropriately explained because the mechanic itself is just kind of piss poor. The aftermath effects of anomalies. Whenever you shock an enemy and then they're shocked, tick, 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 right? You have that electric DOT, but then they talk about the disorder. So what happens if you
This is really sounding like a really sounding like a
Burn
Satanic
takes
fucking
over.
rant right
All
here.
of the shock ticks that you would have done.
The more I
so if
look
you
at this
have,
and read this shit.
7 shock ticks left over, that rolls over into the disorder damage. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then burn takes over. Tick, 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 right? That's the only thing that I could give him credit for, but he's not talking about that. He's talking about shock. He's talking about shock, period. And even if he was doing that, Grace, Anton, Yuzuha, possibly could pull Yanagi because it's guaranteed. And then he would have just not, he just played mono electric. Like, you don't have to worry about disorder stuff at all. Like, the shock is always going to do tick damage. So this has nothing to do with misinformation. This has nothing to do with the game doing a poor job of explaining shock to them. This is quite literally, as a gacha game player, I'm allergic to reading.
Wait.
This is what this is.
Did I read that
Then
correctly
if you
in the
relate back to
fucking
the
chat?
Previous paragraph, you have to learn, quote unquote, her stance.
Wait. You can play game without read, like Aspen Gold. Just enjoy the game. This is why I quit Delta 2. Every game update, I have to study. Wait. You could play the game without reading, like Aspen Gold. Just enjoy the game. But you do realize that reading and understanding the different aspects of the video game, understanding the mechanics, getting a better grasp of knowledge in the game, which comes from reading character kits, comes from reading tutorials, comes from reading in general of different information the game provides to you, does make it to where the game you're enjoying by not reading, but by reading it, makes it 10 times more enjoyable. Because now you understand what to do. Instead of getting frustrated why you can't do something. Don't get me wrong, there's some people out there who gets very fucking entertained in their own way by getting frustrated because by trial and error. Don't get me wrong. There's some people out there it's like trial and error is better to them to learning something, but taking 5 fucking minutes out of your goddamn life and actually go and read something that could benefit your gameplay to learn something actually can make your experience more enjoyable.
Stop. You have to learn. This person is allergic to learning things. They don't want to learn. This is exactly why the entire thing exists with the Hugo stuff, right? Why would I do that when Hugo is so much simpler to play? No bullshit requirements. There's not a bullshit requirement to any of these characters. It's just their kid. My guy quite literally just wants to come on the field, press a button, do damage, get off the field. Play Hugo. There's nothing wrong with that. If that's the type of playstyle you want, you should have pulled Hugo when he was here. You should have gotten to the game when Hugo was here, right? I don't want to tell you. But then you continue. Let's talk about why I don't see the value in Jane or Alex.
Okay. then I guess at that point,
Want to see the red scarf?
the best way to learn a game to make it more enjoyable, right? It'll be like this. Like this is so we take reading out of effect. We take reading out of effect out of the entire game. Now, you need to go complete every single submission. You need to go complete every single quest. You need to go do everything that's in the game. You need to be able to... There you go. Go enjoy the game. Just go enjoy the game. Yeah, for you, but I'm talking about the average casual fucking player. You see, you're talking about yourself. You're not looking at it from a different perspective. You're not looking at a perspective of someone else's shoes. You're saying like you don't need to go read. You don't need to go fucking read. But I want you to go give the game like this right here, just like the way it looks. Here it is. Give a brand spanking new player who's fucking played maybe one or two gotchas in their fucking life. Give them the fucking game and tell them to go ahead and just play it like this from beginning to fucking end and go fucking understand everything there is. You're going to tell me that's going to be fucking enjoyable to them. That this is going to be would be a more enjoyable experience. Because basically, at this fucking point in time, especially if they don't fucking read whatever the fuck language this is, if this is Japanese, Chinese, fucking bitch American, whatever. I mean, they don't have none to worry about, right? I mean, like, look, they can't read this shit. They don't know what the fuck this fucking means. I see 12,000 points. I see 40. I see 0.2 points. I mean, go fucking learn. It's going to be a better fucking experience. That's like, I'm going to be honest, Coco. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've heard of so far. Like, you're still going to be the fact that people are going to have to fucking read in some way, shape, form. There's still going to be a fact that they are going to have to put some intelligent level into the fucking game. Like, I'm saying that in terms of the game itself, you're a person that skips the story and stuff like this. You still going to fucking read that fucking thing that says J right here. You're still going to read what you got to fucking do to go fucking complete the fucking quest. You're still going to have to go read how your characters need to operate. If you don't read, you do trial by error, you're doing wacky teams, you're not coming up with different information. Sooner or later, from the casual fucking perspective to the novice, sooner or later, you have to bend to the knee and learn to read. This isn't a fighting game in that regards. This isn't a true action game. Even in fucking Final Fantasy, you need to read what the fuck your builds are. You got a skill tree. You level up your character. A person who doesn't fucking go ahead and read in fucking Final Fantasy and building fucking Cloud Strife in the wrong fucking way might not be fucking enjoyable. I know this for a fact with fucking Final Fantasy X. When I first started, and the reason why I got turned off of fucking goddamn JRPGs back then was from the simple fucking fact I didn't fucking read. I was fucking 10 years old and I was just playing the fucking game. And you know what happened? I got frustrated. I threw the game in the fucking box and I played Devil May fucking Cry. I played Resident Evil. I played other fucking games until one day I fucking decided to turn the game back on and go read what the fuck I was supposed to fucking do. And I was like, oh, I need to go do this. And it makes the fight easier. Like, if that's how you enjoy it, that's how you enjoy it. But like in the terms of for telling that to other fucking people, that's the dumbest take. I'm gonna say it right now. That is the dumbest take I've ever heard of. Like, we're supposed to be trying to educate people into learning how to, if you want to learn the game, if you really like the game and you want to learn the game,
you're going to do something that's called reading. You're going to learn different terminologies. You're going to learn how you can fast fucking read through kits of a character to what you know what's important and what's not important. But you got to start somewhere. You still have to, at one point in time, come from a ground point to where if you want to get to the next level, you're going to have to reluctantly learn. Like, telling me there's a skip button, all this other man. I'm gonna be honest, Coco. You're one of the fucking people that when I skipped in the Weather and Waves fucking story, you got mad at me on that shit. You know, you're not gonna understand the story or whatever. It's like I completely fucking understand the fucking story. This is Yap Fest 101 right here. I don't give a fuck about it. Moving on. If you were like, this is the reason why people don't like games.
Guys, I told y'all it gets better. Let's start.
You just want shit handed to you.
First, keeping her passion state up as a new player is.
You kept making comments about it.
Spin to win literally does no damage.
During 2.3, you are the person who kept making comments about skipping the fucking story. And the reason why I was skipping the story was because people did not want to see the fucking story. So to try to stop sports, I was going to watch a fucking cinematic ending. I was going to watch it all over the thing. We had an entire thing about it. And it's just like, well, why the fuck is the skip button there? But you're not going to understand the story. Half the fucking people in fucking WUWA, that is exactly, you were one of those people too. Same shit. I skipped the story. I got to get fucking yelled at for skipping the fucking story. When I'm fucking sitting here and I'm fucking going halfway fucking sleep because I'm listening to two fucking characters standing in fucking plain sight like a visual fucking novel and talking to one another. Waiting for something to actually fucking happen that's actually meaningful. Because even in WUWA, we have the visual novel fucking aspect. Difference is that their characters aren't just standing in a 2D playing field right there with a text box at the bottom. No, the characters are just standing there looking at each other and moving their hands just like they do in Z.Z.Z. It's just a little bit more animated. I guarantee you that I can tell you right now the entire story of fucking Weather and Waves very simply. You want to know what the Weather and Waves story is? You want to know all honesty? It's very simple. I spent 8 months doing this. Pick it. Pick the story. Pick the anime. Pick any isekai anime. That's fucking Weather and Waves. Every single fucking isekai anime. I watched this with Valk for 8 months straight. I've watched fucking The Overly Cautious Hero. I watched the fucking one with the fucking luchador fucking flipping the princess. We watched ReZero. We watched fucking oh shit, what's the other one? Fucking his favorite one. I forgot what it was called. We watched Goblin Slayer. We watched different things. But there was one in particular that we fucking watched and everything. All of them has the same exact fucking premise. Every fucking one. To where when I watched one of these, like ReZero, and then I watched this one, I watched this one, I watched this one, I watched this. It might be a somewhat of a different story, but the fucking plot is exactly fucking... Image and Shadow. Yeah, that one right there. That's what it was. It's all the same exact fucking plot. You know how fucking the Weather and Waves fucking started out, and you know how Weather and Waves is going to fucking end. Straight up by watching any isekai. Hero was summoned from a land beyond, or from a different time period, or from some fucking other world, traveled into our world to save us from a dark presence, a dark evil, a demon king, some fucking bullshit in this regards to this type of realm. The hero typically gets amnesia when they first hit the ground and they do not know anything about the place they're at. And they are now at a point to where they have to live their life in the isekai world where fucking waifus like to show their tits off every fucking goddamn fucking 5 fucking seconds. Welcome to the Weather Waves fucking storyline. Like I said, just go pick an isekai, go fucking watch it, go play Weather Waves, and guess what? Whatever you're confused about in Weather Waves, these fucking animes can fucking go ahead and condense it, fix it, and tell you, boom, there you go. This is what you missed. Because every single one's got the same exact fucking plot line. It's just that with Weather Waves, they don't know what the fuck the story is. Because their fucking writing is all over the fucking place and the pacing is. So we can use any of these animes in a sense right here, and I'm sure there's a shit ton fucking more than what's on this list that you can just go pull it, cut some piece out of it, and take the part that you're confused out, put that part in there, and boom, you get the fucking story with no problems. It's so fucking simple. See, I don't need to read the fucking story. I don't need no shit about fucking Weather Waves. I could do the same thing. You know what? It's so fucking much more enjoyable. 100%. I enjoy the Weather Waves storyline by going watching another fucking anime.
Doubt. I'm gonna give some credit. I'm gonna give some credit to a new player. Keeping Jane's passion state up as a new player it's not that it's not practical. It is a little more difficult, right? Keeping that passion state up, you have to what did he say he didn't want to do? Learn. You have to learn. that you know, HSR player label isn't enough. This guy's a Karen. It might be. I don't know. It might be, right? I'm not trying to harp on the guy too much, but it's just too funny, dog. And like the more I read it, the more I.
The fact is that I don't hate you that much or anything. I don't hate you. But the thing is that you make a comment like, you know, oh, you just need to play the game. You don't need to learn the game. You just need to play the game. But I hear the thing where, like, it's Z.Z.Z. I just need to play the game. I don't need to read. I don't need to learn. And you know what the fuck happened when I didn't fucking read and learn for the first fucking week of playing Z.Z.Z. and listening to every single person tell me it's like a baby easy fucking game and doing all this shit? My God, I couldn't fucking do Deadly Assault. I couldn't do Shio Defense because you know what? I didn't have a basic fucking principle idea of what the fuck I was doing. But you know when the fuck I learned that? Is when I actually sat there and I actually started reading and I started listening and I started learning. When it came down to like the story, it's like, oh, the story is all completely thing. But like what, Weather Wave story is fucking the best goddamn fucking story there is? Like I can tell you right now, my opinions about different things. We come here, we're making an argument that we don't need to read. We could just play a game. We don't need to watch a story. We could just play a game. If I skip the story in Z.Z.Z. for a patch or whatever, I don't understand the next fucking patch. I have to go back. One of the greatest things about Z.Z. is that you have the ability to go back. In fucking Weather Waves, you don't have the ability to go back. But, I mean, you still, in some way, shape, form, need to be able to read to have a comprehension. So go ahead and try to tell a person, a brand new fucking player, don't read the game, don't play the game, go in there, go enjoy it, and go have fun. I'm going to be honest, is to me the dumbest fucking thing you could tell someone. That is like going to tell someone, here's a fucking skill saw. Without the instruction manual. Go ahead and go cut that board. And you know what happens? They go cut their fingers off and, ow, I cut my fingers off. Well, did you read? And someone said, well, did you read these fucking instructions where you don't put your fucking fingers in front of the blade? But you know what? We wanted them to go enjoy their time going cut a piece of wood and cutting their fucking fingers off. Yeah, I mean, the core concept is that this includes even the weather waves. We have dumbasses in fucking WUWA that can't clear tower adversity because they don't go fucking read that they need to go ahead and do certain things with echoes, that they're doing their shit with their echoes completely wrong. Trial and error. You know what? That becomes fun for a certain point. But if you're going to take something seriously, and you want to put an actual effort into it, whatever fucking game it is, whatever it is in your fucking life that you want to do, you gotta learn that there's something called comprehension. There's a reason why we have an education system. There's a reason why reading is a big key factor. English is a big key factor. Different languages, you know, have barriers with their own language. That there is a key factor in understanding information that is processed to us, because for the longest time, the best way that we have ever been able to communicate thought to another person is through text. And without having that type of knowledge and just throwing someone into something, 9 out of 10 times, they're going to get frustrated and they're not going to want to fucking play. They're not going to want to do something. This is like going ahead and saying, hey, look, I'm going to give you a job. Okay, what's the job? The job is to be a baker. I don't know shit about fucking baking. I never baked a fucking thing in my goddamn fucking life. The best fucking goddamn tool I ever used is a fucking microwave. Okay, go bake. Every fucking cake I'm going to make is going to be a piece of shit until I learn to read the fucking recipe to actually go ahead and do the fucking job right now. You're just telling me to go ahead and throw fucking ingredients in the fucking bowl and come out with something. How do I know I'm not going to poison someone? I didn't realize that fucking me putting rat poison in the goddamn fucking batter was going to kill people. Maybe if I would have read, maybe if I would have learned to read, maybe I would have saved some lives. I mean, we can go to the far fucking extreme on this shit. Reading fucking matters most. And going ahead and making a statement like, don't fucking read. Just enjoy the game. Skip dialogue. Skip the story. Do all this and just go play the game. Trial and error is the best way to go fucking learn, basically. To some people, like yourselves, you might find that's fun. But if you're going to try to push that narrative to a brand spanking new player that you don't know and try to push that out there, that is the dumbest take that I ever heard of. Straight up the dumbest take. Because I guarantee you they will quit the fucking game faster than if they would actually be sitting there and actually trying to learn it. Because you're going to want to understand what you're doing. You're going to want to be able to put effort. If you want to enjoy something, enjoying something means you're going to put an effort into it. This person with this review clearly did not enjoy Z.Z.Z. Clearly did not want to read. Did not want to understand about different things. And they're made a fucking review here that is talking about the value of fucking characters, that's talking about electric, that is talking about lighter and shit about, you know, it's doing more damage into fire DPSs and all this other stuff. Because you know why? The person didn't put a fucking effort to fucking read. The person didn't put an effort to fucking learn the game. And reading is probably going to be at least over 60% of what you need to accomplish, whether it's Weathered Waves, whether it's Genshin, whether it's Honkai Star Rail, or whether it's Zenless Zone Zero. Any fucking game, any fucking thing you attempt to do that is a project of some sort, you are still going to have to adapt to the understanding that you need to fucking read. And this person clearly here does not know how to fucking read.
This had to be the worst Zenless review that I've ever read, bro. Like, IGN makes better reviews than this shit, man.
That is kind of fucking shitty.
We gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. Also, keep in mind, Jane has to time her basic attacks. Wait, what the f? Yo, Jane has to time her basic attacks, just like Soldier 11 for efficient anomaly build up. When did Jane get input mechanics, dog? I can't. When did, yo, chat, I'm missing something. I'm in a new timeline, bro. I have to be in a new timeline. When did Jane get input mechanics, bro? You're telling me that if I manually press Jane's basic attacks at specific moments of her combo string, I get new moves with new properties? Y'all gotta be telling me something right now, because I'm not aware. Visuals gotta be the top. He gotta be top 1% Zenless Zone Zero player. Because he got the knowledge, man. He got the Jane rework before anybody else. He playing on the private server. Yo, y'all ever laugh so hard your head hurts? Y'all ever, the back of your head, bro. The back of my head is ringing right now, dog. This review should not be this funny, bro. These mechanics, these new mechanics that he has, crazy, man. Otherwise, mashing on her.
Why isn't all the girls that he knows they like him is crazy?
So inconvenient.
Oh, it's not just fucking why, just fucking belt, man. They fucking want fucking belt too.
No requirements and just spin to win. Let's talk about this. My guy Visual could have brought Piper in instead of playing Jane. Absolutely correct on that. We're not even gonna play around with that statement. Absolutely correct. Let's go back and check the Carfax. Mind you, chat, keep in mind, all of these paragraphs are reasons as to why he did not build Yuzuha, why his Yuzu is still level 1. All of these reasons are still why his Yuzu is level 1. So if we relay back to this paragraph here, why would I play Jane when I could just bring Piper to spin to win, no requirements? Check the Carfax. What level is this Jane or this Piper, bro? Come on. So now we continue. This will sort of tie into the last paragraph, but there's a reason why I don't pull for who I like or hotness. For example, what's the #1 reason people pull for Jane? Based on what I see in the community, it's because she's hot, according to the community. And to me, that's not a reason to pull a character. And this is why I hear CCs talk about how a lot of people can't clear anything, not only because their characters are underbuilt, but the main thing they seem to leave out is the narrative that all people worry about in this game are just the sexual nature it provides.
Or the fact is that you just like now I'm thinking about this, right? And I hear CC talk about a lot of people can't clear anything because their characters are underbuilt, and the main thing seems the main theme that they seem to leave out, right? What the fuck am I looking at from this poster? I think that, the CCs might be fucking right.
Community, and to me, that's not a reason to pull a character. And this is why I hear CCs talk about how a lot of people can't clear anything, not only because their characters are underbuilt, but the main thing they seem to leave out is the narrative that all people worry about in this game are just the sexual nature it provides, or is just the sexual nature it provides. I don't know a single CC that talks about a sexual nature and why you should pull characters. Have y'all seen Fantastic Four? You know how it says like they're living on Earth 872 or something like that? This guy is living, we're on Earth 16. We're probably not on Earth 16. We're probably in a whole different timeline. This guy is in Earth 872, the worst version possible of 872. He don't even have the Fantastic Four. Like, he's on the planet that Galactus is absolutely gonna eat. Has to be, because there's no way this type of information goes around and people think it's smart. People like, yo, you're cooking. Yo, what does Bieber say, bro? It's not clocking to you, is it? It's not clocking. It's not clocking to you that he's standing on business right now, right? Come on, man. Come on. We get to the final picture, the final one, right? Let's
leave the fucks in the video, man. They're great.
Talk about hybrids. Maybe we get a visual update to their UI traits. What do I mean? Let's look at Lighter. On paper, yes, he is a stunner.
Okay, I want to hear this part with so bad.
My guy is literally out damaging most fire DPS in the game. So why would I ever get any other fire character except him? Yango, get off the burner. This is Yango. I'm calling it now. This is Yango. This gotta be Yango, bro. This is masterclass D1 rage bait, bro. This gotta be Yango, because nobody else would say some wild, slanderous, ridiculous shit like that. Lighter Lighter out damaging most fire DPS in the game. Mind you, we only got like 2 fire DPS, bro. Come on, guys. Guys, let's click fire. We got Soldier 11, and we got Evelyn, and we got Bernice. We got 3 fire DPS. One of them is a sub DPS. And you're telling me lighter out DPS is the DPS? Okay. Part of the reason I'm thinking this way is because how the things people showcase on YouTube, like DPS Ben, DPS Caesar, DPS Lighter, which makes me not care about the other agents in that category. I know it sounds like I'm easily influenced by what people are showing on YouTube or saying on here, but I don't know how the game works and damn sure don't want to learn it on my own. So these are things that I come across. Anyway, I could go on and on and on for hours and
I don't know how the game works and damn sure don't want to learn it on my own. So these are the things I come across. You know how we solve this fucking problem. You know how we solve this problem. We solve this problem. Hold on. You know how we solve this problem? I'll show you how we solve this problem. This problem is the most simplest problem to solve. It is the most simplest.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow.
That's how you fix that problem.
hours in this post, but I just want to enjoy the game. But I realize I really can't do that. Dad, this is the best review that I've read. I'm not even gonna hold you. This is easily the best review that I've read ever for Zenless Zone Zero. You know what I'm saying? we gotta go with World's Tiniest Violin because I feel bad for him a little bit. I do. Let me explain. I feel a little bad for a player like this, right? Visual 06, right? 06. I feel a little bad for Visual 6 because my guy said he goes on YouTube. He looks for the content creators. He looks for the content. He's looking for help. He wants to learn how to play the game. He wants to enjoy the game. But for some reason, EO's channel never comes across as recommended. Kate's channel never comes across as recommended. Soul's channel never comes across as recommended. Flossin, Jay Stern, Average Luck Gamer. Who else am I missing? I'm missing a couple different guys, bro. Zeals just came back to making gacha content. Zeal's channel, Muzzy's channel, Leno, Rivenous, Josh, I Win to Lose. At least 20 Zenless creators now. Before, just 4 months ago, we had less than 10. Now we got at least 20. We on the up right now. Taco, we on the up right now. Okay? I'm a Zenless creator. We're on the up right now. You're telling me this guy got on YouTube, looked for some information on how to learn the game, and he just, only thing he saw was DPS Ben, DPS Caesar, DPS Lighter. He ignored any relevance to the fact that using DPS Caesar or Lighter requires mindscapes. Completely ignored that fact. DPS Ben requires super support, double support, if you will, right? You need some Astra level shit. Completely ignored that. I'm more surprised that my guy didn't even mention Astra at all in this entire review of his. No Astra mention whatsoever. This is how I know this guy's living on Earth 872. Gotta be, because Astra over there, they don't have the Astra patch. It never came through. So maybe in their realm, in their world, Lighter is the most damaging fire character in the game. Who are we? Living over here in Earth, whatever the number we have. Somebody make up a number. It doesn't matter. Who are we on the main timeline of our own world? Tell him what really exists in his main timeline over there on Earth 872. Because he might actually be a new Eridu. He might actually be living in the canonical Zenless Zone Zero. I'm done. That was a great. We've been live for an hour. That was an amazing first hour. I didn't expect that to be what it was, but it is what it is. I'm absolutely uploading that. That was hilarious. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this too. Visual, if you ever come across this video and you happen to make it in this video, no hard feelings, bro. This shit is funny. This is masterclass rage baiting at its finest. I'm not even mad at it. I'm not even mad at it. This is funny. We need.
There's no reason to be fucking mad. It's stupid.
The next review I want from you, Visual, hear me out. Hear me out. The next review I want from you, I need you to go experience Hollow Zero. I need you to talk about Hollow Zero. I need you to crank out the intensity, max it out, 15 out of 15. And I want your review on that because me personally, I think Hollow Zero, 15 out of 15, too hard. In fact, actually, I take that back, not hard enough. The actual changes and buffs and debuffs that we get inside of the high intensity, they could be harder. They could be more difficult. And I feel like you, a masterclass player like you, Visual, I really do feel like you would be able to stomp and smoke out all of high intensity Hollow Zero. So I think if we got a review from you on that, peak, chef's kiss, okay? Guys, I can't say my user outro because it's inappropriate for YouTube. Like the video, comment, subscribe. Smell you later.
Oh my god. That was absolutely, after reading the post and listening to EO speak about it, like, holy fuck, man. Again, we're in a situation where the problem with the world is that gamers just want fucking shit given to them. They don't want to put an effort. They don't want to fucking learn. They don't want to fucking read. They don't want to make shit fucking easy for them. And that's the absolute fucking truth. Where's fucking language at? I'll fuck my game. English. Back to English. Now I can actually read the game. You know, like, that is absolutely, like, I think the biggest problem in all of this shit. Like, I think that's the absolute biggest abundance of an issue. Is that the majority of people that I see that have issues, whether it was back in the day with fighting games, whether it was back in the day with Lords of the Fall, whether it was back in the day with fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! And shit, is people are just too lazy to fucking get information, to learn, to read. That they get stuck. Because the problem is that the reason why you get to a part where you don't put a fucking effort into something, you don't actually put a, you know, the good old college try and actually put an effort into things, the moment you stop doing that and you're asking a person to give you the answer to something at all times, is the moment that you, as a person, you know, you're spoiled. You want everything handed to you. Like, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of times I'm seeing with these account reviews for a lot of people, right, isn't about fixing the shit. Can I be honest? Like, let me be honest here. I see account reviews, like for Z.Z.Z, Weather and Waves, different fucking players and everything. And generally there is some people, you know, generally, I will say, there is some people that have actual issues, that they don't know what they're doing. Okay? And it's okay to go ahead, have someone overlook your account and be like, hey, let me go, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong. You need to fix this, this is what you need to do here, let me show you how this gets done. Blah, blah, blah.
yakety smackety. The problem comes in when you got some people that keep asking for account reviews over and over and over and over and over and over and over, that they want the person to basically clear the shit for them. It's like the reason why I don't want to do account reviews and I don't want to see about doing account reviews is, first and foremost, I'm not that well versed in Z.Z.Z as many other content creators who do account reviews already that can do it. Jade Nova is fucking really great at it. Okay? Jade is actually a really, really good person, a really great person that does it. Kate is a good person too. But in all truth, when it comes down to it, I feel like doing account reviews is more like being the big brother to the little brother, and your little brother is saying, I can't complete this level, and hands you the controller and asks you to do it. My son does this shit to me. He'll play Lego Star Wars. He'll play Minecraft or whatever. He'll start crying that something's happening in the game that he's having issues with it. And I look at him. I look at the game. And I tell him, you need to do A, B, and C. Whatever it is in the game. Then he's like getting upset that I'm not doing it. You know what I do? I take the Switch, I take the tablet, whatever it is he's giving me, I put it on the table on the side of me, and I say, whatever you want, whenever you're ready to go ahead and get over your little hissy fit and go ahead and do it, you fucking do it. Because you're going to get more pride out of yourself if you accomplish it. You could come to me, you could ask me my personal opinion, my advice on it. I'll give you what my advice is, but I'm not doing it for you. And sometimes I see with some people at account reviews, they'll go do the Tower of Adversity or Whippering Waste because the player said, I can't do it. It's like, oh no, this account's achievable. You can do it with this account. I can't do it. And you got to use their account to go prove to them how to fucking do it. And it just feels like to me, again, it's like this situation where, nah, man, no. You want me to do an account reviews? I would do account reviews. I would look at it. I'll play it, but I'm going to clear. I'm not going to. Let me put it this way. You want 9 out of 9 out of Deadly Assault, for example. You tell me get in your account and do it. I'll do it. But I'm not going to 9 it. And I'm going to fucking close the game right after I get, as soon as I get, let me put it this way. I'll clear it. And as soon as I see 20,000 on Deadly Assault, I'm going to press start. I'm going to press start and I'm going to quit the fucking match so it doesn't record it. I will do it on all 3 of them. And I'm going to press start and I would relieve. And then you're going to be like, well, why didn't you save it? I want my thing. No, because you're going to fucking go do it. I'm just going to show you it can be done. But otherwise than that, I'm not doing it for you. You do it. If I can get to this point, you see me doing it, that means you should be able to do it. That's why, what I'd rather do is maybe, instead of doing account reviews, it's the idea, which I'm going to start posting today on, which is going to be the run reacts, where the chat, myself, everything, we're going to sit here, and that's the reason why that's a section in the Discord. Go to it real quick. Oh, it's up here. Go ahead and be like, hey, look, if you got an issue, show us your run, show us your build, and show us your run. Let us take a look at it. Apparently 20 hours ago, we got Musical Dude who posted up another run. And apparently in this run, it is an M0, no mindscapes, no problems, and dueling Deadly Assault. But the idea here is that if someone actually has an issue, let's look at your build. Let's look at how you're playing the build. Let's look what your teams are. Let's look at everything. And from the video, we should be able to basically visually determine how it is. Simple as that. That way, that person has more of a knowledge from different perspectives of what they should be doing, and they can pick from that, and they can take a little bit of information from this person, that person, myself, whoever, and combine that together, and should ultimately be able to complete everything. I didn't have no one, like when I first started this fucking game in Z.Z.Z, I didn't have nobody come into my account and complete everything for me to show me it can be fucking done. No, I did it myself. I asked questions, talked to people, got different videos that show me different things, built that knowledge, went go actually read the kits, went go learn. And you know what? 4 to 5 months later, we're here. Everything, I got to be honest, Z.Z.Z is rather fucking easy to fucking play. Getting over that hill was the fucking issue. And some people might not have gotten over that hill. So instead of giving it to them, let's invoke it as a training session. Let's revoke it like we would do in a fighting game. In a fighting game, you would go ahead, you would watch something like this, right? Let me go ahead and open this up. We'll open up a musical skulls one, right? I'm just going to use it as an example. So we take a look at something like this. We see, we go ahead, we say, well, you see you're at M0. Your attack's a little bit high. Your energy region, pretty good. Good. All right. Let's go. I'm just saying, like, I'm just using this as a theory, right? As a theory type video. I would go ahead and say something maybe to the effect, bullshit. This is like I said, this is all bullshit statement. Be like, hey, look, this disc right here, you can use better substats, but it is what it is. You're using, this is the wrong disc here. This is the wrong disc here. You need to change the main stats to be whatever stat, right? We could do that. It's a review. Then you go through all of this. You go actually to like the gameplay itself. You start watching it. And just like we would do in fighting games, man, just like we would do in fighting games, we would look at it and we'd be like, okay, let's rewind the tape a little bit. Let's rewind in just a couple of seconds here. And be like, you tell the player, you see this right here? You see this right here, this cross section, this yellow little cross section? This right here, you need to parry this. Like, you need to parry this right here, blah, 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 and you go in. This is where I would rather do, like, if there is a true person who is actually having issues, I want to see how they play. I want to see what they're doing, not do it for them. So if you are a person who is having issues in Deadly Assault, you are a person who's having issues in Shiyu defense, I would suggest, if you really want to have, help in that regards, record your entire session. Record your Shiyu defense. Record your Deadly Assault. Submit that video here. Make sure you're doing like this too, by the way, showing us your build, not just go ahead and throw us in there. Show us your build, show us your character, show us your mindscapes, every single aspect of it, and then throw us right into it. So that way we have a complete understanding. Post it in here and say, hey, look, I can't complete it. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Let us as people look at it, and then, you know what? Just like a fighting game review, we could tell you from point A to point Z, different spots that you're doing good at and what you need to work on. And then we could probably give you suggestions on how to fucking, make it better. This is the idea that I think would be, in my personal opinion, a little bit better for this channel than doing something like account reviews, is doing run reviews. I want to see the runs. I want to see what you're trying to accomplish and see if there's things that we can do that can improve it. Because there's a lot of people that apparently make mistakes. We could be like, well, wait a minute, right here, for example, you know, again, another bullshit fucking line right here. We could say like, hey, look, you see right here, your Astra right here has the ability to do an alt right here. And, you know, boss is right fucking here wailing out on you. Like, you should be hitting this to go ahead and do the chain attack right here and bring it back into your Caesar. You know, you need to look more carefully at where your meter bars are at. We could say something like Miyabi. When you see someone who's just wasting their Miyabi stacks, you could be like, hey, look, you need to make sure you're maintaining both your Miyabi stacks and you're maintaining the energy resource. So that way, when you got almost a full bar, you can basically get a full bar of stacks right there. If you got like 3 of these, hit your alt first before you fucking go ahead and use any energy. Different tips, tricks, and everything like that someone may not know. Yes, very fighting game approach to reviews. This is what we used to do all the time. This is where we can tell you, like, okay, you know, you got a fucking enemy that's blocked in the corner right here. You got, you know, primary example. You'd have someone that would have somebody in a corner right here, and they're playing Soul Bad Guy right here, and they're going to move in here. What do you do? This guy is blocking. This guy is blocking. He's blocking, crouching low. What do I do in this situation? I have multiple fucking options. Some of them are high risk, high reward. Some of them are safe options. Some of them, you know, is a mind game options. Here we could take a look from the game where you fucked up at and where we can basically improve at. Different little tricks that just improves the game. And I feel like that right there is more of an approach that I want to take on this channel on Fridays, and maybe do this more often if it does go off well, is to look at gameplay, do run reactions, and at the same point in time of doing run reactions, if there is someone who needs true criticism that says, hey, look, I really want someone to tell me what I'm doing wrong and why I cannot get 20,000 points in Deadly Assault, we can pinpoint those different things. We can say, oh, you're not impairing this properly. You're not parrying this. Right here, you're running away from the pool, but you need to destroy this pool here, not just go away from it. You need to actually destroy this pool in order to get performance points. Different little bits of information, different little bits of different things. And this is what I want to try to utilize and push more content-wise on the channel. I want to basically, let's review the footsies. Because when I first started out in Guilty Gear, this is how I had to learn. I had Matsu fucking sit down with me. We would record sessions, and then we would replay those sessions. And then we would go through every single line that was happening, every part of the combo. And every time I got hit, how did I get hit? How did I get punished? Is the question that you would have to ask. How? And then when you found out the how, you asked the question, why did you do that? And after you ask the question why you did that, and you explain, well, I thought you would be doing this. Okay, what did we learn? We learned not to go ahead and just randomly DP. Correct, Fox. Correct. Because what happens when you just randomly DP? I get a sword up the ass. Correct. So what do we do next time? Next time I will run and I will do a forward heavy slash, or I will do a slash, so that way I have recoverability, so that way I am not utilizing a trap on myself to where if I'm DP and that I could be, punished for it. Wrong answer. You're going to run in, motherfucker, and you're going to use your fucking fastest fucking button, which is going to be your K, which is going to be your kick. It's at 5 fucking frames. Used to be 3, but it's at 5. It's a 5-frame hit. It's your fastest move that will allow you to recover to block the next move, to which you should be able to, depending on what move they use, utilize it again or utilize a different attack that will allow you to punish from that. So if you are having issues with anything here and you want some criticisms and stuff like this, I want to utilize the chat. I want to utilize myself. I want to go ahead and have that posted in here. I want the good runs. Don't get me wrong. I want the good runs. I want to see the fucking amazing fucking runs. I want to see the god tier fucking runs. All right, have a good one, Coco. No one hates you. I want to see the god tier runs, but I also want to, in case anyone is relatively new or in case someone is at the stage where they do need help, let's offer the helping hand by not just playing on their account, but by actually reviewing different things and saying, okay, I see this as a mistake. What could we have done here better? And fix those problems. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There was a little drama in the chat. I mean, with Coco, it was a little bit too... with the Coco situation there, it's just a little bit of drama that ended up happening. It's more the fact that it all started off with, Coco saying that, you don't need to read, just play the game and enjoy it, which we're trying to be... Like, I'm going to say, to me, to some people that might be fun, but to the majority of people that we're trying to, get into Zenless Zone Zero, to new players that we want to help learn Zenless Zone Zero and stuff, that is not an approach that I think should be pushed in. What is this video from
We can all
Arcado?
agree on who started the trend of sites having guns built into them, right?
Arcado's been having fun, yeah.
By the way, I liked Ruby way more when it was in the school setting. Fight me in the comments section about it after the video.
Look, I'm going to say something really quickly about Ruby, okay? I'm going to say something about Ruby. I used to like Ruby, and then I ended up hating Ruby. And I'm going to tell you the reason why I ended up hating Ruby was because of that goddamn long-distance ex-girlfriend that I fucking had who swatted me, was a major fucking Ruby fan. I watched every fucking thing of Ruby with her, that known the fucking man, all this shit and all this other stuff, and the fucking bitch had the audacity to fucking go ahead and try to get me fucking swatted. And try to get me put in fucking jail and shit. So yeah, I don't touch Ruby because of that fucking reason.
The leader of Mockingbird and the final limited S-rank agent, Hugo Vlad, was added to Zenless Zone Zero in version 1.7 right before the big jump to version 2. And while I overall enjoyed Hugo's time in the spotlight across 1.6 and 1.7, despite some gripes I had with how some parts of his story was written in the latter half of 1.7, I made the decision not to pull for him at the time. Looking back on that decision now, while I occasionally think about if I should have pulled for him, I'm reminded of the exact reason why I never did every time. Hugo is an ice attack agent that takes the dynamic of attack agent hypercarry teams with a stun agent to its next logical extreme by having a kit designed around using EX special attacks to consume the remaining duration of an enemy's stun window for massive damage. And that's about it. There's like one more thing about his kit where he can fire off a mid-range projectile at the end of his combo or as part of a dodge counter, but that's really it. Because of this, Hugo's playstyle involves you triggering a stun on enemies as early as possible, and to do so, you're gonna want to take your team of an attack stun agent combo and slap a second stun agent in that team. There's no real variance in how you can play him, as his core passive gives Hugo massive crit buffs when performing a chain attack or triggering a stun, and he straight up gets a passive increase to his attack when his team is filled out with 2 stun agents. The only time where Hugo might have a change up in his playstyle is all the way at Mindscape 4, where his ranged attacks shred 12% of an enemy's ice resistance for 15 seconds. And even then, that's debatable when we get onto his teammates later. And Mindscape 6, where ranged attacks will also trigger his enhanced state as well, and Totalize can be triggered outside of an enemy stun window. Not even his signature W engine, Myriad Eclipse, offers anything beyond more damage for Hugo. With his kit out of the way, it's Ellen. Ellen's the reason why I won't pull Hugo. I made it clear in the thumbnail and the title already. I don't need to blue balls you any longer on this. As Ellen Joe and Hugo are both attack agents with ice elemental damage, they are
But Hugo is a man! He's a husband now, dude!
Against one another. Dare I say, more so than Miyabi, as at least she is separated by being an anomaly agent and therefore will have different viable teammate options, assuming you're not using mono ice teams. But I don't even know how those are meant to be played anyway, so let's not get too distracted on this one any longer. Let's talk for a second about opportunity cost. In gacha games, opportunity cost typically refers to how a player makes 2 simultaneous decisions when putting high-value teammates or weapons on one team over another, or when making investment decisions to build one character and leaving another out to dry. If I stick Astra Yao on one team to help them perform better, my opportunity cost is that I cannot use Astra Yao on a different team and need to carefully consider which team needs her more and which team can make do with a viable alternative. If I have both a Nicole and Arena with incomplete builds and choose one to finish first over another, I am making an opportunity cost to spend my resources towards building one character over another. In this regard, Ellen Joe and Hugo are a severe case of opportunity cost, where choosing one will cannibalize the other due to the aforementioned ice element coverage. But more importantly, they're viable teammate options. Both Lycon and Lighter are not only some of the best stun agents in the game, but both also have bonus effects that greatly improve ice elemental damage. They also both have unique effects for stun windows, with Lycon increasing the stun damage multiplier, and Lighter adding an additional 3 seconds to their stun duration, both of which have direct interactions with Hugo's Totalize mechanic. These 2 characters are so incredibly valuable to Hugo that to go without them is almost non-negotiable. He just loses way too much when attempting to pair him with an alternative. As a diehard Ellen Joe main, this leaves me at a crossroads, as pulling for a limited S-rank agent like Hugo would completely invalidate all the investment I've put towards Ellen Joe, and I have no intention of doing that whatsoever. I've said before in the past that the next character I'm looking to pull is Lighter on another rerun. But until then, or even after I pull Lighter, Ellen still offers me a greater level of flexibility in team compositions than Hugo, as I can use Lycon just fine. And when I do eventually get Lighter, Lycon can still be a backup for my Ellen in instances where I may want to use Lighter on someone else, like Soldier 11, for example. And while on that note, the leader of Mockingbird really does have some tough competition when it comes to the teammates he's asking for from other characters. Moving beyond everyone's favorite shark mate for a second, Hugo also has to compete with Evelyn for Lighter as well, a fire attack agent with no real competition in her element that's on the same power level as Hugo, and in some cases is even stronger than him too. Comparatively, Hugo's ice element means he has to contend with both Ellen and Miyabi, whom released much earlier than him, for players to have invested in and have more flexible team comps. Also, Evelyn is just hot as fuck. At the end of the day, while I really like morally dubious characters in Hoyoverse games, such as Genshin Impact's Tartaglia, Honkai Star Rail's Aventurine, and now Zenless Zone Zero's Hugo Vlad, I cannot bring myself to pull for an S-rank agent when the cost in doing so includes the very character that drew me into playing Zenless Zone Zero in the first place. It pains me to do so for an interesting and nuanced character like Hugo, but the fact of the matter is, sharply dressed vampires come and go. But this is the one game where I get to savor playing as a teenage shark maid girl with oversized hedge trimmers. Ah well, I'm sure he's at least happy I pulled his surrogate sister. Shut up, Vivian! And with that, I have said all I really wanted to about why I will probably never pull for Hugo in Zenless Zone Zero. There's always the possibility that new characters will eventually come out to widen the possible teammate options for both Ellen and Hugo, but based on the current trajectory with banner pairings like Yi Zhuan and Jufufu, or the upcoming Seed and Orphean Mangus, I doubt we'll see characters to shake up older roster members for a while. And by the time new characters do eventually come out for said older characters, who's to say someone completely new won't be announced that'll make me forget all about Mockingbird's theatrical leader? Only time will really tell with this one. But until then, this has been Arikado Zodan, and I'm clocking out.
Bro, that's completely fucking misinformation. Fucking Hugo's the best goddamn fucking character in the game. You know why? Motherfucker's got a dick.
I can't wait to hear the sound of the sea.
I wish you a fabulous day.
Look at that sexy ass motherfucking vampire. You're gonna tell me you're gonna tell me that beats out fucking Ellen Joe?
Do I really need to take this class?
I mean, you're gonna tell me Ellen Joe beats out the vampire?
Please forgive me for stealing the moonlight.
Motherfucker's got fucking twink eyes, man. He's a husband, though. We play fucking real man's game. No, I'm fucking around right there. Yeah, 100%. I think Zodan fucking. I like calling him Zodan. I think he made some very good points. And holy crap! I mean, his sub count's starting to grow now. 3.14. How's he been doing? 1.7, 400 thing. I honestly think this is just me. This is just me to someone like Arikado, right? I honestly would. I'm gonna say it like this. I think Arikado would be really good if he does branch out some more and not just do just Z.Z.Z content. Like, I would like to see him, tackle like Honkai Star Rail. I'd like to see him tackle other gacha games and put his opinions, like he's got right here, the discussions, like, expectations of being sweated in Zenless Zone Zero. I would like to see those types of discussions in other gachas as well. Because one thing that appealed to me about Arikado, like really hard, really the reason why I wanted to talk to him was when he did his Weather and Waves content, and he was talking about the drama and such, and he was doing Z.Z.Z at the same time. And he was both giving criticisms to Z.Z.Z as well as to Weather and Waves, both praise to Weather and Waves and praise to Z.Z.Z. It's like, it's completely non-biased. It's a person who is coming in, playing the game, understanding what's going on, and giving his thought pattern on it. With that, it's completely genuine. It's no bullshit filter. And that is something that I think that like Arikado should really focus on, as well as I still think that this man should at least on YouTube or on Twitch or something stream at least once or twice a week if he can get the opportunity to do it. I think that it would really fucking go really well for him. And it would help him with even doing more discussions. It would help him more with bringing his audience. I really think that. But that's just a theory from me. A gaming theory.
All right, my brother left for work about half an hour ago. Let's pull this bunny.
garbage. Just give it to me. Come on. I'm gonna shit myself.
And that should have been a short.
Whether we like it or not, cancel culture is extremely prevalent in today's society. But there's one question everyone asks, that being, how far is too far? In order to find out, I asked the most degenerate group of people on the internet, and their answers were surprising. Starting extremely hot, new hairdo has gotten too woke to exist. Now, judging from the exaggerated capitalization and usage of the angry emoji, this is likely a satirical paragraph making fun of the recent grifting trend, criticizing their abandonment of logical reasoning to spew hateful rhetoric. While I'm not really aware of the nuance of the online discourse he's making a parody of, what I will say is hateful discourse based on someone's identity can take spotlight away from more important criticisms, such as a game's functionality or a movie's writing quality or presentation. Now, if you thought that was an interesting take, you haven't seen anything yet. Now, according to Saint Anger, defensive agents are struggling to find a niche. Now, I 100% agree. The class redundancy and iframe prominence make defensive agents a lot less necessary. I mean, why use a defensive agent that gives you a shield when you have supports that heal you, give you free stats, and have DPS agents that have higher health pools, iframe abundance, and even a built-in health redistribution mechanic? Overall, the concept of an entire role being dedicated to survivability is completely irrelevant, although they do have supportive capabilities. As of right now, they pale in comparison compared to the meta supports like Astriel and Yuzaha. The abundance of iframes, better support options, and even new survivability mechanics from DPS roles make an entire class dedicated to survivability a lot less desirable. Now, that was a great take, but this next one might just have you crashing out. From Idiot May Cry, quote, Z.Z.Z's plot is terrible. Now, although I do love Z.Z.Z, I would have to slightly agree, but not for the reason you think. Although the plotline is quite interesting, it's held back by one major issue, that being the gacha live service model. You see, demanding live service updates can reduce story presentation quality. We saw this in full display in the 1.6 Trigger story quest. Although the writing was pretty good, the lack of dynamic comic cutscenes and less pre-rendered cutscenes than average led me to believe the demanding nature of being a live service game was responsible for this declination of quality. Now, in recent patches, the issue has been slightly remedied, as the Alice Yuzaha story quest was quite abundant in comic and pre-rendered cutscenes. But although the issue is solved now, who's to say it won't continue to persist later on? TLDR, the lore is great, but the monthly live service model can lead to a declination in quality in some patches. Now, that take was extremely hot, but this next guy was hating on Anby. Quote, I don't like Anby that much. Now, jokes aside, I respect your opinion. Wait, Jarvis, enhance the image. 2 floating swords and a big hat. Is that a Ramlethal reference from Guilty Gear Strive? Wait a second. They both have light hair, they both like burgers, they're both insanely strong lore-wise, and now that I think about it, Z.Z.Z and Guilty Gear have very similar character design. Happy Chaos is just male Sokaku, with the same white hair and blue Oni motif, and Dizzy reminds me of Rina with her 2 floating companions and her flowing dress. Now, jokes aside, I'm sure there's not really any copyright going on, but it's funny to see how some characters are just so similar. But if you thought Anby strays were the worst we can possibly get, wait till you hear the anti-Thyron takes in my own Discord server. But before that, let's talk about the state of the game. Quote, Z.Z.Z would be a better game if it wasn't made by Hoyo. Now, to be honest, I might actually agree, if it wasn't for this one major thing. Hoyo makes absolutely amazing music. It just sucks all the games they make have the same gacha monetization formula. I mean, who wants to pay $475 for 1/7 of a guaranteed character? Although their music and games are quite good, I'd rather have a cracked out indie dev prone to make a masterpiece at any minute than Hoyo, who charges $475 for a guaranteed character. Now, horrible monetization aside, I think their games are quite good, but I wouldn't mind if another company owned Z.Z.Z, assuming they remove the gacha elements. Wait, what the hell? Quote, chicken Thyrans should be egg farms? What is wrong with you, bruh? We're gonna use Thyrans, live sentient Thyrans, as egg farms? That's just flat out slavery, bruh. Mod, ban this guy, subject immediately. Now, if you thought slavery was the limit, wait till you find out about the rest. But first, let's talk about TV mode. Quote, TV mode was a great idea, but it eventually fizzled out. Now, to be honest, I would have to agree. I think it had a very unique gameplay prospect that could have added a lot more if implemented well. But there's one major issue. It was just far too repetitive and disruptive. Going in and out of combat so frequently and having to do that every single week in Hollow Zero was an insufferable experience. Although some people might have enjoyed it, its disruptive in and out gameplay led to it being extremely unpopular. Although it was a great idea, it just wasn't enjoyable to most people. Now, for the most part, these takes have been pretty safe, but this next one might just get someone cancelled. Quote, get rid of all clankers from Z.Z.Z. And quote, Magus is one of the good ones. What? Mod, send this guy to the Miyabi main torture chamber, subject immediately. Quote from Toast saying Jufufu sucks as a gag character. That's not even cancelable to say. I mean, it's not like you're insulting Anbi in Anbi Nation. It's just some stupid tiger thyroid. Who cares about this goob? Now, jokes aside, Jufufu's not really that bad of a character. She just doesn't stand out. So I can get why you don't really like her. But personally, I'm pretty indifferent. Now, if you're a Jufufu fan, get ready for even more hate. Quote, Jufufu is the most obese character in the game. Quote, stinking Jufufu eats an entire restaurant, then proceeds to act cute like she didn't eat an entire meal for a family of 4. Not to mention she's the most brain-dead person in the game. Holy frickety frick. That's some crazy hate there, bro. But to be honest, I might slightly agree with you. Jufufu is a complete goon. Now, I know, my users and I have pissed a lot of people off watching this video. This is just a reminder that nothing here should be taken too seriously. But this next take might genuinely get this guy cancelled. But first, we're gonna do a Z.Z.Z agent rating. Quote, who do you think the most attractive agents in Z.Z.Z are? With a whole survey next to it. Okay, real quick, I'll just list all the objective 10s. 1 being Bernice, 2 being Juyen, 3 being Yanagi, 4 being Yishuen, 5 being Nicole, 6 being Evelyn, 7 being Rina, 8 being Orphe, and hear me out, I know it sounds crazy, but 9 being Miyabi, and 10 being Belle. Now you may be wondering, where the hell is Anbi on this list? First of all, I don't like Anbi because of her looks. I like her because she's tough. You see, she transcends the idea of looks itself. As a matter of fact, her existence alone transcends all of gacha gaming. So no, I may not find her super attractive, but I find her extremely cool in every other aspect, which is why she's my favorite character. But there's one thing that's very important to talk about, that being the state of Z.Z.Z's combat. Quote, Z.Z.Z's combat is kinda uninteresting and gets boring compared to similar games. Now, although I personally enjoy Z.Z.Z's combat, I can understand why some people might be less favorable of it. Now, as far as your comparisons to Devil May Cry, I unfortunately can't speak too much about them, because I personally have never played DMC. But as far as Z.Z.Z's combat, I don't really see how it's completely uninteresting. There's a vast array of team options, cool combos, and lots of exploration to be done with the swap. Now, I do understand on a surface level.
I gotta ask this question. How the fuck do people keep fucking putting, like, Devil May Cry and Z.Z.Z together, like, in terms of combat-wise? I mean, is it just me? But I maybe it might just be me. But I feel like Devil May Cry's entire combat mechanical system is so much more than Z.Z.Z. Like, there, like, in regards to the way it plays and the way it operates, like, and how enemies interact in that, it's not as simple as, you know, just going in there hitting buttons and shit. Like, to me, Z.Z.Z has more of an Devil May Cry has more of an intricate system. You have to balance out, like, different enemies, placements, and everything around you, and you're always trying to maintain your combo, you know, going forward. Like, if Z.Z.Z would have, like, you know, a fucking an E to a D to, like, S ranking on the side combo meter, like they do in the Tower of Glory, like if they would have it in Tower, and they would implement it in the actual game itself to where you can get multipliers or something that would actually increase your score or some shit. Yeah, I could totally fucking see, you know, 100% like Devil May Cry, but I can't see Devil May Cry in this. Like, I really can't see it. Like, even Devil May Cry has, like, aerial combos and shit.
It does seem like a mashy game, but the existence of interesting combo combinations, as well as a vast array of team options, make this game's combat quite interesting. That being said, I do have one major grievance, that being the gacha aspect. You see, to fully explore the game's combat, you need to pull for its characters.
Arc system works.
Upwards of 475 USD each.
Realistically, which company do you think would be able to make Z.Z quality game with the same quality of animation, character models, voice acting, music, artwork? 100% Arc System Works. You know why? You know why? Hold on. I'm about to get off anyway.
100%. The entire thing here is 100%. Is it you just? It was just asked what company could do Z.Z.Z quality, music, everything, all that. Arc System Works, 100%. Arc System Works, their engine, just the engine itself. I mean, like. Just their fucking engine did this shit. Like after Guilty Gear, they did this. The Guilty Gear engine is used for Dragon Ball Fighters. So, I mean, 110%, I'm going to have to go ahead and straight up say, like, Arc System Works. If anyone would get the give the game over to anybody to produce, you know, like an offline version of Z.Z.Z, I would totally, if I was like Hoyoverse and we were going to let me put it this way. If I was Hoyoverse and we're talking about EOSing Z.Z.Z, it's a couple of years down the road, right? 5 years down the road. The live service game is not working out too well, and we want to keep it going. We want Z.Z to go, but it's not working as a live service game. Like, legitimately, Hoyoverse needs to talk to Arc System Works and produce something, and there you go. And I guarantee you, with the engine and everything else, that you could generally create a fucking epic fucking game that I think actually, with Hoyoverse's animation style and mixed into the engine, you could make something fucking drastically fucking 10 times better than what it even looks like now. Oh, yes, Grand Blue. I forgot about Grand Blue. Grand Blue is also another one. And this is the one from 5 years ago, by the way. Now, if you want something a little bit more realistic looking,
you want something still anime, but more like, let's say, a different aspect, Nexon would also, which I don't think they would work with, but Nexon would be another good company. Oh, hell no, not this trailer. Fuck that trailer.
Everything that defined me is gone. I thought if we defeated him, we could save the world. But I was wrong. We risked everything for them, only to be repaid in blood.
Bro, if you give it a Riot, you do realize you're giving it a Tencent, right? Riot's 100% owned by Tencent. All right. It is like almost 8:30 in the fucking morning. We've been streaming for goddamn 8 hours. I'm going to go take me a fucking siesta. I'm going to rest. And I'll probably be back on this afternoon. I'm going to rest, get ready to do some video editing from what we have recorded, post that shit, and then we'll live stream probably tonight, and then it'll be a short stream tonight. And yeah, all that good shit. I took today off, so I have some other requirements that needs to get done today, so I'll get that taken care of and all that good shit. So you guys have a good one. Y'all take it easy. Nighty night. Adios. See you later.